down. Breakdown. Breakdown.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to One Win Bombshell Volume 6 Day 4 of the group stage is about to get underway, and it's myself and Blank back in the proverbial caster room, ready to guide you through all the action. Blank, first and foremost, mate, it's been a good set of games up to this point. The square has been squaring, the games have been gaming. It's been good, bro. I think we've really had some really interesting competitive deadlock on the new patch.
We have. Honestly, we had some good games yesterday for sure. We had some long games. We had some 60-minute matches that were coming through towards the beginning of the day, which we had a lot of fun casting, right? Yeah. And we had Trigger Gaming going 1-on-1 apiece between Lotos and Drakkar. So those were some close games. We go towards the latter portion of the day. You got Abraham's demolishing over towards Fearless Furies. Abraham's just ruining VP, because apparently Abraham's is just VP's kryptonite, even on the McGuinness, which is technically a good pick now. And we'll talk about it a little bit later, because we got some nice insight from Hoot yesterday. And one win, losing to VP. So I don't know what goes on. It's like a weird triangle there where Abraham's cannot win versus one win. Abraham's wins versus VP. And VP just are in that weird thing where, like, one win, they've got their number. Abraham's have got VP's number. They just don't know how to deal with them. Right now, though, it is one win on top with 10-2. So we have a big old fat tie at the top side of things here, Jackie.
We do. This is how the standings have been shaping up over the past few days. And this is why we were saying it's so competitive, because it's nice. You get all the best teams in one location. And like you said, bud, we start to see that triangle of who's got whose number, where the counters are coming in, more spicy drafts, very intense action in lane. It's been cool to watch. Obviously, towards the end of the day, if it remains in any situation where we do have to have some tiebreakers, we'll get into that a little bit later and guide you through how that's going to go down, because there is a chance of it, Blank. And honestly, mate, I think with the way the games have been going, I'm kind of strapped in for today. It feels like we're so close to obviously playoff territory now, and it's one of those where it just feels like there's some teams that have taken to the new patch that tad bit quicker. You've got some squads that have adapted over time, and it's just been a bit of an eye-opener to see what we're working with as the new kind of meta develops. Obviously, 4 days now since the new patch? About 3 days. It hasn't been that long.
No, it hasn't, and new things happen all over the place. There is some interesting matches at the start of our day here, specifically for Lotos, who will be going against one win on their third match, but they're going against Fearless Furies on a second. So we're not quite getting into that yet, but for Grigger Gaming, as you can see, they'll be playing up against Abraham's and Virtus Pro, two of our very, very top-tier teams within this tournament. Lotos has a slightly easier deal other than the one win, but realistically, for Lotos, what they're looking to do here is find that 2-0 versus Fearless Furies and hope the Grigger Gaming go 0-2 versus both Virtus Pro and Abraham's. Both very, very good teams, by the way. Because if they do, they can potentially leap over the top of Grigger Gaming, get into that top 4, get into the playoffs. That's what we're looking for today, realistically.
Yeah, that is kind of the best way to sum it up, I think. Of course, as well, just to address it again, if you're tuning in, you've missed a couple days. The reason why we've already got the O2s there with Melee Creeps is they did exit stage left of the tournament. The team imploded a little bit. They forfeited from the event, and it all went a bit skew. So, of course, any teams that were going to play them take those default wins. So it's why it's at the front of the schedule, but we're starting off, like Blank said, with a 2 p.m. listed matchup there of Fearless Furies taking on Drakkar. Again, mate, I think, honestly, for my money as well, it's been really fun watching kind of that adaptation. This is what I was saying with a team sort of gelling into the new patch quite quickly. I do think that there's so much talent on that Drakkar roster, and they're getting into the groove of it. They've been some very spicy games. Obviously, they were there for the 1 hour matchup. That's what we were saying, that elongated game, like 54 minutes, I think it was in the end.
Yep, roughly.
And that was some intense deadlock, bro. Like a lot of rejuve attempts. We had the stolen. Ooh, it was spicy.
It was very, very spicy indeed. But we will be getting our first game underway fairly soon. That will be Fearless Furies versus Drakkar. Drakkar's kind of had a weird up and down at the moment in terms of where they're sitting. Here are top 5 most picked. Lady Geist, fairly simple. Shiv as well, as was the Warden with 29. Holiday really getting up there now. With, like we said before, if you're only just tuning in for this day, Rescue Beam was nerfed, which does mean Lasso is much more viable because not everyone on the team is able to cancel that ult anymore, which is why we're seeing a little bit more stock into the Kelvin. We've seen Saint over towards Abrahams do massive work with the Kelvin. Was forced off it yesterday, but still did tremendous work on any other hero that he picked up, which is nice to see. And Mirage kind of like, I would say, we saw the patch come through afterwards, but he's seen way more play overall. Starting to get more bans on him as well because he is quite potent. I think who yesterday was saying that In Fairness is kind of top tier though at the moment in terms of carries.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? I think we've definitely seen a lot of that overlap where especially a talented and Furnace player can go the extra mile and consistently not only being able to frag on the server, but just buy you so much time for objective play with the anti-heal, with the consistent dot damage as well. Really can actually turn a game around, especially with like a smart combustion. Bro, there's endless possibilities. These are the banned heroes that we're working with, though. Top 5 at the minute. Obviously, Calico, still top of the docket. If you're unfamiliar, of course, we'll allude some of the nerfs that have gone in. It's why it's no surprise Geist is still well played and actually really gelling into it. I think although there was some nerfs on her, like you say, that rescue beam, getting the extra 30 seconds, it made it easier for you to get in for the soul exchanges. The wave clear wasn't touched, so that's been good. Calico, similar kind of story, right? Obviously a little bit squishier, but in the right hands, you're still incredibly talented. Quick tidbit on that as well, Blank, before I forget. Testing it this morning, we had a hotfix come out last night. They've removed the Ava being able to stay in air. That's been fixed, and you can't break boxes by running on top of them anymore. So both of those bugs were removed last night.
Bish bash bosh. Jackie on the case, getting things fixed, which is nice to see.
Yeah.
McGinnis with 80% win rate. That is purely down to Jam side, by the way, over on Abraham's. Very, very good pick at the moment for McGinnis. And again, it's a boring hero right now to watch play because it's even more potent. The more I thought about it last night, it's more potent because you anchor a lane very well and delete objectives. But I think the main thing is anchoring that lane, preventing that Guardian from going down for a heck of a long time. So when we do see Jamside play, he's not always massively active in fights, still enables Wardens like the Binding Word to come through by placing the wall down, preventing any escape. But it was mainly just sitting on that sideline, preventing them taking that Guardian, preventing them from getting that flex slot too early in the game, and just doing good work on it. No surprise that Mirage is up there at 68% win rate, as well as Yamato. The Mo and Krill, still a little bit of an outside pick there in our heroes by win rate, purely because he was only picked a couple of times. I think it was on the first day before patch came through, where it had a lot of success. But we haven't seen it since, honestly.
No, it's interesting as well, because obviously, the sort of the reason with the win rate, right? If you're not picked much and you do win your games, it bloats it up massively. So you have to have the context there. But I actually thought Mo and Krill would see more play into this patch, just obviously with the removal of Rescue Beam, kind of being able to get in your face, use that combo more. So it's interesting. Maybe that will change. But at the minute, not really much stock in the mole, Blank.
I think the case is that there is just much more priority picks. I don't think Mo and Krill is bad in this meta at all. I think if you're playing him in your pub games, you're going to find a lot of success on it. But I do think that right now we do have a set of heroes that when things are getting banned out, it's no longer a case of, right, well, let's just play something comfortable. It's like, well, we need to have a Kelvin. We need to have a Shiv. We need to have that Geist. And though you've banned out Viscus and Sinclair, there is still a lot of good picks. And I would say, Mo and Krill is just a little further down on that pick list, right? Where you've got all these heroes that come down here and then Mo and Krill's just underneath. So you'd want to pick these heroes first.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hand movements, I'm trying to explain
little priority. No, it's nice, dude. It gives context. You know what I mean? One of these to one of these. You're about here. You want to be about here. This is Mirage right now.
That's Mirage territory up there, and then you come down a little bit and you got McGinnis territory. Maybe.
Yeah. And I think obviously that's something we can have a little bit more of a look at when we get to the draft. But there's thoughts right now on sort of as we're seeing a lot of those gun heroes that are top tier really claiming their first spot. And first spot is a key word because, of course, one would have put up a $10,000 prize pool for this event. And that is a lot of money, Blank. You then factor in the lion's share. So the most of the money is going to the first place team with $5,000. The competitive nature of the games we're going to be getting when we get into playoffs should be through the roof. Like, this is a hell of an investment to the scene. So really awesome to see.
Yeah, I mean, whoever gets that fourth place spot is going to be having a little bit of a tough time. But as you said, as we've gone through this tournament, I would say that teams are starting to learn a lot more about this meta, what they want to be picking. I think Drakara is a great example of that in terms of being able to adapt quite quickly. They're still struggling here and there, but I think their games have been way, 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 way more competitive overall. But again, it is Abraham's one win Virtus Pro that we are likely to see go through to those playoffs, I think, barring any massive upsets today, which I just don't see happening. Those are our three teams that I would say at this point are kind of locked in.
Yeah, and I think it's good as well, obviously, right? Because then we do get into a position where we're going to get the best matchups, honestly, pretty some meta-defining plays that could come out from that, and we'll get it all under the microscope in a good environment where it's very competitive best of threes as well. So it's boding well. We'll see how it goes. Of course, if you're a fan of some of those bigger names, that's coming up a little bit later in the day. And you can keep up to date with everything that's going on here at One Win. QR code in the bottom right there. Scan that bad boy or head over on X. Type it in manually if you're watching on your phone, because obviously I imagine you can't really self-scan the phone blank.
Yeah, that would be difficult. You'd have to have a second phone. I don't think a lot of people do that
You never
anymore.
know. You never know.
You know.
Everyone's got a hustle blank. They might
Everyone's
have
got a
a
hustle.
phone.
They might have a second home. You know, it might
Second
be the case.
home as well.
Second
maybe,
home as well,
yeah.
dude. These
If
guys
they've got
are
a second
hustling.
home, they've got a second
They
phone.
are hustling. They are hustling. Yeah, definitely got a second phone. For the plug, absolutely.
It's
But
got
yeah,
to be done.
definitely follow at the moment because it's going to be important if you want to keep up to date, especially going into the playoffs. You want to know exactly when things are going to be all kicking off because we will be starting at a slightly different time. But yeah, overall, very, very cool to see as the meta has unfolded. Great timing for One Win to put on this tournament as well because we got the one game the one day at the start where we saw kind of what were happening pre-patch, and then we've had 3 days of the new patch and things unfolding here as we went on. And obviously on Wednesday as well, we had the FN unfolding. Where these teams kind of took what they were learning from One Win and threw it into the mix there. So, yeah, super cool. Super, super cool. It is unfortunate about the NA scene kind of imploding. As we said, there's been a lot of talk on Reddit, over on Twitter. Yeah, but we won't get into it too much. And I think everyone's kind of learned their lesson.
I think I will say it's one of those as well where it was nice. Obviously, Poshy Pop afterward did a little follow-up to it where he was saying, like, you know what, it was a bit of a rough day, but actually compartmentalize it and thinking about the future, there's still a lot to look forward to. And I think obviously it's the nature, right? Early sort of doors for the scene. I know the game's been in the public space for about 8 months, a year overall development since May now, since we all started to get sucked into Deadlock. But there's definitely a ton of talent out there. A lot of key figures as well, Blank, that invest the time in the right way with sort of, creating content for the community. So I wish all those boys the best, and it'll be good to see them come back stronger in different facets.
Well, I think that's important. I mean, especially when we talk about Poshy Pop. I mean, you look at the content he's putting out. Like, he is blasting out very useful content. If you've not been keeping up to date with, he does a lot of really nice educational content over on his YouTube. So that's my plug there for Mr. Poshy Pop.
One time.
Yeah. Got to go for it. But yeah, overall, this should be a nice day. Day 4, 5 games ahead of us. We'll be covering 2 into ZG as well as ZP, covering the last 3 later on to close out the group stage. Man, what a crazy thing! It's flown by so fast.
Feels mad, doesn't it? It feels like only a couple of days ago we were like, the whole week's all Deadlock. It's all going to be kicking off. Then unexpected patch into sort of, it's been a really interesting week. I think, like you said, bro, because obviously we had One Win going on the whole time, a little bit of DFN here. You're trying to get as many pubs in as you can to feel comfortable in the new patch. There's just so much happening right now, which feels really cool. It's been like a bit of a star-studded week for the game. So glad to be here for it, homie.
Yeah, that's like a nice pivotal moment. I will say that at the moment, as we get further into this patch, there is definitely those concerns where in this current meta, without all these healing items, it's always the next thing, isn't it? It's always the next thing. I think at the moment, it's definitely, we're in debuff city. Toxic bullet spot every single game. We've got suppressors on lock. Silencing wave as well is becoming quite a popular pickup for these teams.
Grab that crow.
Yeah.
No talking crow.
No talkie crow, please.
No.
But yeah, we're going to start things off nice and quick here. Fearless Furies banning away the Geist, and Warden being banned away by Drakkar. Warden's been seeing a lot of play, right? I think he's probably been one of our most consistent heroes throughout the entirety of this tournament. The nerf didn't hit him too hard. I think that the major issue, I think I like the way Valve tried to assess it, because you were getting a lot of value off Last Stand. But the true problem was definitely the gun damage. Right.
Yeah.
The fact he has such easy access to Spellslinger as well by just spamming Flask. He's got unbelievable fire rate, unbelievable scaling on the gun as it is. Just makes him very strong. So again, it does feel like he's a consistent hero. Maybe you don't want to play against him because he becomes a monster in that late game. I think that's the difficulty. Valve kind of nerfed his early game a little bit. I don't think it was enough.
No, yeah, I think there's definitely, gun build's still certainly very viable as well mid game, just because it hasn't changed too much. And with Last Stand, I think it's now more we're just seeing that investment into the spirit scaling being slightly better, but the damage output's lower at base. So let's just have more range and use it earlier, so we don't have to worry about the cooldown being fully reset. But it was something to be aware of. Like we said, though, of course, still hyper competitive. So first bans make sense. So do the first picks, really. Calico for Jakar into the Mirage grab there for Fearless Furies. Again, both heroes that kind of, it makes sense with how this has been going. So all fairly calm so far, Blank. No left field turn.
Yeah, I think Drake on the Calico was unbelievably strong, right? And I think you are opening up a big can of worms here for Drakkar already. I think you kind of need to do some counter picks if you are Fearless Furies. Again, they want to get Mirage, they want to get Shiv online. I think two very, very strong heroes, but you are giving Drake the Calico, you can captain the Viscous. We saw how strong he was. Piggy most likely there on the Sinclair, who's getting a lot of work done in those games. So yeah, I think that's already a fairly terrifying start for Drakkar's roster in this game. So Fearless Fury is going to see how they want to approach this, because they need some staying power. They need some staying power into these games. Again, hard to even think about picking up a Haze already. There's so much denial from Return to Shadows, from Goo Cube, as well as Sinclair being able to teleport out of there, so you can't really pick into that, which has been seen a lot of favor at the moment. Tough stuff for Fearless Furies. Again, Mirage, Shiv, it's not terrible.
No, that makes it a bit better as well. Three very viable picks already thrown into the mix. You get the Yamato, not minding this too much. I do agree with your point as well, bro. Like, it's nice to see Piggy on the Sinclair. It felt like a lot of the games we had previously as well, he was being forced off onto other heroes that he doesn't play as much, but that's kind of hard to say because he's got such a wide hero pool anyway, where he looks very comfortable, very good in the Kelvin, great at the Bebop with aggressive plays on the hook as well, so you can't force him off. But when you do get those Sinclair games, boy, does the early game change around a lot. And then late game as well, the harass potential is very fun. I've also noticed we're a bit more French today, Blank. Jackie and Blanc.
Oh, yeah, we actually are. It's an interesting one. This Monsieur Blanc, Monsieur Jackie.
We have Le Vito.
Wow.
Oui, oui. Monsieur.
The Yamato.
Yes. C'est la vie, Sinclair.
Oh, dégage, Savannah. But yeah, good stuff. Nice to see. I think wow, that's really caught me off guard. Not gonna lie.
Sorry, bro. I had to throw it in.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
We'll have a reset. Look at the bands. Look at the Bebop pick. We've got rid of Holiday, Blank. Had to be done.
Yeah, getting rid of Holiday, I think that's a good pickup. Again, we've seen that she's been getting a massive amount of playtime throughout the tournament. Lasso has been very, very strong. Also, just Crackshot and Barrel been very useful. I think a lot of players are starting to build into Barrel a little bit more early game, just because it still does quite obscene damage. You're hitting 200, 250 quite early in the match. But Fearless Furies will pick up the Bebop. That's been seen a lot of play as well. I think Fearless Furies, for them, what it feels like to me is that you're starting to build on what you've witnessed over the past 3 days. Listic's been finding a lot of success over towards that Yamato. We see it overseas, and Taz been absolute menaces over on that Bebop, not to mention Piggy. All right, I've got to throw him in there as well. But that Bebop more or less kind of, you tie it in with Taz as well as overseas. I think those are the two key heroes, that the key players that have been playing Bebop, that have brought it into popularity, at least over in comp. So nice to see. I think as a pickup in terms of your pick hero, I think it's strong. The pocket ban's slightly odd to me. I guess you don't want to be dealing with that affliction, being able to spam a lot of debuffs on you very quickly with a lot of the application from the items as well. But it has been, I think pocket's been more of like we get towards the end of our picks, we're going to pull out a pocket here. It's not the craziest priority pick, but it's still just useful, and we have players that are very decent on it. I am curious to see what kind of lanes we're going to throw into here. Fearless Furies might want to pick up the Kelvin. As we know, the Shiv Kelvin lane has been very popular recently.
Yeah, you slow them, I'll stab them.
Yeah.
It's the classic. It's been very viable, and it will actually come through. Okay, these last actual pickups make a bit more sense as well then. So you get the Paradox. Again, Paradoxical Swap. You've also got the Bebop hooked if you want to try and yank them in, have the extra damage coming out from the Mirage and the Shiv. Kelvin's in the mix, so you've got that to aid you. And then Infernus Abrams for Jakar. They've been no stranger to getting the odd Abrams pick now and then. Infernus, obviously, right now going pretty sicko mode as well. Yeah, all right, mate. I'm not minding this too much for an opening game between these two. Feels like a bit of a fun comp.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's a new one, at least for I think Drakar's played it once before. We saw it yesterday on that extremely long game. The difficulty he had with that composition was they just didn't have the damage going in towards the late game, and it was specifically up against the Yamato as well. I think that was versus Grigor Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they definitely struggled there. So I think for Drakar to pick that up again, the Abrams and the Vindicta lane is very strong. What I do like is the adjustment on the Infernus, right? We saw Vrake do a huge amount of damage on the Calico, but there wasn't really anything else to back it up. There was a massive amount of lockdown, a massive amount of early damage with Captain on that Viscous. But having the Infernus in there, I think that solves the comp. That solves the comp for them.
Yeah, it gives you the extra damage output that you need. You get the also, the potential with the ult here, which actually could make a bit of a difference depending on the timing of it, especially with some of those frozen shelters being thrown out. So yeah, I think it certainly is a little bit more viable. And I think, again, this sort of goes back to the point where we've been saying you've noticed the adaptations from Drakar over the course of the past 2 days, where it feels like they have been limit testing a little bit more, and then they've got the notepad to the side. And every time you see them squeezing out additional information from those benchmarks, and the improvements have been there the next time around.
Yeah, you can see there's definitely been there's been frustrations for Drakar throughout this tournament. Yeah. There absolutely has. But I think they're figuring out as they go along. And again, I think this is a comp that really plays into a lot of the heroes they already like and are comfortable on, but has that added benefit of just it will scale quite well. You could easily say here that they don't have a dedicated pick hero. Yes, they've got the Vindicta to lock people down. Yes, they've got the Hex, but they've got nothing necessarily like the Paradox and Bebop, which directly brings them into your team. Yeah. But for Fearless Furies, if I'm going with this comp with the Bebop and the Paradox, I think I would have been happier to ban out the Viscous instead of the Geist here. I know Geist is very strong. I know she's very potent, but still allowing that Goo Cube to go through, that's going to help them in a lot of scenarios, where you get the hook through, you get a Viscous Cube off, that delays the fight long enough for the Infernus to start peppering you, you get a Hex, and you can rotate the fight from there. So, again, for Drakar, I think they do have quite a good comp at dealing with the Bebop as well as the Paradox. It's going to be a question of how well the Fearless Furies adapts with the Kelvin here. We saw a lot of Kelvin steals, where they were kidnapping players inside of the dome, making it work from there, doming on top of the urn to ensure you could hand that one in. But I think for Drakar, they have a lot of solutions to that. Again, we saw Piggy yesterday versus Kelvin's, where he was just exclusively stealing Frozen Shelter, popping that on top of their dome, and just kind of keeping the team safe and alive.
Yeah, I think that was a good use of it as well, where obviously with the shorter cooldown, you can effectively just play around it to nullify Kelvin, which with this comp, I suppose you do have the other option of maybe in lane, you could get a little hyper beam from the side as well if you want the extra damage output into maybe a tether. That's always there, but definitely just having that for the harass potential into just basically using it as a free steal for the frozen shelter again and again. It adds enough stock that it could remove the extra potential of you've got the free shelter, we've won the fight. Suddenly it isn't as easy. You have to think more about the spacing with the timing.
Yeah, I think the reason why I could probably see the pocket pick coming through there is potentially to solve that scenario with the Kelvin pick coming through, so you don't have that on-demand healing reduction within those frozen shelters. Because if you get a pocket within there, you're trying to trap in, you've got 3 of your own teammates in there, you have locked them into pretty much just Kelvin doom, right? You're getting afflicted, everyone's getting spirit burned. It's not an ideal scenario for you.
That's a brother. Ooh, yeah, brother. Frogs everywhere, brother. Yeah, not good. So yeah, I kind of see why maybe, obviously based on some of the picks we've seen before, he's been a little bit later into the draft, but in this instance, it's fair enough if it's the comp that you had in mind with what you want to go with. Yeah, all right then, mate. Not bad. Yeah. I think there's some potential. We got some ideas. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we do have some ideas how this is going to go down, and I'm quite excited to see it all pan out, honestly. I think that for Drakar, again, I think they've been looking better as things have gone on, but this is probably the moment for them to really bring things up to speed now.
100%.
Like I said, this is a solved roster for them. for Fearless Furies. It looks nice. They've done their best up against Drakkar to ban out things that they think are going to be a bit difficult. I think that if you are playing, if you're on Drakkar right now, I'm curious to see where they put the Sinclair and who they put him with. I mean, a Sinclair in Furnace lane sounds like absolute hell, by the way. But that could deal quite well with the Shiv Calvin lane, as we know that's really potent. Maybe you put the Sinclair up against the Mirage, but realistically, I think you'd rather it up against a lane that you could probably bully.
Yeah, just have the additional shove from it. Well, I suppose this way it does make sense with the Infernus. If you're getting the extra assistant damage off early in lane, bro, like there's so much you could do to just burst people down and then probably tick them off with the dot from Fern anyway. So it would be uncomfortable early game. I feel like that's another part as well where you've seen that a lot more in the early laning phase from Drakkar, where they actually are willing to fight way more. Which obviously, day one, were pre-patch, it was nowhere near the same because you just kind of couldn't. Like the viability of the instant heals, everyone's building into healing right pretty bloody quickly, so it just wasn't there. Whereas now it feels like you are rewarded for that, and obviously the soul count starts to bloat as well. So yeah, bullying certainly on the menu. Full Candace Candom edit.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's what you're likely going for, which is why I think the beginner's pick works quite well from Jam side, right? In those lanes where you do get a bully lane coming through, a lot of times you could just let Jam side kind of hang around, chill. He'll maintain that lane for a long time. You don't have to worry so much about those bully lanes.
Oh, exactly. You definitely don't. But you don't have to worry about blank delaying the game by not pressing the bloody button. We're ready for it, so let's get in. Already a little bit underway here. Seems like you've got Viscous Calico up against the Yamato and Paradox on Broadway. Straight into a parry up top, but there is an instantaneous cube. That's why we were saying Viscous can be so bloody viable. Trying to bait out the punch back from the cat. Actually surviving here, but low on health now, should be shut down. Ends in a 1-for-1 trade. That's Vrake on the Calico.
Yeah, I think that's on the lane swap that comes through, actually. So Vrake being able to... a little bit done. Shiv already damn low, but gets a little bit of healing coming through. The Yamato Paradox lane, that is a horrendous lane to play against. But I think for Drakkar, this is what they wanted in the first place. Get the Viscous over there, as well as the Calico. That's a very strong lane to go up against. And it will be the Sinclair Infernus lane, like we expected to come through, up against the Mirage Bebop. So I think they are just putting the two most annoying lanes against one another and hoping for that stalemate.
Oh, sorry, bro. I'm just waffling to you, but obviously it wasn't coming through. What a nightmare. Had a whole point about Captain having really good macro, or it's like actually it's been really interesting watching how he's able to always harass but have good timing for the camp steal, stay in lane. Anyway, yeah, basically Captain's good with his timing.
Nice. I appreciate that. It is cosmetical on the Viscous here. So Captain back on the Abrams. So a slight change for them here. Fearless Furies, Applefine getting up in the face. Getting a lot of damage done with that ult fire. Nicely played there, coming from Vrake. Lays the light melee as well. Oh my lord! The ult fire around the corner.
Hey, yo. Oh, that's nice from Cosmetical.
Viscous
Do enjoy
buckshot.
seeing the aggressive Viscous, mate. Shotgun full of goo. That's why they're called slugs, Blank.
Very gooey. And green. That's what slugs are known to be. I caught one of them in my house the other day, by the way.
You had an invasive slug?
I had an invader. I went downstairs at 2 a.m. and he was just in my kitchen. He was massive. I grabbed him with some tongs and put him outside, but not before he wiggled around as if I was ruining his entire night, which made me feel bad.
Yeah. How's he got inside?
I don't know. I don't know. They just find their way in, don't they?
Maybe he was trying to become a snail and was using your house as the shell.
Maybe. Like the entire house. That'd be.
That's what I mean. Like, yeah, he just thought, he's like, I've seen all these snails. It's unfair.
Yeah.
I'll take a house.
This
You're
is a shell, no?
Nice.
Oh my days! You're not getting out of there.
Instant grab. Bloody hell. Give it as good as you get.
Nice
Piggy
though.
on the Sinclair.
Yeah, really, really good trade come back from Piggy into the Hex. A lot of damage done over towards Nakaman. Might die here just to get one more tag. The reload goes through just around the corner. Not able to refresh afterburn. Oh man, what an unfortunate timing on the reload.
Yeah, that's rough. So close. Actually, look with a quick burst. Like he was going to be able to reapply the dot, but you get away. I mean, fair play. You've at least stalemated what would have been a bit uncomfortable for Piggy, but heads up response back from the boys to actually turn that one around early. Meanwhile, it is Vargareco that falls on the Bebop, and they're still playing close, front side towards the stairs as well. You get so much wave clear with both of these. Like early assistant damage, you just have to stay back behind the AC. You know that Vexing Bolt's off cooldown quick, the assistants there that deal the damage as well. You don't want to run the risk of being burnt down by Infernus.
I really do like the fact that they put the Sinclair Infernus lane up against the Mirage, purely because you don't want that Mirage free farming. You don't want him to have an easy lane. A lot of times what we'll see with the Mirage is that they will just completely dominate their lanes and then slowly get ahead. And by the time he gets to that mid game, he is chunking very, very hard. So not only are you getting the added benefit of you're delaying the build on the Mirage, but you're also getting your Infernus ahead, and then Sinclair can start to roam after that. So it's a very nice transition over towards that mid game.
It's kind of a taste of your own medicine as well, where it feels like normally early laning phase for Mirage, like you just have them playing under towers so much, just stuck behind the Guardian. So at least being able to actually to fight back on that one, not give him that free comfortable nature. Yeah, it's nicer. Ooh, good timing as well for the Hex to get the save back over. You want to dive in, you're going to have to go really deep on this.
Wow.
That's what happens. Burst damage galore. Oh, that is sick.
The aim coming through there was unbelievable. Audience participation still up and available there. But P's quite low. Doesn't go try and grab the Hyper Beam off the Bebop. Instead, pops the head on back. We'll have the Calico and the Viscous still just chilling there because about to go very low. Nice to see him off the Shiv. Not in the sense I don't like him playing Shiv, but it's cool to see him on something else. Finding success on it, but right now, extremely low. That's cheeky.
The power of the new Veils, the backdoor potential, baits out the ult into a splatter straight to the face as well, so Fine goes down early. Nice play. It's actually been really fun seeing a lot of the new ways you can play around the Veils in mid-side. Felt like they didn't get much stock before, like occasionally you chase through them, but now actually a viable part of the map.
Yeah, I think you do have to get away from this idea as well that Shadow Transformation is just a free getaway. You're not getting that additional Spirit Resist and Bullet Resist until that tier 3, so timing that splatter pretty much perfectly over towards the Yamato just immediately takes it down because she's not getting those massive defenses until a little bit later in the game after the slash gets maxed.
Oh, hello. Into the combustion instantly from the hook, but slightly too much space between them, and the whole time you're just getting the Mirage Jin stacks. Oh, it pops. Not enough to kill. Tornado for the survivability, still knowing he's 1 or 2 shots away from this, so hard chase, good aim. Meanwhile, Piggy throws out the punch into the parry. You get 2 slaps back, and you get the pause. Oh, mate, the Piggy cam as well.
Yeah, Piggy's not happy about that, I'll tell you that now.
Oh, God. Actually, genuinely, with the aim in that one, surprising that he didn't get the kill off back onto Blob, because he was really good at controlling his crosshair, even with him just flame dashing around him. In fact, he's made so much out of this in terms of progress. It looked like he should have gone down, but fair play, man.
Yeah, there was a criminal slide that came through from the Cameron, which kind of completely denied a lot of the flame dash damage early on there, where he was just still plinking away at you. If Vargareco goes down there, and it's a question whether Blob can even afford to go back in, because I'm pretty sure Jin's Mark will just take him down on the initial shot.
Yeah, if he tries to help, he gets popped.
Oh.
Ooh, dash out of the Hex
Nice.
as well. Nice, okay. Good choreography from both. Should have Vargareco back pretty soon as well, so obviously can't go too deep. Clear the wave, let it shove, and then finally get some health.
Yeah, it's a nice follow-up coming through from Blob as well. I mean, hiding behind the cover. Guardian getting taken, though. Break as well as Cosmetical actually have to head this one back. Good damage done, though, with the return to Shadows. We'll try and go for a leaping slash, potentially. Cosmetical very hesitant to give this one up. Hit that 6-minute mark as well, so Ayano gets that free return to base and gets straight back into lane. Good splatter damage, though, over towards Epplefine. We'll leave him very low. Does have Shadow Transformation available, but not a free kill.
Yeah, it's impressive how they've actually been able to play off the timing with this one to get the first take of the Guardian on Broadway. It looked like it was a little bit unstable. A lot of what we've seen here, it was Rake and Cosmetical making good plays to keep them on the back foot with the respawns. But they saw their window of opportunity, grab it with both hands. Quick smash on the golden buff as well, get the cooldown reduction for the Calico. Meanwhile, over here at Greenwich, you can see an Abrams being chopped to bits as Captain goes down, sliced up by Shiv. Parry on the Guardian as well. Should be falling in this one. Just peppering damage back. You know he's low, so you bait out the snipe, but it gives free reign, of course, for Kelvin. So that's Arian that finally gets the take on it.
Oh, that's annoying. You wonder if the bloodletting will actually take him down there. He might be able to get away with his life, though. It's a slight, tiny bit of healing required. Look at his HP. And finally finds it. Yes, the bloodletting does do the work. That's rough. That is rough. You wonder if Arian actually had a grenade for him.
Hey, that's true. I don't know if it was still on CD off the back, but could have been the difference. Meanwhile, the fight continues at York. Instantaneous parry. Looking for the response as well. It's Rake and the Calico that came over to assist the lads here. Does use the ultimate, popping the return to Shadows, gets it on top for the burst damage. Good read from the paradoxical swap, but giving as good as he gets. He keeps the damage output going, but Mirage hitting a couple of bullets on target. You can pop the mark and finally end the Reign of Terror from the cap.
I mean, honestly, though, the trade is decent. They find Ayano. I mean, obviously, it's in the favor of Fearless Furies on that, which is good to see. But yeah, Break not going down quietly there. Big damage coming through from the slash now. Mystic Burst. Spirit Shielding as well been picked up here. Realizing, you're going to be taking a lot of damage coming through from Splatter, from the Infernus. I don't mind the Spirit Shielding. Keeping that Yamato a little bit tankier in this early game is always nice as you transition over towards that mid game. 10 minutes now, though. Urn does pop, and his spawn. Arian's immediately on it.
And for the Furies, they're squeezing so much out of this game already, right? All 3 Guardians, flex slot taken, you're running the Urn, you've got the Mirage farming, that's Nakamin that's already inside of their tier 2s, taking the jungle camps. So they're going to start to keep themselves in good stead. Head above water, let that net worth go up. Meanwhile, Drake, mid-side, breaking all the boxes in the treasure room.
Always getting those cheeky light melees off his Drake. I mean, hard to really predict him as well. I mean, we saw earlier on there was a really nice little kill that came through where he dashes in and delays the light melee. So he's always switching it up. That's a nice hook, actually.
Oh, that's good. Shoulder charge back. Last-ditched attempt to keep yourself alive, and the assist from Piggy with a Hex, slowing them down and creating space between. He does have that TP to play with off the assistant, but Cosmetical's got so many numbers on top of him. And you're able to execute again with the Shiv. Chase back over. Oh, it's not going well for Trax. And he's gone. Nearly a full wipe. I mean, 2 alive. So much pressure.
This ain't going well right now for Drakar. Fearless Fury's putting in a massive amount of work. You know, Shiv, Kelvin, Mirage. They weren't able to shut them down as much as they would have liked there. I think Piggy as well as Blob hope for a much more dominant lane. But if anything, the Cameron's actually ahead right now.
Oh, it's always fun as well. Just watching the actual way that you move into these fights on the Yamato. Really good stuff from Epplefine, how he's taking this. Paradoxical swaps for the aggression. You do get covered off the back. I think that's actually Captains that rocked up to the party as well. So you've got a bit of backup here in Broadway. Felt like they hadn't engaged from it, but Ayano goes down.
I think when you look at it, it's he's starting to become a little bit apparent with the lack of a pick hero. where Fearless Furies is definitely able to set the pace of the game at the moment. You know, you have decent team fight here coming through from Drakkar, but can't afford to let this go too far in the favor of Fearless Furies up until that 20-minute mark, right? You know, we're already 8k ahead here for Fearless Furies. And the worse it gets towards this early to mid-game, the harder it's going to be to actually try and contest any of these urn handles, right? Any of these urn pickups. That's going to be the big problem going forward.
Just losing any real map control to play with. At least now, finally, you're able to reset in terms of the flex slots and fight back towards the Guardian. So they clean house. Took them a couple minutes on top of what we'd already seen from the Fearless Furies. Paradoxical swap gets the grab back over into Cosmetical. Instant cube to keep himself alive. You're just slicing up Jello, my friend. But everyone's on top of him. Still convert the kill, but at least refund that 90-second cooldown back over to the Shiv.
You see that from Trax, by the way? Just the cheeky snipe from across lane. Attempts to get Alpha Cycle down. Not meant to be, though. Fearless Fury's movement has been very nice. Into a cheeky pickup. And there's going to be a lot of damage coming through from the Cannon. Might even be able to finish him off here. Just about gets away. Good damage coming through from Blob. The Afterburn potentially does the trick on top of Toxic Bullets. We'll find it.
Considering how deep they dove for that one as well, you've got to give him props for some of these parries he's been pulling off. Like the 1v2 potential from him. It's been great movement into the smart parries. Big chase, suspecting potentially lower HP still left on Blob from this fight, as they knew they'd already put a lot of pressure on Piggy. So they rotate over. Not going to go too deep, though. You've already got a bit of backup with Cosmetical coming into lane to assist. They retreat back towards base side, splitting the attention here of Drakkar.
I like that from Ayano as well, just picking up the reactive barrier early. Knows that he wants to get in the face a lot of times here of Drakkar, so picking up a reactive barrier to prevent any damage that comes through post-Hex, which is going to be most of the initiators at the moment for Drakkar going forward. That actually keeps Ayano very, very safe, sitting at a comfortable 2k HP. There's an initial Hex that comes through, and the Cameron's taking quite a lot of damage into a paradoxical swap here, which really puts the brakes on for Vrake.
Rotation over to assist, hitting the bounce pads. It's Bebop and Yamato that are looking to get there as quick as they can with this scrap for control of the urn on Greenwich still continuing. Nice. Oh, that's smooth. Good use of the frozen shelter steal from Piggy into the knock on the mantle as well to buy a bit of time with the stun. Meanwhile, further down the lane, you can see Yamato forced to throw out that shadow transformation. Quick moves, gets the stab off, shuts down Vindicta. 2 dead off the back of it, and the urn's picked up.
Yeah, the only saving grace here is that Blob's able to push in over towards a Walker, and we'll find that at the very least. Piggy doing his darndest to try and pull off some kind of great escape here, the Houdini play. But likely going to be a trade here on the Walker towards Blue Guardian. A lot of damage done. I do like this attempt coming through from Drakkar.
Oh, mate. I mean, fair enough. You can see the thought process. Like, we'll instantly dive on those objectives, see how much we can squeeze out of this off the back of the fight. You got pulled back into the Walker stomp as well with the swap, so just constantly stunned. Greenwich here is an all-out brawl as well, and Furnace with good aim. Nice adjustment shots from Blob, keeping that dot damage applied again and again and again. The battle of the elements will result. And Kelvin going down as Arian sniped out. Meanwhile, a bit of ball cam from Cosmetical as well. Running down onto the Shiv. Quite low, looking for the getaway. Does hit the bounce pad. Ooh, the tag.
The Bloodletting won't get him, sadly. The funny thing is that for Epplefine, counting his lucky stars there, as he's walking away, Spirit Shielding actually procs and will deny the toxic bullets as well as the afterburn damage. It's very nice to see.
Split second of Piggy on our screens, as clearly Bebop does not enjoy your magic tricks.
Giving those cards back at this point.
Oh yeah, it was not the King of Spades. Taken away.
But at the moment, Drakkar definitely using a spade, digging a little bit of hole in this game. They're getting further and further behind. Another swap as well. Iano's been clean this game. Nice to see.
It's the horizontal and the vertical as well on that one. So it's harder than it looks with the actual timing on the combo, but good execution of it, man.
Immediately over towards mid-boss. Now, there is the Hex still in play here and no Shadow Transformation. Yes, they have the Frozen Shelter. Do they want to challenge for this? They have Puddle Punch to throw them out the way, but they're limited timing on this one here, Jackie.
Yeah, shorter drop time. You've got to be quick with it. Piggy was posturing, dive in with the Warp Stone, but too little too late. Nakamin's already able to grab it. And now you could get so much less from this than you were hoping for. You're trapped inside of the shelter. Cosmetical sliced to bits. So that's already one hard knock with Cosmetical down for 30 seconds. Two follow him as well with Blob and Drake going down. Finally, there's a couple trades at least. You've got to get something out of this.
Yeah, Trax is doing his best to just maintain presence here, but Squishy Vindicta will be going down. It's not the trades that you were looking for. Is that slight delay before the Hex comes through. I mean, it pretty much a Hail Mary on the side of Drakkar to try and keep this one in check. Only 10k ahead, but it does start to get a little bit more dangerous now as Urns are going to be a bit more free going forward. Ari at the moment already looking to pass that one back off towards the hand-in point.
It's been good macro from the whole game as well with control of the urn right now. Using it in a smart manner. Oh, constantly just inside the radius. The Walker slamming on the back of your ankles. So Captain trying to get away with his life, but so low on health. Goes back in for the punch, looking for a quick heal from it. But with Fargareko having so much more health to play with, it's a guaranteed kill. So another 30 seconds with no Abrams in the match. You know what? I'm near the tier 2. I'll grab this quick.
What we're seeing from Drakkar at the moment is just a lot of split pushing. Right, that's where they're trying to find value. Getting Blob slightly ahead at 22k. I mean, he is the second highest net worth in the game over the Napa cycle, but you can already see, you know, 20k, 20k, 21k across the board for majority of the carries as well as the Bebop. It's tough stuff going forward right now for Drakkar. And it's definitely certain to say that Break did not find enough value towards that early game on the Calico. It's starting to fall off a little bit now. You can see just how much that additional little bit of squishiness hurts them. And that's a gigantic bag dropped on the floor for Blob.
Big money. Man's going to take that one straight to the bank. Good grab. Shutting down Blob, leaving him on his back legs for 25 seconds now, and also getting the steal away on the souls. Still with Rejuve on 4 players as well, and this brawl has not stopped. Any opportunity they have where they find an isolated target, they look to build from it. You were setting up for the hook. Meanwhile, we cut back over to Ayano's POV. Top roof side, does throw out the wall, but doesn't want to run the risk of a swap that isn't guaranteed.
Nice here. Still not yet to find that third flex slot or the fourth, but we're working towards it. Right now, you're kind of wondering what the game plan at the moment is for Drakkar, because they have a team that's based around bullying, right? There are a lot of the big kids on the side of Fearless Furies. There's no one really to bully here on Fearless Furies at the moment. Rejuvenate is still up and available. In goes the Yamato. Instant slash over towards Blob, and he gets cut to pieces.
And you're right, mate. It's classic bully tactics. Go for the biggest man on the playground. So that's Blob with 22k soul value down first again. And then they shut down the Calico. So Drake out of commission. Piggy trapped in an awkward one-on-one here as well. He's got to start to posture off, knowing it's not worth the risk if he gets low versus the Shiv. And the Apple Cycle, a clean opportunity to get the kill. He can dive on this as well. Caught him with the assistant TP. The assist of the Mirage, you say goodbye to Piggy and potentially both of these walkers. So much damage output. Broadway will be second to fall, and now they're snowballing.
Yeah, man, I feel like I'm on a violent swing at the moment, because look how far we are swinging these souls in the favor of Fearless Furies. The 40k almost ahead at the moment. A very short period of time as well. Next turn should be up soon, and again, should be no contest. I think that you're getting to the point in the match now for Drakkar where it's very hard for them to come back. It's very, very difficult, because the comp that they wanted to play was centered around like dominating that mid game and then transitioning over towards mid. But they had to be very careful on how they took those fights. And now you're getting to a point where there's so much pick potential on the side of Fearless Furies that Jakar can't really go for those hit and run tactics anymore because they're always going to likely end up in a pretty gigantic fight. You also say that Cosmetico's playing a lot less on that supportive role and more of like an initiator, getting into the thick of it, where it's hard right now. He's focused on trying to do damage, and those goo cubes just aren't coming out as much to defend the team, as opposed to keep himself alive in those tough scenarios.
Obviously, it's not going to get any easier as well for them, where it only exacerbates the idea of having so much more pick potential when you think about there's no objectives to cause the split really now. It will be grouping control of cycling the urn when it's up. They can defend both of these walkers, generally outnumber them as well. So if you go into one of these fights, you're always feeling like you're at a disadvantage with just being picked off one by one, rather than having an edge where their attention split. And we've seen this before from Jakar, where as we start to sort of peel over towards mid into late game, if they can't get themselves good objective control early, it really feels so rough. You know, I think it's exacerbated a bit by the new patch as well, where that reliability on flex slots comes from taking all three of the walkers. So it is a matter of like, you've got to get it done early or you feel the wrath of it.
It does start to feel rough, and Rejuvenate is a bigger stock on it as well, because it gives you that ability to pick up those walkers nice and early and forces you as the defending team to try and hold on to him rather than just sitting in base knowing that, they've already got that flex slot and we can likely get ours later. So it does hurt. It does hurt losing that reju at that stage of the game. Again, I don't hate either comp. I don't hate either comp here. I think both comps could work. It is just that Fearless Furies had some better fights towards the early game. Right? You make a couple of mistakes here and there, and then the game snowballs. You're playing against the Yamato, Shiv, as well as Mirage. These are very hard heroes to shut down once that snowball starts rolling, right?
And it's a big snowball right now. Could be an avalanche if this continues. Ooh, Piggy, he's got the whole world on top of him. And again, this is what we were saying. You can isolate these fights where you just take one player down, cycle and stagger those respawn times as well. At least there is a bit of a slap back. They have good rotation to fight onto Nakamin, so you do take down one with the Mirage being equalized. So it'll be a 5 versus 5.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Which is decent. Blue lane is pushing in. Have to defend that one, but there's Urn up. Again, you have taken away like a massive amount of damage on the side of Fearless Furies without Nakaman in here. I think this is sort of the do or die moment, right? Rejuvenate is in play. Piggy's coming up 10 seconds prior to Nakaman. Arian's already picked up the Urn. It is over towards the side of Drakkar, so likely they'll try and juggle this one. Keep out of the hands of Drakkar going forward.
They did nearly steal both of the buffs as well, but in the end, it seems like Ayano was able to get back the spirit buff. You can see Calico was posturing for it. So it was a timeline there, at least. They got something to help them out somewhat.
A nice group. So, honestly, Fearless Furies, they could go for mid and bait Urn at the same time, so they get one or the other. It's slightly dangerous again with Piggy in play. Good chase over towards Fagareco, but with that debuff remover on, he's able to get out soundly, and Blob again focused in the backline. That's your big carry position removed. No safety, no protection. One trade over towards Ayano, but he's already done his job. He can clock out.
Cosmetical was living on borrowed time as well. Just wait for the cube to finish, get the execute back onto him. Piggy, man's basically dead. All he could do is watch from the sidelines and try and assist if possible, but they are connecting kill after kill. You've got 4 dead here, a couple of seconds between those respawns as well. 2 sets, 45 and then 30 down towards the bottom left, and this is going to make it far harder for you to really contest anything. They can safely back over. You've only lost Ayano. Get yourself that rejuve and then set focus on the base. Okay, Piggy actually slipped out. He went back down towards midside and tucked in. He was so low in the fight that this was the only play that made sense to him. He does have potential here. Hex into the assistant. He's got the old swap. It all depends on the timing. Rejuve's coming down. Let's see how he plays this one. Goes for the rollout. Throws in the Hex. Tries to get the quick TP over, but it's not fast enough. Slick moves from Piggy, but he won't get the steal he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, he gets one parry off, but you're going up against the Shadow Transformation. It's hard, man. Like, you have to time the Hex early. You have to have Duration Extender on the Hex as well to ensure that Yamato's Hex prior to it dropping. The timing on it is so tough, and you don't blame him for it. Tries to go for a cheeky steal. That's one of those situations where maybe it could have brought it back in their favor, but no, not in this instance. I think, again, that was a chance for him. A chance for him, and I think Piggy would have been remiss not to try and go for the steal.
Yeah, I think in that situation, you can't fault him for it. You know, you think, like, if he stayed in the fight, he would have died anyway. Worst case scenario, he tucks out like he did, tries to go for the steal. He's on the character he feels comfortablest at being able to pull it off. And instead now, obviously, knock-on effect is they're going to get rejuve anyway. So, kind of same outcome in terms of defending the base. It's not gone great for them in terms of being able to shut down some of these rejuves, though. You're dropping numbers very quickly. Shiv is again there. Just been able to get the execute off, so 2 alive. Piggy's finally respawned back into the action, but with the stagger on them, being able to fight as a unit isn't really there. Just wants to delay somewhat on the take towards the shrines, but they're dropping fast. They can burn damage back over onto the patron as well, knowing they've got the rejuve here. 20 seconds wiped off the clock on those respawn timers, but they are in the pit, ready for this one.
Yeah, and the respawn timers are too long. This should be a Fearless Fury going 1-up in the set here versus Drakkar. There's a lot to talk about after this game ends, but it was just that tough early to mid game where just a few mistakes, and that's all it takes for this comp that Drakkar is playing for it to all go wrong. And then you're forced to play into that pick abuse that's going through from the Paradox and the Bebop. So yeah, you're not having a case where, honestly, for Drakkar, they're able to get any of the team fights that they wanted to engage towards that late game because they were just so far behind by that point. Again, I think it looked good. It looked good from the start there for Drakkar, but it slowly leaks away, honestly, a lot of that potential just because of those couple of mistakes in the early game.
That's the thing. I think, like, you know, most of the fights that we saw in the early lane, like York and Greenwich especially, it wasn't bad. Like the combo with Piggy, the way that they were trying to at least keep the Mirage in check so you couldn't just snowball early for control of the game. It all looked pretty nicely played. Again, it just feels like as we get later and towards that mid-game, it's so uncomfortable when you just starve for those slots. You can't get the map control. I think you hit the nail on the head in the draft as well, where it was just the viability they had to actually cause an isolated fight wasn't there when you compare to the fact you've got an entirely grouped team with 2 potential quick snatches with a Bebop hook or the paradoxical swap. They're so grouped that your percentage chance of actually getting a fight where your advantage just wasn't really ever coming.
Yeah, and again, I think you can totally understand what happened for Drakkar as well, and you can't really fault them for it because it did feel like, you know, they were playing on borrowed time towards those last 15 minutes where they were just desperately trying to keep themselves in it, waiting for a mistake on the side of Fearless Furies. That was the only thing to go for because they had to accelerate the game from that minute 1 to 15 where they were constantly going for picks, constantly trying to get themselves ahead, and Fearless Furies just plays a nice calm game throughout the entirety of it where they're able to get themselves towards that 20-minute mark without too many casualties after picking up a couple of wins on the team fights. So yeah, I respect how fast Drakkar played it in the early game. They just don't get it down quite right.
No, absolutely, man. This was the moment where obviously Piggy made the heads-up call. You could see how low he was, so he just went down the stairs and set himself up. Obviously, he would have just gone down with the pack with how low he was. That's why he tried to make off the rejuve play. And I mean, if he did pull it off, like, it would have been unbelievable and actually given him a good chance for the defense. It was the sort of, you know, we're damned if we don't, we're damned if we do play. Unfortunate there, really. We'll also say, for Equal Fine, man, like the way he was playing it on the Yamato, the amount of impact he actually had, it was really cool to see.
Yeah, I think that Applefine was just a great frontliner for him. And again, I think that you fall into this problem with Drakkar's comp, which I really do like Drakkar's comp. I think it can work quite well if you're able to put on a lot of that mischief in the early game. But the issue is that one red-hearted player over on Blob, right? Playing Infernus, that was the sole big carry that the entirety of Fearless Furies, they just had to look towards him and shut him down every fight. You look over towards Drakkar, it's like, we're going to try and force out the ult from the Yamato. Then we need to deal with Nakamen. Then we need to follow up towards Apple Cycle because likely Arian's going to keep him up for a while. There was so many more steps for their game plan towards the late game where it just became so difficult because they were all pretty equally fed. And by that point in time, Apple Cycle was just tearing them apart with so many killing blows coming through off the back of just low targets from Paradoxical Swap. That's not to say, I think actually one of the key players of this game was Ayano because he had a massive amount of impact towards that early game when it counted the most, when they needed to keep themselves in the running.
Yeah, especially just the setups he had as well in terms of just consistently resetting you where you attempt to get away into the swap, into the wall, into the bomb, even if it didn't kill you from the combo he was hitting, which actually had some really nice choreography to it with a lot of the hits he was going for. Some good vertical ones that are way harder to hit than they look. Like he would just always set the team up to be able to execute. And again, you're right as well, bro, where you could see it in the gameplay in terms of any opportunity where Blob was isolated in map control. If he didn't have an instant response, they would shut down Blob and just have him dealt with where it was always a staggered spawn. He was always first to fall, and they understood the mission. They were prioritizing that kill every single time. So he just wasn't allowed to play. You know, he really did have an X on his head.
Yeah, he did.
X.
Yeah, even having Combustive Concussion as well as Flame Dash, it just wasn't enough of them. They had so many heroes to get on top of him. And it was the reason they were trying to shut down Applefine so much because that grapple was going straight into the back line every single time towards Blob, doing a huge amount of damage to him, followed up by Ayano just getting in his face as well to swap him back whenever he tried to flame dash out. But yeah, I think both these teams, they're not getting into the top four at this point. But I will say, super proud of both of them for like really putting in the work for this entire tournament. Because I don't think Fearless Furies has had a very, very fun time of it during the entirety of this tournament. They have been battered left, right, and center. But I think they've come out the other side looking really good, actually. I'm very impressed with how they've adapted, how they've changed their comps. Similarly to Drakkar, I think that they also have learned a lot. So these games have been very, very fun to watch where you're seeing the duality. I think Fearless Furies and Drakkar both have massive dualities of how they want to play, where one's very early, one's just wants to get in towards that late game with the assistance of those pick heroes. Very cool stuff. Fearless Fury is going to ban out the Viscous straight away, though. They don't want to deal with that Calico Viscous lane. That was madness. You do wonder if you're going to... Fearless Furies will have first pick, though. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious, really. Again, man, I think it's also the only other downside was... As much as it, you know, it's not to say it was bad at all. Cosmetical on a Viscous had a lot of impact, but I think again with his playstyle, it was just far more beneficial when you had the extra burst potential to finish kills. Like he also couldn't even actually realistically keep him tanked up too much with that cube with a lot of the fights they were thrown into. But hey ho, Viscous out the way anyway. We'll see what we get from this. There you go, Shiv pick from Drakkar. Do like to see that one. Fearless Furies pick up the Geist, makes sense. Instant buyback as well from Drakkar over Kelvin. Okay, mate. Already I'm seeing signs here.
Yeah, I think for Drakkar, they want to get Cosmetical back on that Shiv. You know, you ban the Viscous away. They have to go for Shiv first pick for Cosmetical. They're going to ban out the Sinclair as well, not allow Fearless Furies to pick that one up, go for something a little bit different this time around. I think likely Drakkar is going to go into something a little bit more pick heavy. The Bebop had so much value, though. You wonder with the Sinclair ban if Drakkar is going to try and pick up the Bebop early into the rounds here, or if Fearless Furies is going to be able to pick it up first. I imagine Fearless Furies want to get that Mirage back, though. Right? They want to get that Mirage back early.
Yeah, I could see that definitely being more priority, which would leave the open door for Piggy to have a bit more versatility if they get another Bebop pick out. You know, we saw the impact there on the Sinclair. Yeah, true. That's also another good pick. Again, man, that's what we're saying. Like, that you have that key flow of players that are strong for him. Ooh, okay, left field turn. All right, they want the Warden into a pocket, opening up the Mirage pick for Drakkar.
Yeah, that is certainly interesting. I mean, they get rid of the Calico on the ban for Fearless Furies. So Vrake's not going to be on this game. Yamato's also banned away. Curious to see what Vrake will pick up in this matchup. Getting the pocket as well as the Warden. Likely we'll see a Fearless Furies Vindicta pick. Maybe a Yano's popped on that one. We'll find out as we go on. But the Mirage being taken up by Drakkar is really, really nice. But it feels like Fearless Furies, they already had a different plan in mind going into this game.
And at least as well, with that, I mean, Pocket, you do have the added benefit, like we were saying before, to kind of nullify some of those more aggressive ultimates that are used from the Kelvin if you want to trap them inside. So again, makes it kind of viable. Lockdown potential from the Warden as well, similar kind of story, dude, where you're stacking those ultimates on top of one another inside a Kelvin dome to just completely rip him. Ooh, okay. Both the Holiday and Bebop for Fearless Furies, with Drakkar going back in for another Infernus. Mate. That's a lot of grab.
Yeah, that is a lot of grab. Taking the Holiday and the Bebop away from, like, what do they work with now? They kind of have to get tracks on the Paradox, right? Mirage, I think Vrake's probably on the Mirage here, by the way. That's what I'm thinking. Blob back on the Infernus, Cosmetical on the Shiv. I don't know really how they operate with this one. It's very interesting for Drakkar. I mean, they get all of their heavy carries out of the way earlier on, but now they need some pick. They need some pick thrown into the mix. So Fearless Furies, the Holiday, Bebop, and Pocket is nightmarish combo. Pocket's going to be very, very nice going up against the Infernus, the Shiv, as well as the Kelvin. I do like this. I mean, it works well into the favor of Fearless Furies here. Haze Lash. I mean, to be fair, the Haze here actually does have some good ganking potential over the Warden, the Geist, and can lock down that Holiday as well as the Bebop. I mean, Bebop, Warden, Geist, very little in terms of escape potential. They don't have the Viscous for the Goo Cube. So actually, I really do like this. I'm likely Piggy on the Haze here as well. Yeah, I like that. I do like that a lot. Let's see how this pans out, dude. Let's see how this pans out. I think Drakkar's got a nice comp here, which works well into Fearless Furies.
I think there's technically I'm wondering as well if maybe we actually see Piggy on the Kelvin, because he's no stranger to a bit of Kelvin, bro. He's always been pretty viable on it when he's thrown it into the mix. It's kind of where I thought this was going, but the Haze is an interesting one at the last pick there. I do love the Lash pickup at this point, especially when you've got Kelvin. Now it's so much easier, so much more beneficial for you. And then obviously it does remove some of that element we were saying, look, you've got so much grab. Suddenly, if you can isolate them more, okay. Vindicta pick as well. Final pick up for Fearless Furies. Only downside to this I'm seeing, bro, is suddenly they go from having so much range and pick capability to where you've got so many direct counters. Lash to shut them down. Haze as well with the sleep dagger timing for the Vin. Yeah, this could actually be kind of spicy.
It's a nice final two pick for Drakkar, actually. I'm pretty sure it will be Trax on the Kelvin and Piggy on the Haze, though. It's a really, really nice final two pickups there for Drakkar, because they know that this Haze Lash comp is going to work very nicely versus the Bebop, the Warden, and the Geist. But they're assuming that this final pick is going to be Vindicta anyway. So Haze is great, because Fearless Furies, if you want that decent Warden lane, you are wanting to pair it with that Vindicta in the first place. Yeah, this becomes pretty difficult for Fearless Furies now. And Drakkar, again, they have a really, really nice mid to late game, as well as a very, very strong early game as well with that Lash Haze roaming. Yeah, I think if I had to put my money on it, would be the Drakkar comp here versus Fearless Furies. It really depends how much value they find out of this Holiday and the Bebop in the early game, though.
Yeah, I think that's the big factor, is now there is so much stock in that early laning phase. And as much as for Drakkar at times, it feels like they struggle a little bit to get it going. At least with the picks you've got here, it should be far easier, where you can bully those lanes pretty effectively. Like the dot stack potential as well from having both the Fern and Mirage, that could be through the roof. You get an activated Haze with the early roam, you can farm up those bounties, bro. So yeah, a lot of actual potential here for maybe that to solve the issue that we had last time around, but when they can't get themselves in gear early game, feed the hot hand with the ganks, you just see them start to peter out. I'd like to see that again as well, because it feels like, we do fall into these situations where you get starved out with map control. It's always the flex slots eluding them. But let's see, we'll get back into it. Second map of our first game of the day here. How are things going to go this time around? Very different compositions between both teams. And a quick pause just to give you time to ponder it.
Really scary one as well, because I'm taking a look here. Obviously, Grigger Gaming currently in 5th. They would get that lock-in to go towards that playoffs, right? Fearless Furies a little bit behind. They would have to kill the rest of their day, right, in terms of getting those wins through. I mean, Grigger Gaming, we already talked about this earlier. Their lineups later today are pretty terrifying, going into 1 win as well as VP. So, again, for Fearless Furies, they lose here, they have a pretty rough chance of getting in towards those playoffs.
Yeah, it would be a head-in-hand kind of moment. Always fun to see as well, the old link up between Bebop and Geistman. Your potential for the burst off a hook, suddenly it goes from maybe you've got a broken leg to you are straight to intensive care. So let's find out. We're into the action then. Can kick this one off. Early dive. Instantly trying to build up those bomb stacks. You get the life drain as well, making it uncomfortable. Bait out the quick parry.
Whoa.
Hook comes online. Oh, the parry actually saves you by a fraction of a second. Essence bombs only just come off cooldown as well, so couldn't get the response back in. Mate, that's a hell of an opener on Cosmetical.
Dude, Cosmetical so unlucky there. He tries to dash up and gets the tiny mantle, and on that heavy melee punch, actually gets the mantle stun off on him. We got Piggy in blue lane on this haze here. Alongside with the lash, a lot of pressure here, but good damage coming sent back by Applefine at the moment. Alongside with Ayano on the holiday.
I see what you're putting down as well, man. If we get another one of those classic tracks games on the Kelvin where he starts to feel comfortable, usability for the support evolved, and how proactive he was with the quick heals for his team actually could be really viable. Piggy as well, like it's what we always say. Man's aim control is good. Plays on like a slightly lower sense from what I remember, but he's very crisp with it. Good tracing. Always play very fast FPS, so he knows his way around a keyboard and mouse. Big damage early. I mean, Captain, lucky to be alive on the lash. You've got to posture back. Bullying these lanes.
Yeah, some gorgeous shots coming through from Ayano. Nice to see that come off the back from the Paradox as well, you know, into more of like this aiming character. Piggy disappeared, by the way. Still playing at the back of his Guardian at the moment, which is very odd to see.
No sleep dagger because he's already cast it out as well, so they can dive onto him bridge side. Oof, good moves into the double wall bounce. That's nice. Movement to keep himself alive, but they know where he is and they want to execute. Swing round the corner, throw the crosshair off, try and get out. Oh, mate, this is brutal. Lash over the top, though, and you've gone too deep, Ayano.
That was nicely done. I mean, it looked pretty dire there for both Piggy as well as your boy Captain. Rush should do the trick from distance as well. Nakaman very low on that guy, just kills himself to the Guardian. Get the quick reset back to base, buy, and not give across too much souls.
Life drain, try to get away, slice through, but Cosmetical still cut down. You got the Kelvin dumping the damage back on tracks, but wasn't able to top up his teammate with the snowball being on cooldown. So at least a good response from the comment with the timing.
Ready to get in the fight.
Getting a little bit of room to roam as well. Start to snatch away those additional souls. Wave clear is always good for Warden with how much damage output you get from that flask. Even early game, like cooldown just feels so forgiving on it. If you're not pressing one, what are you doing?
Another hook again over towards tracks, and honestly, you look at this one, Fagareco has been an absolute monster on this Bebop. Spirit shielding as well, keeping him massively healthy into this one. An unreal parry as well. Cosmeticals in the bin at the moment.
Oh, mate, that's so good with the timing on it, but he gets it turned on his head. It felt like it was a perfect play to set himself up for the double, but the response back, oh, it could be criminal as well. Thankfully, I mean, the Carmen's able to at least get far enough back to stay alive, but from the parry on the backup, wow, I'm surprised they turned that one around.
Yeah, Fagareco is just unbelievable. I think he has that moment where he's just a sudden burst of adrenaline where he's just, I'm under tower, I'm under Guardian.
Hearts
Nothing
pounding.
you can do about it. Yeah, he's just living.
Sweating. He's back in here. Good use of the frozen shelter, actually. Nullified a hyper beam. Timing on that one's clutch just as they punch him back. So you get the full use of the ult, but no real benefit from it.
It's a pretty lackluster roam as well from Piggy, which is unfortunate, where things go a little bit wrong. They do get the pickup on towards Fagareco, but they will lose Blue Guardian because of it. So Drakar already down one, and Probably the most important Guardian to lose earlier on is that blue Guardian. Going to give a lot more roam potential over towards that Holiday. This is bold.
It really is. Warden is bold, and he's doing a whole load of damage. Throws out the binding word. You're slapping him up with the ult as well, so last stand paying off. Bit of a response back at least. Quick chase.
No fly.
You're grounded. No fly zone, but he's got bullets to play with. Snipe the blob. Inferno's put down.
Nice assassinate. Just came off cooldown as well. Lovely stuff. Blob goes a little bit too balls to the wall, and giving assassinate kill off like that is just going to bump up the soul count for Arian. Hook directly to the face. Maybe a little bit overzealous there. Coming from Fagareco. Will get out. Nice and easy though.
Look at the minimap as well, dude. York is becoming a hot spot. It's Party City over here. Everyone's grouping up to assist. Knock up into the air. Cosmetical finally pops. They get what they wanted from it, and the investment is for that rotation with a Holiday of Ayano so that you can 100% guarantee they get this Guardian now.
It's rough, man. I mean, you lose that blue Guardian on that roam. And now Holiday is able to just move along these lanes, lasso in hand. Even just the barrel can be absolutely demonic where it gets the knock up on you. Kind of a pseudo stun here. It's the Enchanter's Emblem and the burst. Rapid rounds, that's all they've got. And the Haze, nasty barrel as well. Dynamite plays coming through at the moment from Ayano.
Oh yeah, that powder keg was explosive. You can feel it in your chest, and you're going to feel this one as well. Knock back, enjoy the bomb, buddy. Blob blown to bits. And again, that's more pressure put on the Guardian. They know York might be under a lot of pressure, but if they can clean up here on Greenwich side, that's all three taken and the flex slot thrown their way. Geist's doing a good job of delaying on this. Carmen dives in for the life swap. Good timing with the Essence Bomb as well. Parry back over, bouncing around. Can't get a life swap in to at least steal away and give herself some sustain. So they'll still get the Guardian, but he delays it for a while.
Man, we've seen similar chapters like this in the last game. Already down by a strong 8k here for Jakar to get back into this one. Piggy at 4.8k. Look at Ayano nearing up to 8k now. Surprisingly, it's your two big carries in Warden and the Geist who are the furthest behind at the moment. We'll find slowly getting more and more online here. That Affliction is going to be nasty when it comes to those team fights. And it's those team fights that Drakar's going to be relying on, man.
He wanted to get the movement up towards the bounce pads, but because of it, there was 2 pulses from last stand. Obviously, the range in terms of the actual horizontal, very, very forgiving for him. So able to just burst down Drake. Never a nice position. Oh! The timing on it. Waits for the shot off the zip. Can't quite finish him. Runs straight into the face of Trax. Called over for the backup from Piggy as well. It baits out the ultimate. You can slow him on the corner. Do you still finally trade?
Actually get a punish on it finally. Pretty sure that Blob's built into bullet shielding. Only thing that keeps him alive there. Or I wonder if Reactive Barrier actually procs when you get knocked off than the zipline.
It might, you know.
Counts as a stun, so
yeah. It actually would, like game logic wise, I assume it would.
But maybe it is just the Reactive Barrier there coming through for Blob. After he got horrendously locked down last game, he's like, I don't want that happening again.
No more slapping me down, please. Classic Warden POV. I'll be taking all your camps.
That's a sad Frozen Shelter right there. Wasn't able to deny the cloak.
Yeah. Good timing on it to throw it out there ahead of time. Like, heads up thinking. It is always a little bit rough, though, when you're just like, oh, there he's gone.
Decent damage, at least coming through from Captain on the lash. Slowly pulling things back just a little bit here. 51k to 56. And that's what Drakar has to do. They just have to stay in the game. Hit 10 minutes now, and this is where you're going to start to see Trax attempt to keep these urns in their favor, but an instant pickup. Again, we said this multiple times in our games before. If you're playing it up against the Kelvin, you have to be the one to challenge the urn first.
It's a big part of your role. See how it goes. Using the split attention with 2 players from Jakar diving back on side of the Geist, so it's a little bit of an advantageous fight towards the urn deposit. Oh,
nice
parry! Knocks the urn off him. Fantastic play. They can all dive on top and try and finish this one. Grab the urn for the deposit. Quick snipe as well with the assassinate, giving them extra money to boot. The souls are claimed. And Jakar go down heavy on that one.
Arian looking slick on that. Instant drop on the urn. Into the parry. He sort of baits it out there by not going for the double jump play. Could be the first walker in the pocket. I mean, every single lane for Jakar, he's pushed in deep at the moment.
You are reeling on this one. Suddenly starts to become a whole lot more uncomfortable. And the issue is, again, it's one of those, bro, where it feels so much harder to actually get moments of respite for Blob to start focusing on his individual farming, whereas for Nakamin, being a solo lane on the Geist, consistent push, just essence bomb after essence bomb, he's always pushing it back towards that Walker and keeping him in a risky spot. Good grab again onto Piggy as well. Haze is made of paper, and the hole punch is Fargareco.
Yeah, Piggy gets roasted in that scenario. Another uppercut back. This is horrible to play up against. Hook back up in just 4 seconds here, Jackie. Another bomb gets sent through. Nice parry from Cosmetical. We'll get the killing blow off, and Blob's able to follow up over towards Nakaman.
Big turnaround, actually. Gives them some stock that they needed. It was looking very dire in the fight, but being able to chain some of these together could buy them a bit of time. Last stand in a back line, eating your HP away with full focus, being on Arian on the Vindicta skyward. Trying to get distance as well. Gets back, out of reach, no chance for a tag off the zip. So again, man, I mean, you're slowly wearing them down. Even with these fights, with the response off that one, you've now got Broadway and Greenwich Walkers both at half HP. And that solely keeps going up as well, about 10k ahead, just shy of it.
High risk, high risk.
Yeah, they are. They're working the map at the moment. And it's getting pretty dire at the moment for Jakar. Arian just creeping. Finds tracks. Dome's down. Yeah, you've been spotted.
Yeah, no rat fella behavior here. Instant grab from the Lash as well. Convert onto this could be good. You've got no escape, no cloak. Oh, goodbye.
I think it was a nice delay as well. I think he caught him just at the end of the cloak duration. Oh, absolutely nothing left in the back pocket to keep him up. So very nice timing from Captain. Probably one of the worst targets to have to try and Death Slam is pocket because there's so many answers to it. This is nice, yeah. Some good responses here coming through from Jakar at the moment. No longer looks anywhere near as bad. Hyper Beam thrown out. Delay over towards the Walker as much as possible. One player down. Looks rough. Cosmetical. Doing some good damage over towards Nakaman.
Well, they were trying to course correct back over to assist on the Broadway push, but with Pocket coming into play and Equalifying actually being quite far ahead in souls, he quickly goes in to assist. He shut down one player there as well, with Piggy being the target again and again, isolating that Haze that has so much counter potential with a Sleep Dagger.
Yeah, you want to try and get ahead here, and I think if you're not rocking the Holiday or the Bebop, and you're trying to do it dry on the Haze here and just get around and try and pick up some kills alongside with the Lash, you are struggling. I mean, he's so squishy right now. Didn't find the presence he wanted in that early game. The Holiday pocket lane was phenomenally played, where Piggy could only have really one roam from minute 1 to 10. Other than that, right now he's just a roaming ward for the team.
Tries to get the execute off. Problem is you're losing so much HP from the affliction. It's one of those where you feel like, look, I've got to go for it. Isolate target, sleep dagger into the ult, but no, you get shut down so much further ahead. The DPS output is clean for the take. Die from the shiv as well, cancel your movement mid-air. Gets a big chunk of HP off, but can't quite commit onto the kill. Valerian still alive and standing. Call back over. Rapaside no. Rock up. Frozen shelter down. Oh, mate.
So sad as well. The flash just gets through at that last moment. Because the flash gets through, kills the Kelvin. Can't cancel the frozen shelter because Metagal gets locked in. Nice lasso. Should get the stun onto him. Also goes for the parry. Might get out because of it.
Oh, still the powder keg on the lip as well. Enough to actually hit him with the AoE. He's chasing it down. Oh, bro. Whew. That's some crazy
Captain.
sequences.
Yeah, unreal from Captain. Such a clutch getaway. Yeah, very much needed. We are swinging between a 2k lead to a 7k lead. It's back and forth at the moment.
I mean, the nice thing is as well, though, for Blob, right? He was on the back foot for so long. He's finally actually had an opportunity to get some money from the kills and the farm. He's just got himself Ricochet as well. So what he was looking for that's been missing should start to come back now.
Yeah, man. I mean, they also get themselves a Walker in the meanwhile. So that's a flex slot found, which is going to put Drakkar a little bit further ahead. They just don't have the money right now to invest into those additional flex slots. That's a nice sleep dagger. A little bit too late of a slowing hex, though. Still gets the bounce pad off. In comes Trax. Try and slow things down. Keeps Blob alive at the most opportune time as well, dude.
Yeah, it's really nice. This is what we're saying. If you can keep tanking up Blob at this point as well, it's ideal. He's gone from being on the back foot to actually feeding the hot hand, literally. Good use of the frozen shelter into the quick heal. The snowball made a world of difference. You force out the soul exchange, so the ult's been burned. Now he just wants to burn down the Geist a little bit more physically. Good tracing. Finally finishes there. You get the call over though. Look how low they are. You've got a Scarper. Split the AoE. Pick up from the lash. You wanted to last stand us? Well, last stand this. The world has not been changed this time. Binding word thrown back over, but they're on top of you. Last burst of damage as well. He's got to call it quits.
Yeah, last stand completely denied. And right now, Drakkar is withstanding what currently Fearless Furies are showing them. Lovely play from Trax as well. Just baits out the soul exchange so that Blob can stay healthy enough to go back in. Really, really good stuff. That was a nice fight. And this is the play. This is the play that Drakkar's been looking for a long time, is to force Fearless Furies to play on their grounds, right? At the moment, there's been a lot of fights where it has been always Fearless Furies taking the initiative there. And that is a lovely fight. A nice start as well from Piggy. Might have felt like a very subtle thing there, but getting the sleep dagger onto Iano so he couldn't continue to cause havoc early on. And another.
Oh, yes. That's what you want, mate. Sleep dagger into the fixate stacks building up. Slowing bullets as well, making it feel like you just can't get away, so that Cosmetical can put the Shiv to good use in the manner we know he feels comfortable in. And I think you're spot on, bro. That is the difference, right? It's proactive plays where it feels like they're able to take the fights that they want, whereas before you were consistently waiting for a mistake that never came. That was the only way they could initiate. So much more viability. And the Trax Blob sort of duo, we've had her playing off each other into these fights as well. You're getting consistent damage output, never feels like you're comfortable to get the HP back, and he can keep Blob alive. It's been very, very nice.
Yeah, I think for Blob, it had just been a case of, like you were saying, get himself online so he could actually do some good damage. Captain's also at a point where he's on 24k, so he is hitting nasty at this point in the game. And the further we get into it, the more this roster is going to come online of this composition. For Piggy, though, it's that thing we were discussing right at the start of draft where, you know, Bebop, Warden, Geist, these are all really, really good sleep targets for Piggy. But he just needed some follow-up, and finally it's here.
It's also just having that fortitude as well makes your life so much easier with the sort of supportive Haze role he's playing. If you do have a bit of a rough start into a fight, dip out with a smoke bomb, get the HP back, go in again. cooldown's getting far shorter as well for him with the golden statues he's been able to find. He's been a little bit lucky as well with the favorability of the CDR reduction he's been getting from them, so it always gives you an extra second of that opportunity to sleep key targets. This has been fun. Let's see how this develops. We've just got over the 20-minute mark here. Obviously, if you're just joining us, BO2, Fearless Furies, they're up one map at the minute. But Drakkar putting up a great fight in the second, making it look like maybe there could be a different outcome this time around. Trax does what he does best. Instant grab on the urn. His key urn fights have been very influential, and you can see with the map posture how much they want to deny this one. They do get one pick off. That's Captain that's out of commission, so no Death Slam blank.
Yeah, really bad news. Having that AoE deny, especially where they've been using that ultimate just to deny the last stand so many times. And off the back of that, they're going to go the Rejuvenator. And why not? No Death Slam available. You're working with Frozen Shelter and Combustive Concussion, though. That could be the big thing going forward. But all ults online, other than last stand, a decent affliction, gets something done. In goes the Frozen Shelter to delay as long as possible. On top of the bullet dance within the Frozen Shelter, doing a heck of a lot of damage here, Jackie.
No punch yet. Frozen Shelter still up. You can't get the grab off onto it, so everyone's brawling
This
for
is
the
unreal.
last opportunity. The instant parry as well. Everyone
they
gets
get it.
knocked on their leg, and Frakes will be able to grab it. Oh, mate, you lose Captain on the lash. Attention deviated between the Soul Urn and the mid-boss fight, but they pull it off. Trax playing it to perfection on the Kelvin. The parries as well, but that's a 6 steal.
It's just a crazy moment to go for it. Again, yeah, there is no Death Slam, but Combustive Concussion, Bullet Dance, all within a Frozen Shelter. You're getting healed the entire time while dishing out mad damage. The only sort of CC they had on board as well was the lasso, which they had to use on the Haze there. But I think Ayana was locked out from that Frozen Shelter at the beginning. Not to mention the clutch refresher pickup to get extended time on that Frozen Shelter. Unbelievable stuff, and that is the big mistake that Drakkar was waiting for, forcing fights in their favor. 25k ahead now as well. They can start to work the map a lot better with the Rejuve online as well. Not a single player went down, Jackie. This was ginormous, and also a really big dent potentially in the potential at a playoffs position for Fearless Furies.
Oh, yeah. Insult to injury. That Rejuve still has reverberations for what it means in the group stage. Hell of a play. And dude, the fact that it was like a sleeper moment as well, where you could see the fraction of a second before the refresh on the Frozen Shelter, you tried to throw out the punch. It just had them guessing on the timing. Really, really sick. That's a great heads-up call as well. Trax was quite far out of position initially, running the urn back towards base side, because he was hoping they were going to chase him for the urn fight. So the fact he's dashed that, grouped up, they still pull off the play. Props, man. All right, in 3 minutes, the game has drastically changed. Further in the manner of Drakkar actually looking like a 1-1 series here. Should be really good for them. Nice distance hook. You pull back onto Piggy, so the Haze takes a bit of damage. Can't first down onto Nakaman in the manner he wanted to. That's before Soul Exchange came up as well. So now you've got the ult in the back pocket. They deviate their attention back onto Cosmetical, grab the bag off him. But of course, you've still got 5 of those 6 Rejuvenators to work with, and the big creep is pushing out the lanes.
Cosmetical's so mechanically talented. I don't know if you caught it there, but actually able to counterspell the lasso as it came through from Ayano in the middle of all that. Unreal. Not working with the shaky hands, but you're right. Towards that Rejuvenator, dropping and pulling the Frozen Shelter back up. I mean, I would have been adrenaline through the roof in that moment. Fearless
Shaky
Furies.
hands, slamming mouse one. Please, punch, please.
Yeah, not good, not good.
No, hell of a play, hell of a play. And it's the difference as well when you think like early game, Blob just wasn't able to get souls for love nor money. As soon as he got himself Ricochet, just the consistent impact he's had from the backlines in fights, he's been so powerful now. 34k souls, taking the top spot for the net worth and making it look damn good as well. Here's the Death Slam out, trying to split the attention. Hyper being thrown over the top. You do grab one, it's the Geist Isolator. Warp Stone for the getaway, back into the window. Great use of the Warp Stone for the getaway. Yep, bait him in for the soul exchange. Looked like he should have got it off, but the Shiv execute, being able to go through, didn't feel like there was much HP whatsoever. Folds down. The old lady's been bested. You dive your attention back over onto the rest of them. They're so fragmented. The rejuves are not being burnt. They're just taking these fights for free, even diving into the base to keep their attention turned. Meanwhile, you can just burn away on the shrines. One of them's going to drop. Arc fire thrown back over to at least send them off kilter. A frozen shelter there to work with as well for the quick top up. Keep them in good spot to ruin the base.
Yeah, important to keep themselves nice and healthy as they continue this push here. They want to get both shrines and drop the patron realistically. Rejuvenator now down, so any kills that come through here, Jackie, will be pretty monumental. And that last shrine's not out yet.
Finally falls, at least crashing down. Oh, they get the grab though. Here you go, the lasso onto the back line. That's Trax that's been snatched, and that means it will be a 60-second respawn stagger on him and the rest of the team. Even the Bebop able to find impact before Gareco getting off a slick hook to yank you back in. You wanted to get away, Holiday? Well, not today. Forced to run towards the back line, chasing them back into the battle. They've got a posture from this. They're trying to get down Broadway to at least get to a more comfortable spot, but they want the drop on the patron. The harassment's good. You get the knock. Now they can call it quits happily. Give them that respawn time to work with. Another player falls on the getaway, though. That is going to be Blob, so 30 seconds of muddied spawns between those two deaths.
Yeah, Captain with the quick moves to try and get away here. It's going to be difficult, though, with the Holiday coming in clutch towards the end. Vrake goes down to the Geist, and yeah, it is a lot of kills coming through. Bit of a whiffed lasso there. I think he realized last minute, you know, this was a tough opportunity to go for. But it should be a free earn, at least, Jackie.
And away we go.
God damn. Been an intense one. So 2 deads, like a 15-second stagger, quick pause. They grab the urn, force them out of the base. Got a little bit of space to work with once again. That soul lead's still pretty distant though. And a weakened patron in the base, keeping you always feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Quick clear at least onto the jungle that they can grab. See if they can bloat themselves back up.
Yeah, posturing around there and looking for the hand in, but at the moment, Drakar's not really too fussed about it. They'll let it go through. But despite all that, you know, that soul lead has been pulled back. But at what cost, you know? All of your objectives down now, just the patron weakened. At this point in time, Drakar can now start to really put the heat on, turn the gas up a little bit. Fearless Fury's desperate for that final walker, desperate for a base guardian. They're working with 2 less flex slots, which are now starting to be filled here for Drakar as well. Inhibitor also picked up there for Blob, which I really do like. That's going to be dulling a lot of the damage coming through from Fearless Furies on the Ricochet.
Mid-boss has arrived.
This is what they've been waiting for with a slower gameplay. Having the viability of mid-boss being back alive could be very, very influential for either one of these teams in terms of the flow of the game right now.
Catch, maybe? Piggy's looking. Breaks nearby. Affliction will be sent out. And Piggy has to lead. There's a lot of damage sent over towards him, actually.
Oh, the burst from Equalfine. Great use there. Getting the amp off, just blowing you to bits. That's actually a nice pickup. The difference this could make if they can convert, get a couple more kills, squeeze this out, even burn some of the ultimates, dude, without having it be too costly for them. It could be unreal. You even get the snatch onto Trax, so he can't throw out the frozen shelter. That's now 2 dead. And the hook!
No!
All the way back, Blank. He reels them in. Oh, dude, 3 dead. That's monumental.
That's an easy rejuve as well. The big factor there was the Ricochet. It was the bullet dance. It was the frozen shelter. That should be a free pickup on the rejuve for Fearless Furies. Drakar let it slip out their hands a little bit there. Honestly, a very, very good play from Equalfine. Sees that Piggy's trying to look for the Warden. Instant affliction. And for Drakar, it's just not fast enough of a response time on it. It's just not fast enough of a response time.
And that's the worrying factor. That was what they were waiting for. That's what they wanted to play around. Respawn from mid-boss, you know, the rejuve is the golden boon that will give you a chance back into the game. Doesn't matter if your patron's in the weakened state, because right now you're controlling the flow. There's still about 10 seconds as well you've got to worry about until Blob and Trax come back into the action. Oh, dude. 2 kills look good. The fact they got 3 kills with great ult economy as well, being crippled from it. And now you get the rejuve. Hell of a flip on the script once again.
Yeah, still 2 flex slots down as well.
Our yellow walker is
This is the exact thing we're seeing from last game. Is just not favorable fights and the instantaneous reaction speeds coming through from Fearless Furies, where they're immediately able to capitalize on a pick or an opportunity set up by one of their teammates. It's really, really nice.
Far more paranoid now as well in terms of the fights. So if they split up to try and actually control into the objectives they've been holding for so long, could be risky for them. Long respawns, they've got to try and stay somewhat grouped, which runs the risk of you being able to push these lanes out. They'll do it off the back of an urn take as well, with that already being moved over to the drop-off point by Fargareko, stealing a little bit of jungle here and there, keeping them guessing about the locations.
They will get ahead off the back of that. Again, the difficulty here is the fact some nice steals coming through as well from across the way. I think that was Vrake sending those in. The difficulty about this, though, is that still you flex slots down. You're not able to spend that money. But Drakkar, they're doing a good job at least to maintain presence over towards these walkers, because this is the important thing. And having 2 walkers up is fantastic news for Drakkar this late into the game. But just finding the 1 isn't going to be that flex slot the boys on Fearless Furies are so desperate for. They will find 1 at least, but that's about it. That's a sell onto a Siphon bullets there for Fargareko, though. And another catch.
The instant lasso onto the Kelvin. You know your target priority to a T. Just isolating this Kelvin and meaning that you can't get any real defensive use out of that frozen shelter. You also had the push up from the Carmen during the blue take onto the Broadway Walker. So the lane was already fully shut. So as soon as they've now got an opportunity, you can go in and take both. So the issue of the flex slots has been removed very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, target priority is a massive thing, Jackie, like you're saying. I mean, getting rid of tracks on the Kelvin means that he can't use Frozen Shelter to delay on any of these objectives, and just like that, in a snap of a finger, that is 2 flex slots found. And now the boys on Fearless Furies are playing in an equal state to Drakkar at the moment. Another steal.
Benefit on top as well, as you've still got that rejuve to play with. So as much as it's equal in terms of the base damage now being done, they can throw caution to the wind in this base fight. Oh, Blob, he's trying to get away. Wants to tuck into the side door, but the chase is good, so you lose out on Blob. The damage from the back line's removed. Long respawns on this as well. Trax isn't even back up from the pick we saw about 50 seconds ago. He's only just going to spawn in as the patron is dropped. Bloody hell, mate. Chance for a final fight really stems off Captain maybe being able to get a slick death slam off to give him some time to lay off of Cosmeticals so far up towards the front.
That's really bad.
He's gone. He's gone. They can just take this. I mean, Death Slam might be all right, but you tuck underneath the patron. It's all you got to do to nullify it. All the damage is going to be dumped. You don't have the manpower.
I don't believe it. I do not believe it here, Jackie. We do get the refresher through for Trax, but is it enough? I don't know if they'll be able to extend long enough. Trax is taking hella damage.
No burst, no burst. You just can't kill him quick enough, and all it takes is Piggy being allowed in after the frozen shelter expires. Goodbye, patron.
Ayano, man, what a play towards the end there from the holiday, Jackie. Time and time again with some insane pickups, great prioritization over towards Trax to deny him that frozen shelter, which is such a big deal from throughout the entirety of that game. Oh man, it all goes wrong. It all goes wrong towards the end for Drakkar. I mean, what persistence, what determination coming through from Fearless Furies, though, to turn that game around where all hope looked lost.
It felt like it was over. You know, you really had the perfect setup, and then all they needed to do was what they were hoping for, which was a safe play into a second rejuve to end the game. So not on any risks. but then the overextension, hoping to get one pick onto the warehouse roof on the Warden, results in quickly 3 dead with some of the biggest ults out of play. Yeah, bro. Insane turnaround on that one.
I think when you looked at it, it was just constant pick after pick after pick. The entirety of the game, Drakkar seemed to always have one player down when we were looking towards that end game. And it was looking so fantastic up to that point as well. Again, Ayano on that Paradox in the first set, amazing. Coming to the second set, yeah, it doesn't look amazing from the start there. Still able to deny a lot of damage from Piggy and deny that blue lane. Picks up the Guardian early. But after that, kind of fell off just a little bit, where we saw these incredible fights coming through from Drakkar, only for Ayano just to immediately start popping off again. What a game. What a game. And I mean, it is so impactful having that pick hero available. You saw the amount of times we were seeing these kidnap steals coming through.
Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, that kind of is the difference in the sense of just having the viability for those grabs. Like, the use of the lasso, there was only 1 or 2 maybe ambitious misses. The rest of them were always picture perfect to isolate who you needed to take down first. And it becomes a problem as well because you run into sort of the mind games of knowing lasso and hook, I can't really be where I want to be. The longer it goes on, the potential for that to just turn from you've been grabbed to you are dead is ludicrous. And shout out as well to the pocket plays. It was really good. Fine. In terms of the head up re-engages, when he needed to get a critical frag blank, he was on you instantly. In there like swimwear, mate. Some incredible pocket plays.
Applefan was fantastic that game. Some really, a lot of times you'll see Pockets just holding onto Affliction for too long, but he was very much happy to use it everywhere, getting a massive amount of value out of that ultimate, and generally just being a menace. So quick to evaluate and follow up on these fights. He used a Majestic Leap as well to just continue putting on the pressure. I think Piggy had some great moments towards that mid game, but yeah, he fell off as soon as Fearless Furies realized that, you know, he was kind of hunting for them. They were like, whoa, why don't we just kill him?
Yeah, just take him down. Suddenly you don't have Sleep Dagger to work with. You don't have the extra DPS output to play off of tracks as well with the ultimate. Man, yeah, it's a shame. It's a bit of a rough one. Towards the tail end as well, it kind of felt like a head in hands moment maybe, where it was like, we should have won this. And then the fights just became so much more isolated. Like, actually, I will say, it wasn't a bad defense attempt from Trax, having the refresher up as well, where he'd been saving it towards the late game for an important base play like that. But you just didn't have the backup. And it was a big dive, kind of a grandiose dive from Cosmetical, where he went into the front line. Yeah, he just left them with nothing to play with, bro. So it's a fair play all around.
Yeah, Captain was also really struggling to find any meaningful death slams throughout that game. I mean, the ones he found was just like solos onto Nakaman, which is not always the nicest character to throw into your backline, but they were getting some work done off it. But overall, really well played from Fearless Furies just to get out of a lot of sticky scenarios in those matches. Really just showing the power there of Bebop at the moment. I mean, Bebop's very strong. Some good hooks. Not only the pressure of that, but the Holiday as well this game made it really rough. I think when you look at the beginning of the game as well, the bans were fairly nice. You know, it did force the boys over on Drakkar into some odd picks that maybe they didn't want to go with towards the end. And the Haze Lash was absolutely fine. I think they were fine picks coming into this. But again, it was just that unbelievable early game from Applefine as well as Ayano that really shut down that blue Guardian. I mean, when we watch Sanya Sniper, he is always on your Guardian, always causing pressure, and they need to win those lanes like that realistically.
Yeah, you got to dominate the early right now, especially with the added soul bounty. It feels like it's so much more influential. But there you go. Hell of an opening series for myself and Blank. We will be carrying on with the casts here, though, seeing what we get out of the rest of the day of Volume 6 of One Wins Bombshell. Join us in about 10 minutes' time for the next set.
Breakdown.
Deadlock. We're back, Blank. More action
We are.
to get through here at the One-Win Bombshell Vol.6, a culmination of greatest hits in the Cursed Apple, and we've already been listening to quite a few of them. More to go, though, and we switch it up a little bit. Fearless Furies taking on Lotos now, Blank.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're getting through it. Fearless Fury is going to go up against Lotos to finish things out. Drakkar, kind of a tough game there for them, honestly. Looked like it could have gone quite well, but Fearless Furies, they held on. They held on, right? So for them, another 2-0 kind of required for their playoff series to get in there versus Lotos. Actually, I think with that, they're not. For them, it's more a case of going against Cricket Gaming, right? 2-0 would be nice. Would see them set with a much easier chance to get over towards those playoffs. Again, Cricket Gaming will be playing against Abrahams, VP, which is not an easy lineup, I would say, to have to roll up into. So for Fearless Furies, again, still a lot on the line here. If there's anything to go by that last game, though, really, really nice plays. I felt like they could play with all kind of compositions as well. They showed us something completely different going into the second set of bans and draft. But yeah, I think if you are Lotos, you're looking to at least take that bebop off them.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Based on what we saw earlier, if you missed it, definitely catch it in the VOD if you're a fan of the Scrap Golem himself. But let's have a look then. Let's get into the draft, see what we're going to be getting out of this one. First few bans already, classic stuff. You know, you get the Vintage Shiv and Geist instant bans. Remove those from the flow of things. Lotos' first pick is Warden. Still very viable. We're seeing the amount of power behind him with the last stand, even post minor nerfs.
Yeah, again, I mean, Warden's still very strong going in towards that late game. Really good in terms of zoning, and Fearless Furies were able to take advantage of that as well. Getting the Geist out of the way, though, early. Definitely an interesting one, considering that they had played that a little bit. So we'll see what their first pick's going to be, as they're yet to drop it down just yet. But let's take a look at Lotos at least, because they had done quite well so far. I think they've been taking advantage of the 7 pick as well, as supportive 7, where it's very, very difficult to pick up urns. Because you're just ulting on top of it a lot of times, and it's very good in terms of map control. Sinclair first pick for Fearless Furies, though, able to bring that one out, which is slightly different from what we've already seen.
Yeah, it is actually. Keeping us guessing a little bit there. Fair play. You throw out the Sinclair, obviously, immediately you've got the viability of the synergy for the last stand still. Depends on the rest of the comp as well for Lotos, how much extra mileage they're going to be getting out of this on the Sinclair Airways frequent flyer program, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, they did play it against Virtus Pro, so they have some good experience against a very tough team, at least on the Sinclair. So Arian, I think, should be on that one. If we see this comp again, you know, I'm probably looking at Yamato, Holiday, Bebop, potentially also thrown into the mix with them. They aren't able to play the Shiv, though, here, which Apocycle would have liked to have been on, so I'm curious to see what Apocycle will be playing in this instance. I think they did bring out the Wraith the other day, but there's Yamato that we were sort of expecting to see from Fearless Furies. Lotos, on the other hand, I think we have seen them drop out. I've not seen the Wardens. One's a little bit of a different one. I think they do prioritize getting Pyro on that Mirage. They do like him playing it quite frequently. Equally, he can play the guy, so I'm expecting a Mirage pickup from Lotus.
I think that makes sense, especially with it not being banned out as well. Like, it is super viable as an early pick. There is a lot of damage potential. We've seen all the Mirages over the course of today, at least looking fairly strong in terms of damage output. So, yeah, again, you know, it would work. You also get so much free dots off, bro. With a binding word into a couple shots from the Mirage, you're just kind of there like, please, let me have some HP, please.
Yeah. We're still Jacques and Blanc on the broadcast.
We're French for today. Yeah, we're French for today. Well, I suppose, you know, that's why they banned out Geist. Couldn't have 3 of us on the server.
It's true. Holiday Vindicta. So taking away the Holiday from Ayano is good, but again, I wonder what Ayano would play here instead. Kind of curious. But the Mirage pickup, you take that away from Lotus, I don't think it's a bad idea. They want to get the Vindicta out early, though, for the Warden Vindicta lane. And again, that's really strong. Tether into Binding Word, Tether into Lasso. Both those things pretty fearsome. Calico Ban comes out from Fearless Fury, so not allowing Lotos to play on that one. Again, for Lotos, I do believe we did see Sai actually play a fairly decent Calico in the past.
Yes. Very good at the old roaming. Sorry, it's someone outside on a motorbike revving his engine, mate.
Oh,
Every time there's a
I didn't hear
Calico
it.
mentioned, I don't know why, just they always turn up. It's like one guy who lives here, just drives by watching Calico from a window. That's some kind of mentalist. But yeah, dude, I will say the only the other thing is the potential now that actually, obviously, with the intention of the patch before, we didn't really see it come into effect because you could still box max pretty effectively by just running on the top. There is a slight delay in how quick you can acclimate souls from rotations now, where you do have to use the pounce, and it is a little bit slower post hotfix as well because they kind of fixed it up. I don't think it was working how they wanted it to. I was sat there sending videos in on the public forums like, why can't I float as a cat? So that's been resolved. It seems like that's been solved. So obviously the intention there is, at least in terms of gaining early game souls from rotations, it should be slightly harder for you.
Yeah, again, I think we did see even with the Calicos playing beforehand that they weren't getting an egregious amount of souls. I think even in my games, that you look at the breakdowns, it's like Calicos were getting 8,000 breakable souls, which is an obscene amount. When if you look at average, it's around about 1k to 3k breakables that most people are getting in their games.
Was a bit gross, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very gross. Again, with breakables being, they have solved it. Breakables being like viable in the early game, I think is really nice. I think it's really, really nice. Breakables being viable in the early game, then you move over towards troopers. That should be the natural progression where you want to fight over boxes in the early game because that is like a fun little thing where you're trying to maximize your laning phase. But that shouldn't be something that was drifting in towards the late game. Lash as well as pocket pickup here for Lotos. Plenty of dive potential here with the Last Stand, Holiday, as well as Lash Pocket. But a viscous pickup for Fearless Furies. Pretty defensive roster so far for Fearless Furies. It's going to be hard to break through that.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. A lot of survivability, a lot of potential to actually keep yourself kind of just out of death's threshold with being able to get back on the Sinclair, Tornado for the Mirage, Cube as well if you need it. Life does feel better being in the Goo Cube, so it's fair.
It does feel better. I've been fixed.
Do you think you hey, you're blank now.
I'm
still
blank
French.
Now. You're still Jackie.
Maybe one day. Jackie. Hello, monsieur. We have the draft today. Upset all the French viewers immediately. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Apologies.
C'est la vie.
Yeah.
It's like the only words I know in French, but just
you drop a quick désolé. Drop a quick désolé in there.
Désolé.
Say sorry. Say sorry.
Is that what that is in French?
Yeah.
Oh, this is good. We're learning today. That's fun.
Teaching some French. There you go. You're fixed now as well.
Hey, we're back. Now we can be full English. Right, they've got a bloody draft, haven't we? Obviously, Furnace, mate, like fire and that. And then the Paradox pick, because you can be swapping around, isn't it?
Yeah, bringing in the big beans on Ayano, is it?
Oh, yeah. Fully tanked up Heinz on that one, mate. I love it.
Yeah, so again, a decent finish up for Fearless Furies. I like this one. Ayano had a lot of impact on that. Paradox. I think it's the first time we've seen the Paradox built in a way like it did have that tanky frontline-ish where still getting those paradoxical swaps off, but not immediately dying afterwards. Kind of, it felt like in the past you had the bee sting, where like you dropped out the paradoxical swap and then now you were dead.
Yeah.
I've stung him, but now I'm dead.
That is the way it goes, because obviously it's a last-ditch effort for bees. If they throw out the sting, it is life or death, because it will kill them. It will kill them. I'm glad we didn't see the full death of Wraith, though, post-patch. Obviously, there's been a lot of rhetoric. I think both sides of the communities, it's kind of people looking into what you can do with rate of fire builds to generate more card tricks and use that as one element as the slow can be a little bit potent. I've noticed, I was saying yesterday, obviously, it doesn't feel like it's that influential. Seen a couple builds now, and I was messing around in the downtime. You actually can combine it in a pretty nice way. If you max out like rate of fire, slowing bullets into the cards, it feels pretty gross with how much card spam and sort of, slow you can apply. So I'm glad to see another Wraith pick here because I've always been a big fan of what people can do with it. So we'll see what sort of Wraith they're running on Lotos.
Yeah, I think that I've seen much of the same where the builds are like slowing bullets into, max out that card spam. You get a huge amount of slow immediately. And the way Sanya played, I think, was the one that excited me the most. Where it was cool. Like how we were watching Hayes is currently play, where you're building that slowing hex early, you're building slowing bullets, you get rapid rounds, you're good to go. And for Wraith, a lot of times you're getting the added benefit of being able to build into Mercurial Magnum late game and get quite a lot of value out of that too. So I think for Wraith, she's a fun hero where early game can be quite supportive and then transition nicely towards that late game. So you are getting sort of the best of both worlds there. Because you look at an Infernus, and yeah, it can be quite impactful in that early game, but realistically, you're just whacking that Furnace on the sidelines, trying to get him stacked up on those souls, build up Ricochet, get Inhibitor, and then start effectively just mashing the lobby up. But for Wraith, there is that possibility just to have impact throughout the entire game. And I think more than ever, that's really, really important in this current meta.
I think so. I think so. You kind of have an easier time of it as well with the extra leniency on Project Mine, so you can get away from fights more consistently now. Obviously, someone skilled at using the TP would always have the edge of being able to dip in, dip out. But it was so frustrating when you just kind of clip your toe on like the smallest bit of map geometry. It kind of felt gut-wrenching sometimes. So yeah, potential for harassment Wraith, where you can kind of go in, get the cards out, you know, good use of telekinesis. It's fun. But I agree with you. I think a more natural progression throughout the flow of Deadlock is still there, where you've got more viability over the entire course of the game. It doesn't feel like you're kind of just excluded. You're not, you know, you're not dead. It's not changed. Gun nerf was big, but I don't think it's enough to kind of, you know, rip away everyone from the character. Maybe just stop 400 new Eternus 6 players every week.
Yeah, exactly. It is curious as well, because I think that you look at the way it's played, and right now it does feel like those characters that take a big wind-up time and are not super useful in the early game. That's difficult. That's tough. And the only ones that really work quite well like that I've seen is Jamside and the McGinnis, right? Where it sits in an outer lane, it anchors, but the reason you do that is because you get a lot of potent value out of just being able to delete those walkers. Finding Word does go through. That's a lot of nasty damage done early here from Lotos.
It puts the McGinnis on its skin, or else it gets the lane again.
Oh my god.
Mate.
What I've heard, at least, is Jamside's getting pretty sick of playing that McGinnis.
Really? Oh, man,
Yeah.
it's been fun. It's been really fun to watch, actually. I've always enjoyed this kind of, you know, competitively viable McGinnis plays. You see her usability. But hey-ho, maybe we'll get to talk about that a little bit in towards playoffs. We'll focus up for now. We're in-game. Got the action here already developing between Lotus and Fearless Furies. Again, with the sort of play style between these two teams, I do expect a very scrappy early game. There's going to be a lot of fight for control.
And that's going to be significant. Or not too many kills going through early on, honestly. Been pretty calm to start things off.
Time to show 'em I'm not messing around.
This was the lane we saw beforehand with Ayano, as well as Find on the Yamato, as well as Paradox. It's a nice lane to go into. Lash Holiday, though, we've seen this before as well, been very, very strong. Oh, that's a lot of damage done over towards that Guardian early. Sometimes you do have the Viscous and Mirage lane really putting the hurt on over towards the Wraith pocket.
I do always love this as well. The little harassment potential you have from the side angle, the back of the tier 1 camp. Kind of like playing off angles on Wraith, where you just get the DPS output to build up card trick, constantly harass, and then quickly peace out. It is fun. Obviously, good use of stamina as well on the character. Okay, quite a big dive here towards the shop on Broadway. Ooh, mate. Barely getting out there. No, still goes down. Looked like you had just jumped over the top of the punch on the climb. Would have been the stun and then probably a quicker conversion. But 1-for-1 trade with Ayano going down for that on the dive with the Paradox.
Yeah, at least a nice follow-up from Rayek, honestly. I think they needed him to be in that situation. Poor Kakazo was just fighting for his life versus Ayano that entire time. Rayek very low, though. Both Ayano and Kakazo do get themselves a full reset. Come back into this. Yeah, this has been a tough lane for them, honestly. After Cycle as well as Arian doing some very, very good work on this Mirage Viscous lane. And they have to, because right now, you're looking over towards the other side of the map, and Fagareko as well as Nakaman are getting absolutely battered, bruised by the Warden Vindictor combo.
Bruised by very hard goo. Which probably would be a bit uncomfortable, actually. I've been slapped in the face with some jello. Trying to get the carbine shot off for the reposition over the top. Good damage being applied to the Guardian, though. So you're consistently harassing and keeping them feeling a bit uncomfortable here on Broadway. Haven't really been able to shove the lane back on the other direction too much. So it's not looking bad at all in the early game for the Fearless Furies.
Not at all. Yeah, but Lotus, I would say they're a pretty damn good team, honestly. Been performing quite well so far throughout the tournament. I think Fearless Furies, I would put them up there as probably one of the most improved teams of everyone here that came to the one-win tournament. Really starting to understand and get a good finger on the pulse of this meta.
Why it was so interesting as well. You know, we said it a few times, watching who's been able to adapt to it quickly and feel comfortable. But I think we're seeing, you know, options in terms of viability with a lot of heroes has really gone up with that removal of the 30-second cooldown for Rescue Beam. Quick grab onto the bridge buff. That's mine, I'm afraid, Holiday. You will not be getting that.
You see Rake's face go from like happy to sad. Oh, I've never seen someone look so jolly to immediately go, what the hell?
Instant pause for that as well for the BM. I needed it, bro. I needed it.
All right, we're going to talk about this later.
I broke down the timestamp. 5 minutes bridge buff. What are you doing? Oh, mate. Ooh, okay. Last stand forced out. You want a big dive on this. Feeling comfortable to harass. Try and respond back. Ooh, McCarman burst down to bits. So you get the kill off that you wanted. Into the baited out play from the Sinclair as well. Goes in to see if he can get a snatch back on the ultimate, and low HP leaves himself susceptible to the snipe. So that's good value out of this lane already, Blank.
Yeah, I think when you look at that, the Warden Vindicta lane winning so hard against an Infernus Sinclair is somewhat surprising considering how much pressure you can have there. Not only that, being pushed in the tower the entirety of the time. Must have been some very, very bad early trades coming through for both Nakaman as well as Vagareko.
Warden Pyro pick going down as well. Finally starting to turn the pendulum a little bit back on Broadway and get a bit of shove on the go. Yarzo on the lash. Good adjustment shots on the aim, trying to get the burst off to at least take down a bit of health. Death Slam always in the back pocket if they overextend too far as well. Very viable for the defensive ultimate under Guardian.
Yeah, it could have gone poorly as well. It was a really nice sidestep coming through from Kakazo on the paradoxical swap, which came underneath tower. If that hadn't happened, that could have gone real sideways very, very quickly. Iana takes a fair bit of damage. Side comes in. A little bit of grouping happening at the moment. Even the Vindicta starting to move on over from Coffin. That's a decent lead in terms of souls, and Warden happy to hold it down. Warden sent over to deal with both that Mirage and Viscous lane, which has been astronomically bad so far for Lotus.
You see these roams developing from Coffin already, where he's using that Assassinate to just soften people up consistently and make it feel like you can't very safely extend. We'll come back to that though. A bit of a swipe round towards Broadway, forcing them back aggressively. The Yamato there of Equal Fine that we've already said can be very, very powerful. He's shown off a wide array of his skill set on multiple heroes tonight already. Individually quite talented and smart read in terms of his map placement. Ooh, that's good. Look at the combo. Tether into Death Slam. Have a flog as well while we're at it. Snipe back. You're up in the air. Still has one left in the chamber. Quick shot out, but doesn't quite get it off. Goo Cube is clutch. Rotate in. That's the ball. Trying to save your Yamato, but she'll still fall, and you've got to roll away.
Stagger the respawn as well. That is really, really bad news for you. Incredible combination, though, like you're saying. The Tether into the Death Slam made it look so seamless, made it look so clean. All right, really, really putting the work in. And again, this is sort of the difference between Lotus and Fearless Furies is that, You know, although Fearless Fury showed us some very, very good early game action, Lotos is a team that can very well take over that early game of the match.
I see Infernus.
Especially with this comp as well, like potential to actually get fights on your terms is really good. It's fun watching Vindicta be so useful early game. We roam around, take those pot shots off, sigh. If there's anyone that loves a gank, mate, it's Sai. He'll leave you sighing in the team speak when he just pops up out of nowhere, dumping damage back. Picasso went into at least trying to alleviate some of the pressure on his teammates, but he's quite low because of it.
Nice.
Off on the ultimate, trying to slow them down. You get the Hex into the tether. Woo.
From up on high, ground strikes down, and Yamato's in the ground now. 6 feet under after that play. Tried to get out of there. Felt a little bit overzealous as well. A little bit of an overcommit towards blue. Meanwhile, Force is just happy to get farmed up here. Playing much more of a standard build, I would say, over towards that Wraith. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, Yana. Oh, that's a nice swap.
Damage follow-up should be really chunky on this. You got a backup as well. Instant ball, Arian. Trying to mow you down. You want to head towards the treasure room, I'll leave you splattered, but he calls it quick, awkward, with the walls bouncing him back. And the fight continues on the lane. Like, the Guardian should go down with so much presence here, but you've got a bit of a wrap in. Holiday was trying to get over with the assistive side. She had Ray on the rotate. Just a little bit too slow to actually find the defense they were looking for. Ern's on the move as well. At least they're close by to assist with this, but you get knocked out of it. The Hex into being forced to use the ultimate to turn back on them. They were still coming over, so there should be close grouping to dive on this. But they've grabbed that Ern. You get out on the Magician. Meanwhile, down towards mid-boss, it's getting a bit intense. Ayano's got to slip out. Isolated fights. You've broken them up one by one. So Viscus is down. That's Aaron with a 15-second respawn now.
I think the scary thing at the moment is just that Apple Cycle's currently at 10k on the Mirage, so he's certainly getting farmed, but as is this Wraith, anchoring on the side. Quick takeover towards Blue Guardian, but plenty of damage, and Apple Cycle with a Jin's Mark. Grants a wish, and the wish is that the Warden's out of the game.
I see Wraith.
Oh, mate. I was expecting a lot of early carnage, but really delivering here. I mean, 11 minutes in, non-stop action. Yeah, the side POV, he's always on the move. Oh, timing on that. Carbine's good, keep him pinned. You get the swap off as well. Great use of the wall. The teammates rotate over, so the response time is nice to make sure they can first onto that one and stop Sai from getting away with a cheeky use of the cloak. Good movement here again as well from Pyro on the dive back over.
He's resetting the timer on that afterburn. Keeps the Wraith ticking. Peeks over just as it goes away. Nice carb. We'll do a little bit of damage. Saving up currently. Right now 2k. All slots filled. Look for that final Guardian. Open things up. This has been held at the moment in blue. It's been really beneficial in terms of the trades coming through right now. Has allowed Ayano to go much, much deeper than potentially he would have been able to before. Get some steals off. Just clearing.
I think it's also, I'm pretty sure Force is going for the instant tier 3 card trick, which I've seen becoming a lot more popular already, mate, just with that slow. The 2 seconds on the tier 3 does make a difference. We'll see if we get an opportunity to have a quick glance at some point. Oh, mate, the steal into the Hex. You want to chase me down? How about I just TP in front of you? Last stand on last stand action, but you got the backup from the rest of the team arriving. Slide down and chase him out. Suddenly that Warden's just trying to live, but the damage is good. Pyro gets popped, instantaneous TP back over from Apple Cycle on the Mirage as well, so the macro's on point alongside getting the kill.
Really good stuff here. Start things off. Pyro going down is big news. I'll prevent that Warden from keeping on farming. is nice. Fearless Fury's ahead now by 4k after that earned pickup, which is very decent. You have to hold on to this Blue Guardian. Like I said before, it's been a real boon for them. Not allowing the holidays to get too much work done at the moment. Ayano's had a lot more free reign to just roam around.
It's always so brutal. The lasso, you try and flame dash away, not happening, buddy. Concussive combustion inside of the cube, hit by the powder keg, not finding much value other than just sending them scarpering at least to create space. Arian came over on the old big goo ball to at least knock them back a bit. Posturing heavily in the lane though. 6 members of the team here. Actually 4 now as well with the group up from the other side of Fearless Fury. So looking to make sure there's no shove onto that walker.
Fearless Fury's the moment, 76k. Decent stuff. I mean, the plays have been fairly nice. I mean, they've slowed things down a lot here, Jackie. 16k on Apple Cycle as well. You know, you're going tip for tat at the moment with Force on 15k. Another gigantic swap comes through over towards the Warden. Last Stand comes through, but it's not quite enough here. But they're going to take that moment, that opportunity to try and take this Blue Guardian, which has been hampering them for quite a while. Open up the first flex slot for them.
Day at the gym. Everyone's getting their flexes in. It's going to be both sides taking down all 3 Guardians now, with Greenwich falling for Lotos and Fearless Furies losing out on Broadway. Quick rotation back over towards the Walker though, and that's the pivotal point. Splitting the attention here, they were able to push up deep onto it. Half HP wiped off of that Walker on York's side. Buff up, back away. Wraith grabbing that. That'll mitigate a lot of the gun damage that's been taken away from her.
I mean, the Wraith so far has been doing work. I mean, going toe for toe with Apple Cycle as well is pretty big here, Jackie, honestly. Gets out of the binding word, nice and easy, but not escaping the lasso. It's straight back into it. Nakaman's down. At least there is a trade from Apple Cycle over towards Rayek, so a 1-for-1 there. Pyro getting dastardly low as well. A huge push. And Nakaman's going to have to go for the jump in to try and prevent them from taking this Walker. That would be massive news for Lotus. They're able to get it. Nakaman finds 2 on the knock-up. It's really big, and will find 2 off the back of it. It's 4 picks, but you lose a Walker for it. In the meantime, we do have a push on the other side of the map as well. It's trade for trade.
You take out Walker, we'll try and take yours just on the edge for the stun. Oh, that nearly could have been death because of it. The assassinate bullet rattling out. Meanwhile, towards the end as well, you can see there's still insult being added to the injury, and that is a whole load of injuries on the team of Lotos. Intensive care for 4 of the members on the team. Pyro and Ray H, the only alive, with your Wraith finally coming back in after being shot down by the Mirage Rotate of Apple Cycle. Back at the Walker, chase in from Pyro, looking to at least try and stagger some of these respawns. Oh, the wall and punch on Mantle, hell yeah.
That's going to slow you down massively. Ayano getting out of there is somewhat surprising. A lot of damage done over towards that Walker, but not found. We do have this situation now where flex slot ahead could be the big difference. Cycle the 22k, doing some huge damage now. That hold on the Walker almost was slick. Unable to get him before they were able to escape, though. Fearless Fury still comfortably ahead, though, Jackie.
Oh my. Well, this is a nightmare, isn't it? Lasso into a bomb blowing up in your face. At least the movement's coming out. Quickly hit that passive, start chasing them down with Fleetfoot to assist on the chase. And you will lose farm in. Yeah, a lot of farm on that Inferno, so you will hoover up.
Right now, Fearless Fury is certainly feeling the brunt of this holiday. But there's always quick trades, always quick responses coming back off this one. Not always the end of the world, but it's still 2-for-1 trade. Clearing out the farm, consistently pushing in these lanes from a distance as well, Jackie, which is nice.
Yeah, and the
Well,
more the
so
build's
far.
come alive, it's gotten so much easier as well. Because that's the thing, like early game, he was just harassing with the snipe, so he was playing up on high to basically pick at both of the lanes. Now he's got that and wave push. Oh, look at the aim as well. Great tracing, consistently building up those cards. Still got one in reserve, another one ticks up, and it's more than enough damage. He might be able to get away with some bullet resist, but what about a card to the face? Great use of the TP into the dash as well. Get the extra mileage for the reset with the job being done. 25 seconds on the respawn there. You jump straight into the death slam. Forced to use the shadow transformation to nullify that one and keep yourself moving. Lash over the top into the magician's reach. Bit of damage onto him. Good use of the swap as well. The hex was set up. Great combination.
And a lot of damage. Coffin even taking a huge amount of damage here as Iona goes even further in. Has to use the punch to get out of it. And will escape with his life intact. In the meantime, another Walker going down as Ray's just pushing this one away. And that's the power of that Vindicta, just being able to push lanes from distance. Literally pushing out the Walkers on the side without Fire and Crow. But it's a quick finish on that rejuve. Mid boss is down.
Ooh, trying to see if you could throw a spanner in the works. Fearless Furies will claim it. They get the rejuvenator they were looking for, but already 2 dead at least. If Lotos can clear a couple more out on this, you could nullify a little bit of that additional utility from the rejuvenator. They do chase down. Lassos on CD though, 43 seconds before you could try and snatch away Sinclair. They dive deep onto the Walker, at least on Broadway. The buff troopers will become a little bit of an issue. So clearing those slows it down. You have to be more proactive in pushing the lanes. Meanwhile, the Soul Learn being fought for as well with the rotation over. You call in for the backup of Iano on the Paradox, who does rock up to see if you can assist.
Iano's been pretty slick. I mean, really nice paradoxical swap on the Rejuvenator as well to get the Warden out of the way. We'll go for the pickup here. Look to send it over to the other side. Again, control over towards that side of the map's decent anyway, because you want to keep them off this Walker, which is quite low, and they're still yet to find their own.
It always makes me laugh when you just hear the sound effect from the outfire, mate. It's just all the creeps getting based up. Again, shadow transformations forced to be used defensively as you go in deep, looking to try and get the snatch off with the lasso. So Rayek doesn't find what he wanted, but my cooldown is going to be a bit shorter than yours. Reposition back round from Force. Good attention splitting here as well. Damage into the telekinesis to force you off so they can just melt their way through. Who said Gun was dead on Wraith?
Absolutely rinsed that Walker. I mean, you're okay to trade it. It is your blue Walker, though, so it's kind of big news losing that one. You use a lot of map control off the back of that. But you're more caring about this flex slot, realistically, now for Fearless Furies. I see their 5k on the side of Ayana, just unable to spend at this point of the game. Some pretty sick lassos this game so far. And again, Holiday is seeing so much use cases at the moment. Incredibly strong. Shadow Transformation burn to prevent the response coming through from Lotos.
There's another one, mate. The combo's good. Unfortunately, of course, already set up the assistant, so it just TPs off towards Savannah and nullifies you being able to fully commit from the damage. Wanted to get him within radius of the Walker Stomp, but not today. Chase is good, though. Read it well in terms of the reposition, although Vindicta is coming over to
nice!
assist. Oh, mate! The stolen lasso! That's a hell of a cowboy maneuver from Fragareco. He's got backup as well now. The Lash did grab them, but they're going to commit off the back of this, outnumbering them 3-2 on the fight towards Broadway. Quick wrap round the back as well for the Viscous. Gets up on high. So Arian's firing out those shots. Meanwhile, maximize damage from your Infernus as Nakamin burns through that Walker, can pop the concussive combustion, go deep towards the base Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to continue pushing this, it would be huge news. So in that moment, they know they need to get Pyro back into this fight. Last stand, the only thing between them and losing those base Guardians. Paradoxical swap could be coming in big here, does find it, but is there any response? I'm not sure, and there it is. Apple finds immediately and Nakaman goes down, but doesn't really matter as Apple Cycle is having a massive amount of follow-up.
That's unreal. Gaza just has to get out. Affliction used up close to try to remove some of that heal potential. Getting good burst damage back though. Flask in the face. The wall nullifying some of it. See you later, Arian, as that puddle of goo is all that's left. And they're at least cleaning back up. Nearly the full reset. Only Apocycle being the last man left. Thankfully for a few of them, Rejuvenator was still in place. You don't get as long of a respawn to work with. The slight stagger for either teams with the next respawn wave.
Some of the rejuve does take effect, but like you say, half and half here. But you're getting base Guardian. That's really, really big here. 6k in the back pocket right now. Apocycle gets to pick up a massive item. Ricochet going into this one, spreading that Jin's mark around in those big team fights. Yeah, Viscous has been pretty damn good in this match as well, especially just for these death slams coming through. There's always an immediate response there coming through from Arian to keep his teammates alive and healthy. But, if you look at the Sokka, it's kind of crazy seeing the 33k compared to the rest of the team here over towards Fearless Furies.
This one's certainly been delivering, though. Bit of a closer matchup between these two teams. Good to see Fearless Furies showing up today and giving us a good testament of what they can do on the Cursed Apple. Rage with a chase. Probably having a few memories of what happened with the Stolen Lasso last time. Audience participation is up. You've got a bit of backup around as well. Meanwhile, close towards York side, that's one kill back over, so he gets been taken out. The commission for Lotos. Last stand going to be popped, trying to get the combustion off in time to stun him. Won't get the full reset. Last stand is chunking. The ball doing a good job of assisting. You call in for the rotate. Here comes Holiday. Ray 8 gives you a headache with an uppercut that's thrown out. Pyro finally falls, and it turns into a bit of a melee brawl between these two. Warpstone over the top, parries baited in, but it buys time for your rotate from Equal Fine. Yamato's here. Oh, dude, still trying to get away. No grapple to chase down. It's got to be manually done. Alt fire into the slash. Good finish.
Are you feeling like Rejuvenate should be up pretty soon as well with mid-boss and even more damage done over towards this side? In the meantime, you saw Apocycle picking himself up. Another Walker, another set of base Guardians. Tons of time to work with over towards these shrines. Should be able to get at least the one.
We need to stop them from progressing further.
The shrines are gone, and the patron will be quickly following as well. Side with the pickup onto Infuser for the pocket. Just as they start to respawn. Couple seconds of difference between Rayake, but the rest of the squad have bailed. No reason to linger around. They know they have a quick cooldown to play with a 20-second reduction. Might as well back off, steal as much of the farm as we can, and reinvest that, because the Soul Leader's finally started to take a bit of a bloat. Nearly 20k ahead now. Previously, it was really close.
And this is exactly what I was expecting was going to happen, is immediately going for the bait on the mid-boss. They have one extra item slot ahead of Lotos at the moment, so absolutely you want to go for a fight like this one.
Pocket over the top, pops the Infuser, looks to try and inflict some damage, but realistically just not enough to force them off. They're able to grab the rejuve comfortably and then chain these kills together as well. Force is going to be next to fall. Goodbye to the
might be
Wraith.
just GG. Yeah, that's GG.
I think it's over, yeah.
Oh my days. I mean, yeah, a great decision at a critical time as well. I mean, I was thinking they should just probably force mid-boss here. They've got all the advantages to work with. They have the Yamato, they've got the Hex. It's an easy pickup. It forces Lotus to have to try and challenge for it. Only Death Slam to work with, but you can set yourself nice and underneath the patron itself to prevent from that Death Slam from going through.
The safety of the neck of the patron ball won't matter anyway, though. Knows it's basically done, so doesn't pop it. No last-ditched attempt, as the game was well and truly in the hands of the Fearless Furies. So the Dragons taking flight again. Blank, looking really good today, man.
Yes, super hungry. They're super hungry for that playoff spot, dude. It is a really, really big deal for them. I think that when you look over towards Fearless Furies, they have done a tremendous amount of work. It looked a little bit dangerous towards that early game, but Cycle coming online on that Mirage, doing huge amounts of damage, massive amounts of split push. Having that global presence with Traveler was a really big deal as well. And I think it is kind of understated how big of a deal Traveler actually is there, especially with these new flex slot changes. Having him just be able to constantly put pressure on one lane, yet still be available in any big team fight should it come down to it. That's a big deal. That's a very, very big deal and super important for Fearless Furies in a lot of those engagements.
Yeah, you could see the macro was on point, where it was like the millisecond he was done with his job in a fight, instantly popped it. He's back over assisting and just being able to keep walkers alive that otherwise felt like they should have fought. Like the 2-piece he got onto the Wraith, that was mad. Like the way he played that one. Really good aim as well. That's the other thing. Like it's one thing to have good macro with Mirage, but being able to actually hit all of your shots makes a world of difference. Super clinical. We'll have a look back over some of the highlights for that one, as there was a fair few.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good game. I mean, I think that when you look at what Force was trying to do in this game, there was moments where he was trying to shut down Cycle as much as he could. He was good position on it as well, getting right up in the face of Cycle before using telekinesis. There was no chance to tornado out of that one. But yeah, these mid-boss fights were so tough against Hex, against Mirage, just spreading that Jin's mark all around. Again, Ayano, highlight reel for him. Off of 3 matches so far, some very, very good swaps. Looked a little bit lackluster towards that early game, but didn't let them slow him down at all.
No, not at all. Just really put the pedal to the metal and did not stop. Man, some incredible maneuvers. I did love to see, at least as well on the side of Lotos, the Vindicta play in terms of how you were controlling lanes from Coffin. Early game, you could feel his impact. The Assassinate was just being used to soften players up on both Broadway and Greenwich, and just keeping them shoved. As soon as he got Alkfire as well, combined with the Crow, really good usability. So heads up to allow him to play the Roman Vindicta in quite a fun way. In the end, though, of course, the victory was taken by Fearless Furies. And again, you see the kind of rainbow of Mirage there, just adding the impact to how effective he is.
Incredible. 14k self-healers. Team heal? I think it counts as team healing overall. But yeah, just really, really nice good stuff there. Fantastic from the Mirage. 13 kills, 25k damage, objective damage through the roof. Healing just going crazy. Yeah, unbelievable stuff.
No, he played it to perfection. Really, really good to watch. Nice sort of choreography of Deadlock there from the Mirage maneuvers. So it's a super, super fun. Ayano again as well, still finding impactful plays with the old swaps. And Fargo Echo, I think as much as maybe you don't get all the limelight sometimes as Sinclair, just those moments of impact in fights like the stolen lasso, the way he was able to make it incredibly uncomfortable with the snatches onto the last stand as well, countering Pyro. He had some key moments.
Yeah, it was unreal all the way through. And I mean, some amazing goo cubes that came through during that game, keeping everyone nice and topped up. Yeah, fantastic stuff. And again, they just need to get Cycle into a better position towards that late game where he can start to pop off in a big way. You love to see it. You love to see it. I think when you're looking back on that game, there was some big moments coming through from Lotos in that early game where they were like tearing ahead quite a bit. They had very, very control of the early game, which is typically what we were seeing from Fearless Furies in their match against Drakkar. But again, it's nice to see that Fearless Furies is able to bring things back in their favor, which is indicative of what we saw in that second match as well, Jackie versus Drakkar, where they didn't let a really, really rough start to their game stop them after that reduced steal. They just constantly got back into it.
Yeah, played on their terms. You know, we're never in a position where it felt like you were kind of forced out, just making mistakes and getting picked off from it. I think, again, you can see sort of the communication amongst them in terms of the response times and the rotates. They've always got a good understanding of where not to be, and more importantly, how to help one another in those fights. Like the actual target prioritization, a lot of the team fights was good, even when it was relatively fragmented as well with the swaps and stuff. So, yeah, fair play. Like you can see the comms have been getting better and better over the course of the group stage, and it just looks like it's sort of reach critical mass at just the right time, with it being the last day of groups.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see more from Fearless Furies. I do hope they get into the playoffs now, because it's really cool to just see this big push towards the end of the tournament to really get in. And they have had quite tough matchups throughout the entirety of this tournament up until this point, where they're now going against, I would say, probably the teams that are a little bit more on equal favor with them. But into the next draft already, Fearless Furies able to get the Mirage and the Viscous again. So that lovely lane they had set up early, which won so hard versus Lotus, already found. Banning out the Sinclair there, those hexes were drastically bad for Lotus to have to deal with. Geist out too. But again, now it's a case of, honestly, Iono was very effective on the Paradox. Do you even need to put him on a holiday here?
Yeah, I think that's fair. It is beneficial, at least in the fact you've got more options with your pick capability for this one. I think it is fair enough that if you're kind of weighing it up of do we get rid of the possibility of the Mirage pick or the Sinclair, at least with the usability, Sinclair was a pain in the arse over the course of that game of how many critical swaps he got off. I think removing that might maybe give him a little bit more edge, but it's the double-edged sword, isn't it? Like the Mirage plays right now, just stacking with toxic bullets early. Somehow it just feels like it's on discount for him, man.
Yeah, again, Ayana does pick up Holiday though in the end, managed to grab it, and they banned the Paradox, so it's like no pick heroes for you. I wonder if you know what, Fearless Furies might bring out the Bebop. They might bring out the Bebop. That would make sense to me.
Actually could work. You're really kind of owning them in the ban as well there. Restricting a lot from their picks, especially with Calico being the next choice. I mean, Yamato, good pick. Calico, good pick. But in terms of actually being able to get those engages off, it's more you coming into us than pulling us into you.
This is going well so far. Calico, pick up for Lotus. We know it's not bad. We're still waiting on that second ban to come through. But Calico, Yamato, Warden. You're looking for those heroes that are going to be able to capitalize and help push through. But having Holiday removed, Paradox is not there. That's the smart ban. That's the smart ban from Lotus. Taking the Bebop away from Fearless Furies. They knew that was likely going to be the next lineup there for Fearless Furies, just looking at that roster. But yeah, now no Bebop, no Holiday, no Paradox, no Holiday available. You're going to have to take a lash. You're going to have to take a lash here if you're Lotus.
Bit of Jacob on the streets. Yeah, it feels like it kind of would be the right direction to go in. Could be countered, though, as well. You've got a lot you can choose from with what's been left open from the bans, actually.
I mean, I feel like Fearless Furies could even just go for a Shift Kelvin at this point. Like
That's
that
what I mean.
would be good. And then Lotus is like sort of struggling now of where they want to go comp wise. There's the
Shiv, yeah.
Yeah. If you're
Always
Lotus, you're like,
classic.
well, kind of need. I don't know. Do they pick up the Kelvin? They take the Haze. They're going to try and go for a roaming Haze, but we know that Haze with no follow up doesn't always work extremely well in that early game. I guess the follow-up's the Calico. I guess the follow-up is the Calico. Lotus probably want the Vindicta. Oh, man. It's so we at least know that Vindicta's going to be one of the picks here for Lotus. So I think if they finish it out, it'd be Lash Vindicta. For Fearless Furies, easily pick up a Kelvin. We'll see what their final pick is going to be.
Yeah, I don't know, man. A little bit more worried, actually, off the way this has gone with the picks. I feel like you're leaving yourself relatively open where there just isn't much grab. Even with the Haze, I feel like you could lock it down so much more, especially like lasso, basically, insta-death. Oh, all right, yeah. Hell yeah. Mo and Krill.
The Mo and Krill could work, right? The Mo and Krill can definitely work here.
Yeah.
We were talking about earlier that it's kind of like, it's down on the list. I mean, we have now gone down on the list. Our Mo and Krill getting picked up. So Teva Mo and Krill could work, which should be nice. Fairly certain it's going to be a Vindicta pickup on the final pick here for Lotus. The Fearless Furies, though, see how they want to go about. But again, got a Goo Cube. You pick up Kelvin, you buy a Rescue Beam, you kind of set versus that comp. You have answers for it.
That's what I mean. You could still counter this quite easily. Oh, bro. I suppose it is a little bit more awkward. All right, Pocket. And then we get the Ivy Lash for Fearless Furies. Okay, yeah. I mean, the shutdown potential and how much more they actually have to reel you in. Yeah, I don't know. This feels a bit more uncomfortable in reality for Lotos than I think they would have hoped.
Yeah, so no Vindictor been thrown in either. Ivy and Lash to finish things up. I mean, the Ivy is nice when it comes to the stun potential. And also, not even that, just having the Ivy as like a backup for Rejuvenator, being able to throw that in there, that is decent. So at least you have one way to confirm and lock down on mid-boss, not to mention the Death Slam. I'm very interested to see how Lotos plays this out. Because there has been always like, there is that universal combo of the Moan Krill Haze. You likely have seen it in your games at home as well, where you just have two guys duo queuing as Moan Krill and Haze, and they're just roaming around the map, Sleep Dagger into combo. Can definitely work,
They call that one the maze, because you can never find your way out.
You really can't. It's definitely a bit of a labyrinth maneuver, that one.
Yeah. All right, I mean, like, look, you know, there's some sort of benefits to it in terms of at least, like, Mo and Krill range scaling for verticality is just silly. Like, you can just ult people from miles out of the sky, so there is counterable potential for the Holiday and the Ivy, even the Lash as well, depending on the timing. You counter out the ultimate, like, Death Slam can be nullified from a well-placed Sleep Dagger if you can't isolate him, but then you have a lot more opportunity to either stun out or target the Haze as the initial pick into a lot of fights with the comp they're working with. Better than it was looking initially, at least. I think there is room for, if they play it right, you do have viable counters.
Yeah, I think this has been a really cool draft. There's been a really cool draft in terms of anti-stratting, in terms of trying to ban out picks that might be weird. The Holiday into the Paradox ban was very fun because it has forced Lotos into something maybe they're not so comfortable with.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see how this pans out. Our mic is about 2 seconds away from falling off, by the way.
Have you broken the arm?
No, it's just holding on for dear life. I'm going to fix that. Every 2 seconds.
You fix that. That's fine. Anyway, we'll kick this one off as Blank adjusts himself and gets ready for the intense action, slapping his mic all over the shop like a Mo and Krill with big old paws. But we're in on Broadway. It's going to be our second map in our second game of the day. Lotos taking on Fearless Furies once again. Looks like you've got the Haze here as well, with the backup of the Warden, looking for the early opener. Meanwhile, Lash on the other side. Nice bit of chip from the sideline. Try and go in, get a flask over the top for the roll-up, but he plays up close, makes it a bit more uncomfortable. Mirage alongside him as well, so there is good potential to actually get the early damage out. It's actually the Holiday. All right, nice. That's a good little swap towards mid-game. Holiday into the Lash. Yeah, okay, you've got some opportunities to actually counter a little bit here. This could be fun. Have you fixed your microphone, or are you still doing?
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. It actually
Nice.
was way more difficult than I initially anticipated.
Did you need a screwdriver, or like what's going on?
No, it's just one of them twisty ones, but like because the mic is quite heavy, you know, it's falling off, and
Are you gonna hold it up? Yeah. Not
That's
ideal.
there.
That's you. That was your microphone. That's how
Yeah.
close it was to dying. You know, you've had to lock it down and then fixate on it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, not what I expected, but we have seen this combo in plenty of other tournaments and in game before. It's just the Haze Warden lane, you Sleeper, my bind them. Works quite nicely.
Meanwhile, over at Greenwich, you've got Ivy up against the Mo and Krill and Yamato. Mirage is here, obviously was on blue lane, but wrapped in, swapped that off for the Holiday, so that was the little lane spot we had there. Got a bit of a glimpse of York as well, up close and personal right now, forcing it back towards the stairs, just keeping the damage out. Got the cloak to play with. Farm up those boxes, extra bit of HP for old Yamato.
Yeah, I think actually this is not a terrible way to play into Nakamen's Mirage, right? You get a lane that has the Yamato good self-heal on the Crescent Slash, being able to completely deny Nakamen by just dropping in the sand, getting the disarm on there, which is really, really big against him. But not only that, just being able to heal through a lot of the chip damage that's going to come through off the back of Jin's mark. Not only that, but taking the tier 1 camp. This is an aggressive lane being played out by Lotos.
Won't lie. This always weeds me out.
It's kind of synonymous with what we had between these two teams, where you do love the early fight. It's been very fun to watch. Ooh. Okay, bit of a dive on your side. Leaping slash over the top, barely getting away. Would have been a short back and sides to the head of Arian on the old goo boy. See if you can follow up from this. Quick parry as well, expecting a follow-up punch from the side. This time the leaping slash will land. Good use of the gloom as well. Straight to the face. So getting the viscous lower. Uncomfortable territory. We might be forced to bait out the old cube, hoping for a punch. There it is, just as the gloom comes in. Response on the slash, but not quite.
Yeah, a ton of sustain off that melee lifesteal, by the way. 100 HP. Returned every single leaping slash. Just some good sustain lanes here at the moment. That was quick. And Sai finally goes down. So it has been a rough lane there for Arian, as well as Apposite. You can see them both incredibly low. 20 HP. Arian's no position to really follow up on that either. Incredibly low.
I mean, I respect it. Yeah,
I respect it.
like, kind of cool. Could have been slick.
Had the easy getaway, but yeah, I think this is the really nice thing about the Mo and Krill. It's just incredibly hard to take away. Nice movement to get inside the building, get away from the ground strike, but the pressure has been applied at the moment from Ayano as well as Ethelfan. This lash combination, there is a play here into the lasso. Fantastic moment, gets the parry off. Ayano's out with barely any HP, but there's a good follow-up here from Force. Will take him down. Lovely roam from Sai.
Yeah, that is sick. The movement as well. The quick crouch into the parry to just throw off the hitbox for the shot back and getting away with murder on that one. That's really nicely done. So pressure on the lanes. Winning out in terms of the choreography of Deadlock for the individual fights as well. Trying to scorn into the blast and see if you can get up close enough to snatch away a bit of health from the Mirage. But Nakaman just playing on the back foot by the steps. Posh just slightly further back, so no gain from that. Rotating somewhat on the Ivy as well, as Fargareco is trying to have presence across the map. This is a bit awkward. Forced back down towards the stairway, use the wrap through the new veil. Seems like they have at least pushed out on Greenwich. Being slammed up. That was the rotate from Fargareco. He's arrived just in the nick of time. The Kudzu bomb absolutely eating them. Sliding down the steps. He's low, but he feels confident that he can at least grab one of these. Supported by the Jin's Mark. The slam comes down. You get the slight pin. That's both gone.
That is a fantastic cancel on the grapple as well, with Stonebomb waiting for that one the entire time. Very low here. Apposite will get healed up a little bit by the Goo Cube. But yeah, again, that's what we were talking about before. Traveler just being a really, really good addition to the roster in terms of that global presence. And that kind of swings things back in the favor of Fearless Furies. Good parry as well.
Man, the parry quality from the Carmen, the whole tournament, if you ran into him in a pub, you would be reeing that he scripted. Like, he's so slick with it. It's unbelievable how good he is at getting those predictive parries off in, like, close second decisions. Really, really fun to watch.
Back in the stalemate now, though. Really just pushing in this Guardian time and time again. Stoneform's out, but into the combo, likely. We're going to see the Ivy go down here. Fargareco is out. Nakaman tries to come in for a quick parry on the follow-up, but should lose his life for it.
Oh, look! See, this is what I'm saying, bro! Unbelievable. It still goes down. Like, no real possibility. Just so low in health. Doesn't have much self-sustain at that point. We're already throwing out the old tornado as well. Bought an extra couple of seconds, though. Made it feel a little bit more uncomfortable. But good heads-up response back from Pyro with a backup there.
Yeah, definitely the lane you want to win as well, honestly, versus the Mirage. Getting Nakaman out early so he's not just having free reign in that lane is really nice. One of those things where I don't even know what kind of lane swap you would have done there. I think it works out either way. I mean, the disarm is really rough on both the Ivy and the Mirage. Immediately back on it, and Nakama's just not having a fun game here at all.
Trying to stone form into the stun. You're in the air, but I've got a grapple. Quick shot back as well. Nearly was able to commit onto that one and take down Fargareco once again. Meanwhile, over at mid, the Lash has got to back it up quick smart as there is a cage over your head. Binding Word not going to be successful. You're able to reposition. And at least with a bit of bridge control to make your life easier, Ayano can fire out the shots and ward them off from going overly deep. Forces out the healing rights on them. You do see York Guardian falling as well. Ooh, good sideline dagger. Warden's here. A little bit slow on their hit, hoping they could come together for that one to isolate on a fight. It's a 1-for-1 trade on either team as well, with both Pocket and Shiv going down. But the objective control is starting to heat up.
Yeah, hard as well, because, I mean, you're losing the Guardian for that one. I think they could have held on to it. I mean, it did force... Oh, that's a nice sleep. It did force out the zipline boost. I mean, how it goes down there. I mean, that was rough stuff. Good follow-up, though.
Oh, dude.
Very good follow-up.
Yeah, that's nice. It's actually super clean. I mean, good movement on the use of the Haze ultimate with the bullet dance to get so much additional thrust to chase them down on the stairs, but you do love to see the clap back. So they're about 3 seconds between them until Ray H is back up. At least pushing this wave out, getting some shove with it. Freedom to get the heal off. You heal him right there on Ivy for so long before you can actually try and push up and force it off them.
Good response as well. Again, from Traveler, heading straight back into that lane. Does leave the Ivy slightly high and dry, but a lot of damage passed back over towards Sai there. Walker only takes a little bit of damage though, which is the main thing. Ayano's in. Good stone form. Will finish off Sai into the airdrop as well. I don't think he's expecting the aggressive play there. Nakaman 100% dead. Sleep Dagger into the combo. That's what we were talking about earlier.
The maze plays. Good to see. Making the most of that Sleep Dagger combo. Consistent scrap at Broadway as well. Respect to Force. Man's got the top knot on the go. Looking good inside and outside the server. Big dive. Great use of the Binding Word. This time the Lash cannot find enough getaway potential. So you lock him down, get the pick they wanted. Got a bit of a wave to play with, so they call for the backup. Lasso over the top rope, throws him into the commentator's booth. Goodbye Force, and potentially a follow-up as well. You look at the trade back on Fargareco. Oh! Parry City, baby!
The Ivy's still up. Fargareco's living this one. Great Sleep Dagger from the back over towards the Holiday to potentially keep her in check versus the Mo and Krill. He's not down and out yet. Still moving Buki, forcing out the Death Slab as well, just in case they didn't pick him up.
God damn, that's a fight for Broadway. So much to dissect on this one, dude.
Oh, looking to put in the urn off the back of that. Pyro's waiting, holding on to it, but only 2 players versus the 4 that are heading over towards that lane to get the hand in. It's all gone wrong.
The powder keg is so influential as well. The knock up and burst damage onto both of them. You're forced to shadow transformation. Ooh, it's not looking good. Mo nearly got the snatch in. I mean, combo is available. He was a little bit too slow to the punch to get there. And they dive deep up towards the Walker side. Suddenly you go from being in a position where maybe you can do something to instead just being thrown into your potential demise. Even a defensive combo here would not save you. You just leave yourself susceptible to the death. Tries to throw out a parry just in case Hayes arrives, but with no one to grab and no reason to. All they're doing is staggering the respawns now. You're trying to climb, but you're just being punched in the back of the head. Oh, bro.
That's the last Guardian going down out the back of it. I mean, Fargareco was stuck in that lane for a long, long time, but now finally starts to have some big impact. The Goo Cube will save his life into a bit more damage. Arian splatters. Nice, slick moves. Cube on top of it. They might find the pocket as well. Forced to throw out the affliction, but it's all gone wrong in the low toss camp.
fighting for their lives by the Walker as well, with it being shoved out. Damn, Lotos losing an awful lot off the back of the chaotic nature of those fights. It's been a rough one with the cycled respawns as well. As soon as someone comes back up, the next one gets put in the coffin for a few moments.
So hard to lock Fargareko and Arian down as well. Just the combination there. Some really, really good plays from the Goo Cube, puddle punches, defensive goo balls, stone forms, airdrops have been phenomenal. It's really, really nice to see. Because, again, like I was saying earlier, he was definitely locked into this lane with Coffin as well as Pyro earlier on, where he wasn't able to get much around the map. Big combo coming through. Gets away just in time. What awkward time on that. There's the Goo Cube into the stun. It's nasty work here, Jackie.
Oh, it really is the perfect counter play. Put a barrier of goo around your teammate, so even though he does get one combo off onto the Holiday, Ayano gets no bruises from it. Kill onto Rayek as well, so Hayes is out of commission. Quick TP back over from Mirage with the Traveler, so the Carmen can assist on the deep dive towards York side. There's the last stand. Good flask to the face as well. Shivs should fall. You can push further up with the timing. He wants the bag and the Guardian, so they'll be able to at least stay alive with one. And the Calico chases it a bit deeper out. Death Slam being rung. The bell is dinging. Single grab back onto the Warden. Slam force down into the ground. Mirage trying to peace out. He's so low on health. Instant parry. She'll just wait it. And the Carmen goes down.
It looked rough there. It looked like they might have been able to hold on to that Guardian for a little bit longer, but not meant to be. Good response time coming through from boys on Lotos. And they get a little bit of comeuppance here. Goes slightly more in their favor. This one's a back and forth here, Jackie. Fearless Fury's looking for that 2-0. Stamp their name back in towards those playoffs. Lotos hanging on for dear life.
Hanging on to a thread, mate. It is like a demotivational cat photo, you know. Just hang in there, but it's just Mo and Krill on a very thin branch.
Ooh, and he's weighing it down. Mainly Krill.
He's got a big caboose. Oh, mate. Mo's lighter than he looks. He's quick on his feet. Ooh. Oh, goddamn. The grab on that. Swing you back in with a lasso. It baits out the ultimate. Powder keg over the top, but it's actually the Shiv that's able to get the connection across with the blade. So Apple Cycle again finding impact here. Forcing them back on the dive up towards the roof. They want to at least take the tier 2, start to get a little bit back in terms of the soul count, as you are taking a slight lead. I mean, Fearless Furies, quite a few K ahead now, nearly pushing to find themselves a good 10K lead if they can maintain some of this spacing, especially with Fargareko already completing the earn run and just waiting for the backup to be able to arrive. A lot of split attention, at least on the map, in terms of the placement. It's only really Pocket that's going to try and get over there to assist.
Yeah, Fargareko just looking to put this one in. I mean, there is a huge amount of movement potential coming through from Epplefine on this lash from Ayano, able to get across the map really quickly. Now they're looking to place this bad boy in. Ern's already returned. The fight's not even started yet, and they just let this one go in for 3. The Warden under a huge amount of pressure. Oh, man. And another Traveler.
Daggers on cooldown for about half a second. Just gets round the corner.
Mate, the fact that Apple Cycle's alive is so funny.
Goes down now. Finally put in his place. Ooh. Already had the cloak thrown out, so can't really restrict him too much. Able to deviate back towards the Walker's protection. There you go. This is the Ava gameplay you'll be expecting now. You've got to manually swift kick those boxes into the face of Arian as well. So quick burst off from the splatter just to strip away some of the health. Yeah.
There's follow-up coming through. Size out. Could have been naughty. Able to get there a little bit sooner. Mirage is in a bad spot right now, and he knows it.
slowing Hex is enough to buy time. You build up Fixate into the Moe and Krill combo. Doesn't actually have to burst damage to kill him before it runs out, though, so you can Tornado back. He's still alive and actually turn this one around where they could viably squeeze out some kills from this. Barely blocking the slam from the top, with the dive strike being clipped onto the wall, but they still first onto it. Vargareco is able to get the bullet damage off. Meanwhile, Arian could be next to fall with a wide chase from the Yamato. He does take down Ray H. That's what he was looking for with a low HP Haze. So actually getting away with murder on this one.
It's just the turn on him, instant barrel to the face, and gets out as well, which is tremendously bad for Lotos. All three walkers still standing for both teams, though, so still waiting on that next flex slot. Nakaman's getting into that position where he's getting barely frightening at 18k, similarly to Apocycle, 17k on the board. It's getting rough. 12k on Coffin, 14k on Rayake. They're both just in this spot now where, yes, they can roam, yes, they can get stuff done, but realistically, they need to farm. They need to put a little bit of a pause on this gameplay, but you can't let up all that much versus this team. Ayano, slightly scary position, but clapback is there.
Pull back. Sweet dreams.
Ooh, near miss on the sleep dagger as well from Ray. Throwing it out as they come flying on by. Brief moment of respite as well as the pause is thrown in. Looks like a reconnect for Ray.
Yeah, not happy with something that's going on in the game.
By the way, bro, have you seen? It's actually really on brand, but Coffin's camera, with how he's angled it behind his monitor and something blocking it, it does kind of look like you're peering through the crack in like a coffin or something.
I'll take a look next time it's up.
Yeah, keep your eyes open. It's kind of comedic.
Yeah.
This is nice. You get a little establishing shot. Haze sliding into action this summer, June 2025 at One Wins Bombshell. Who will win?
At this point, it's looking like Fearless Furies.
Yeah,
I spoiled the movie.
You've ruined it.
I'm sorry.
You're like the trailer, mate. You've ruined it.
Apologies. Yeah,
They show a scene of them in the base smashing the patron up.
I'm doing a drive-by at the bookshop. Fearless Furies win.
Oh, mate, that's actually reminded me when that happened. You know, there was a time back when all those movies were coming out, like the Wizard movies. I was at a Waterstones and they were doing a midnight release for like one of the books, right?
Yeah.
And I remember a dude in his car literally drove by and just shouted out the window, "Snake dies."
Fantastic. I mean, honestly, those people, horrible, really mean, is funny though.
It's funny, isn't it? It is funny. Like, in hindsight, yeah, probably like if you're really invested into the books, would be upsetting, but kind of banter. Anyway,
I'd love to
pause is
catch
over. What, get into the mind?
No, I'd just like to find them and catch them.
Give them a combo.
It's evil. Evil. Yeah. Would.
Fair enough.
Give 'em a
Probably
quick
spoiled
combo
it for someone
fix it.
as well there, you know, maybe they were... There you go, coffin cam. Have a look.
Oh, you're right. It does look like, we're peering through the coffin.
That's what I mean, bro. He's putting people in the coffin right now, though. That's Shiv in the dirt. Ain't got time to bury him 6 foot deep. He puts him 2 foot shallow and continues on with the aggression towards the walker as well. But Force, he comes unstuck. The Warden is locked in a cell for 37 seconds. Oh, the grapple round the corner. Pyro on the chase. Holiday with the instantaneous response back. The lasso is big.
Really good stuff. I mean, that's 2 down for Apocycle going out. Getting Force on that Death Slam was really big news. That's both the carries down now. There does need to be some follow-up over towards your boy Applefine, but right now it's okay. Earn in play too, so looking to pick that one up soon. I mean, still 20 seconds on the death time for Pyro. He could easily run this one. It looks like they're going to go for Rejuve instead. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not much to secure that other than the Shadow Transformation. And you have a lot on your side. Airdrop, Stone Form. This is what they were waiting for a pick over towards Pyro early.
Let's see if there's anything to be done here. Quick Affliction in for the dive. You get the secure from them. Shiv claims that one for Apple Cycle, so they're able to get what they wanted from it. Lotos did attempt a bit of a steal maneuver and could be susceptible to some deaths from this, but the fact they've actually got 2 pickups, it's not going that badly whatsoever. They keep this one rolling as well. The good times keep on coming. They can burn through the rejuvenators on these players with only 2 still alive. Yes, they get the added buff from the creep, but that's a hell of a heads-up battle.
Yeah, only 2 of the Rejuvenator buffs still up in action over on Fargareco as well as Apple Cycle. Free earn as well, likely. Another big combo. Is there a follow-up here? Fargareco doesn't have airdrop, just using that previous fight. Is this another Rejuvenator going down, or does he find his way out of there and just about squeezes it? In comes the backup now, though, from Ayano. The earn is picked up. Yeah, they want him.
They're chasing it. They know. They're hoping the Mo and Krill is still lingering. Oof. Could have been close in the timing, actually. Like, respawn into the quick zip. Actually looked like they were going to catch him.
I mean, at the moment, kind of decent for Lotos on that fight. A lot of ults burn just to secure it. I mean, we saw Cube go out as well to make sure they get the added benefit of preventing him from punching that away too early. Yeah, you burn like some of your big utility abilities there, just to confirm. And there is a good response coming through from Lotos. But it's the enhanced troopers, which is the big thing here, Jackie.
Yeah, it keeps the wave shoved, so obviously it's always the added benefit of even if you get rejuve just to burn it, you always have some blessing from it to assist you at least. I mean, Green Walker goes down. So they do get a bit of a shove. I mean, even just taking objectives from this and getting edging so close to that flex slot will help out. Slight miss in the sleep dagger on the chase as well. Slaying Hex thrown out to make it a bit more uncomfortable. That is Ayano that's really burnt the rejuve. So isolating him there into a potential bullet dance could have been rough. We cut over to Coffin, and at the moment, he's being grabbed by a lasso.
They've been pulled back in. Applefine actually held on to his rejuvenate because I think he died just before they got the secure on it. Arian does find Coffin. There's a big clapback, but chasing a lash, not always the easiest thing in the world to do. And in comes the backup, forcing out the return to Shadows. Needs to get out of there.
Dive back in, Shadow Transformation, quick swipes off, bit of an assist as well, but it's too much. Everyone on top here. So the Yamato is sent back to the 7th moon. And they keep on pushing with this. Look over towards Greenwich side again, man. It's going to be a trade on the walkers now. Even Hayes with a split push. Obviously, it's a bit harder to get this off quickly just with the buff troops. So it slows you down a lot, meaning Lash has been able to catch up from behind. And in the meantime, they'll take the heads-up play to beat down on that Broadway walker. Got to cancel out on the bullet dance. Trying to chase 6 seconds until your next sleep dagger. Quick flog for the HP back. Good moves on the Lash.
Yeah, impossible to catch him there. Arian will go down, and now they have to back it up a little bit on the earn handing. Everyone very, very low, slight whiff. But the Majestic Leap does get him back in position. The Enchanted Satchel will do the trick.
A lot of burst damage. That's what he keeps inside that satchel. That and recipes. Soup recipes.
Which we'll be wanting when autumn comes around, because get me out of this heat, man.
Right, it's a bit warm, isn't it? Not enjoying the heat. Enjoying the deadlock, though. It keeps turning up the temperature on the server.
A lot of good damage done over towards Blue Walker as well. So they did trade the flex slot. They got plenty done for when their next push goes through. They are just cycling this urn at the moment, holding it in the hands of Fearless Furies, waiting for Arian to come back up again so they can go for another clean fight. But yeah, the pace is being set at the moment by Lotos, forcing Fearless Furies to dance to their tune at the moment, which is nice. That's a pick.
Yeah, that is a hell of a free kill. Great use of the stone form onto the air vent. You are not getting away. Hayes, stay where you are. Minute on the respawn as well. You send over the Mo and Krill to attempt to assist. Ern's delivered. Couple bullets being fired off for the denies from topside from Warden, but the Lash actually counters it out with a quick grab. You've got backup here as well. Forces out the last stand. Debuff remover going to be thrown into the mix. He's trying to get the pulses off with this last stand. They're grouping up for him into the flask.
Nice.
Oh, parried off. Punched on the ledge. The mantle comes back to haunt him. Staggered spawns as well, Blank. You know, you've got about 15 seconds between each of these for the 3 that are dead.
Yeah, and with Ern not being in play either, you can instantly go for this Blue Walker. We said before they've been taken down to around about half on a nice little decent push. Well, should be another one in the pocket. Good defense from Sai, though.
It's the Walker they were looking for. And you see the influence from those spawns. I mean, the Carmen's still only 30 seconds away from coming back into it, but they've still got 2 dead, and the Calico is pinned in position. Good luck with that one, mate. Should be a follow-up on Hayes as well, as Rayegg is having a headache from the bullet that's hit right to the soul. That's the crack shot coming out from the Holiday. Good adjustment from Ayano. And still cycling these deaths time and time again. Just as one set comes up, everyone else goes down.
Yeah.
Gives you free control of the map as well for the farm now.
And reju's up in about, I think, 1 to 2 minutes. Very, very soon. But we are setting up for that next major fight, which could spell the end of the game here for Lotos. Still not massively far ahead, though, right? We're only sitting around about, I think it's 7K, 8K now. It's not a massive victory. I think the big thing that's going on right now is just the slight farm, and Nakaman starting to get quite far ahead. 28K. Epplefine is the one with the most souls on the team, though.
Combo up the Mirage. Tornado for the getaway.
Boss has arrived.
Don't want to go too deep on this, still not having Rayek alive yet as well, and especially with mid-boss coming up, giving away a free pig would be the difference between actually having a viable contest to losing out in a really uncomfortable spot. Ult economy-wise as well, everything's up other than combo at the moment.
So now what we're waiting for is pretty much just that pick over towards Pyro, which we know they're going to be looking for. Big amounts of damage coming through from that bullet dance, and Nakaman going down is not ideal here. They need to go for a quick follow-up. Death Slam's in position. They won't find the pick-off on towards Pyro. Damage is being done, not down just yet. Bargareko is able to finish it up. Extremely low, though, attempting to get away. Not meant to be with Kakazo. And that's 4 for 1. Make that 3 for 1. That's really bad news. And despite not having the Shadow Transformation, should be a simple pickup on towards Rejuvenator.
Yeah, I mean, you've got no Viscous Ball, you've got no Lasso. It's only Shiv that has his ultimate, and that's if he's still alive in a few seconds' time, because the respawns are so long and everyone's grouped up to gank him towards Subway on Broadway. There's not much you can really do to viably contest to this. They can shove towards Broadway, then go back in for the mid-boss with still a nice amount of leeway on the spawns, like 20 seconds being the closest for Nakamin. So you can keep it shoved, allowing the Calico to get the extra wave to push up. Thankfully, Arian was playing behind it, so he at least plays a bit of defense to buy them time. Majority of the team group up, set up on the mid-boss. The others play outside, getting the last buy-in from Secret Shop, and then guarding on the edge for the rotate in from potentially the Holiday. But that would just be giving yourself up. It would be a free 70 second on a respawn. They're going to take mid-boss from this. Should have a comfortable take on the region.
Yeah, you got 2 players hovering, but not likely to go for anything here. So a bit of a stalemate coming out now. Only 1 walker left remaining, and it is the blue here for Lotos to take, and it is already fairly low, so there is a chance here for them to do good work, get their 3rd flex slot online, even pushing over towards a base guardian, especially with the respawns. They're able to get a couple of picks off here. Trades would be massive. They have a very unfortunate fight there. And to be honest with you, Coffin's doing a wonderful job at the moment on this Mo and Krill, getting as much value as you can out of it. You can see the Fearless Furies, pretty much everyone on their team has been forced to buy a Warp Stone to try and get away from that combo when it does come out.
down to the wire stuff on this one. The opportunities for Fearless Furies, start to get fewer and further between, especially if you get picked off. Bit of a rambunctious combo. Debuff remover pop. The backup does arrive, but
good
not really
damage.
much room for him to stay into the fight. They should still take him down. You've got the assist from the backline. Ray H is there as well. If he can get a Steep Dagger in for the assist, maybe there's room, but it's the stun into the depth slam. Dive strike down. Oh, mate. They look like they had room to breathe on this one, but the longer it goes on, the worse it's getting. Rejuves are being burned, force out with the affliction, up top with the movement there from the lash. Can't quite commit onto the kill, doesn't take down Warden, reposition around. Rayek takes a hell of a blow from the slight. An alt fire will finish him from Pyro, so at least they're squeezing what they wanted from this. 2 spawns back up as well now.
It had to be cleaner than that. I mean, it started off really nicely. Phantom Strike as well, so even more disarm potential over towards Nakaman. Ern's been picked up in the meantime. Coming through on force, going to deliver that one in. All the while, this should be a free take over towards Blue Walker, getting yourself that 3rd flex slot online.
Hard pill to swallow as well for Fearless Furies with how good they've been playing today. If it comes down to their last matchup here in the BO2 and you trade it 1-1, could be a substantial difference in terms of the group stage outcomes that we're looking at.
Like I said, it was a little bit tight here for Fearless Furies in terms of whether they got in towards the playoffs, and they had to make this happen perfectly, so they need a big comeback here. Base Guardian's down as well, so another flex slot added, and it really starts to get away with you from you now.
Yeah, that damage output keeps compounding and the spawns are being cycled as well. Still 1 shrine remaining. Bit of a fight out front. Broadway lane is where the action's occurring. You get a grab onto the Warden. Dive strike down. Good use of the debuff remover as well to keep the pressure on. Trying to get back inside of the base. And a pause. Coffin hitting that one.
Yeah, that's an annoying pause as well to come through. I will say right now, we haven't talked about it very much, but Kakazo and some of these defensive afflictions have been phenomenal. Right, it has been stopping a lot of follow-up coming through from the lash. Getting onto it. Stoneform mid. Cast here as well. Alkfire down. A look to finish off on towards force here. Get that killing blow out. Oh, the diving's bad.
Gets the last standoff. Execute comes over the top just before that binding word could pop. You chain 2 of the kills together, and the Shiv is making the plays to keep this team alive. For Fearless Furies, it was looking really worrying as the pause was hit, but actually Vargareko with the stun into your last stand being cancelled out by the execute towards the tail end there. They've got a few soul bags to work with. Obviously, problem is you can't really spend them. Those last 2 flex slots entirely blocked off at this point.
Yeah, right now you're looking just to be on cleanup duty, trying to clear these waves, clear these lanes. Every single one is pushed in after that Rejuvenator pickup. Yeah, now you need... It's tough because that was a nice fight coming through from Fearless Furies, but they need more than that. Spellbreak has been brought online. Definitely a lot of burst damage coming through from Return to Shadows, from Slash on the Yamato. Even just Affliction, honestly, so I can understand why they're going for it. Even just the debuff resist as well is nice versus the combo. Not easy.
At least there's still a chance. It's looking very scary for Fearless Furies off the back of the fight into Rejuve. And for now, they're giving as good as they get. That Walker should go down. And this is what they were being starved from. They weren't able to get the extra itemization in. That's one of those 2 flex slots unlocked for them. There's a good chunk of souls on the majority of the team as well. So getting themselves another piece of the build should alleviate some of the stress. Ray gets the catch off onto Apple Cycle just as he hits that bounce pad. Instant rotation over for the assist. They're grouping. They want to turn this one into a fight, seeing what they can squeeze out of it.
Yeah, this is looking like a bit of a decider in terms of an engagement. Desperately trying not to get comboed here. Lash heads over towards blue, and there's an immediate response. They're moving over towards him. The rest of the team does send back. They get that last walker, so they're going to try and grab that buy. Get another item on board. You can see here at the moment, Epplefein's trying to find that last little bit of cash. Get a 6,400 pickup. I wonder if he's going to pick up the refresher here, potentially.
Boss back in play. The risk versus reward that now comes with a fight that's not on your terms is substantial.
That's nasty. Lightning Scroll on Fargo Echo is pretty big, actually, in terms of denial and shutdown. Especially over towards Rejuvenate is a really nice time to pick it up. You're likely going to get that onto absolutely everyone when you drop that airdrop.
The earn run started as well with Coffin grabbing that, hoping that maybe you can bait them into a fight here. Execute off the back of it with an advantage to set up for the mid boss. Obviously becomes a bit more risky to try and deny these if it's not on your terms.
We're getting close to just get this handed in for free. Fagareka is going to go for pause here. He's launching in the kudzu bomb, but feels too little too late. Would have to hit a nice vortex web to pull him off from the hand in. It's all going to kick off now, Jackie. Or not. They just let it go.
It's not worth the risk of an unfair fight, especially with the spacing being so far off. So you do get earn, and this actually makes them feel comfortable with timing to push down, potentially even just a bait to set things off. You could just use the haze to get the call out.
I think they can just straight go for it, because Fagareka sort of wastes the ultimate here. And the rest of the team is just completely preoccupied. They do bait it, like you're saying.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Just with Death Slam still being available, you're a little bit more cautious just in case. Damage output is actually pretty good. There's the Death Slam. Grabs two. Launches them back down, trying to reposition now as well off the back of the quick slam into him with the dive strike. Lots of ultimates being burnt on this one. Last stands thrown into the mix. You get the over top push, warp stone into the back line, so you can still tag them with the pulses. Low HP though. Say goodbye to your pocket.
Chiv's trying to follow up there, not able to make it happen. There's a lot of low players over on the side of Lotos. They do back this up slightly. Good damage over towards the Mo and Krill. All starting to go a little bit wrong at the moment for Lotos, though. Force can't really get back into the fight. This is looking clean. Airdrop was used, is now back and available, but Fagareka looking to hold off on that one. Tons of damage there. The Cannon's down, so your big carry out, but just continues to go back in the favor of Fearless Furies. An easy pickup on the Rejuvenator here. 4 players still left alive.
Amplify making all the difference on the Lash. Death Slam into the survivability of just being a key piece in this fight. And you've got nothing to try and contest with this. I mean, full 50-second respawns for most players, and Rayek's the only one alive. You're going to get the rejuve. They get what they wanted from it. It was the bait play into it. Like you said, possibly thinking without the Ivy ult up that it'd be an easier time. But that Death Slam, grabbing 3 of them, I believe, on the mid tower, helped them out.
Yeah, there was a
attempt, maybe. Let's see.
There was a really nice play in the middle of that as well, where they immediately back things up. Oh, it looks nasty! Oh! The steal from the haze! Goodness me!
Mate, that's unbelievable! The warp stone into the parry. Cube was already used. You get it off and get away with a steal. That's daylight robbery.
It's daylight robbery. Sleep Dagger and Fearless Fury sleeping at the wheel as the rejuve goes over. An absolutely disgusting way to finish off the back of what was such an insane team fight. That hurts. That is a haze taser straight to the body.
The warp stone, slowing hex, sleep dagger, parry. Ray with a disgusting steal.
Again, you sort of feel for Fargareco a little bit. That 1 second timing difference can mean everything. Or you just slightly miss time on the stone form. Lotus is probably screaming in the team speak right now.
They'd be fuming. You'd be absolutely fuming. You won an incredible team fight off the back of the mid-bait. But hey, the mid-bait pays off in the end as Ray makes a hell of a maneuver. And now you're instantly back to where you were, but at an even worse position in the game. You get the shove from the Mega Troopers on all the lanes, keeping you pinned in base, knowing that it's got to be 2 full wipes on the team, with the only rejuve that was burned being Ray himself. Yeah, dude, this is super uncomfortable. They can even take their time with it, with having well over half of Rejuvenator left. You can run the urn, clear all the farm on the camp, take both of the bridge buffs uncontested, and then just set up for a finish.
The worst part about it is, as well, is that you were really hoping to use that rejuve to pick up one of the base guardians and set yourself even with that final flex slot. Off the back of that fight, that was pretty miraculous. The issue is now coming up is that with the delay here, it gives plenty of time the guys on Lotus to all line their pockets and pick up that final item in their build. Oh, it's rough. This would be an unbelievable turnaround if Fearless Furies are able to win this game. But after that one, you need to have a massive mental reset.
And the mental only do you so much work as well, with just how far things have swung off the back of that. I mean, you look at the net worth on the soul count, like you say as well, just still being starved for that final flex slot with the base guardians being up. You just don't have the extra viability that you need, especially right now up against the full 6v6 reju fight. Yeah, dude, this is uncomfortable. Freedom to just keep all these lanes shoved as well, squeeze everything you want out of it.
Just tons of time and potential to get yourself all set up, ready to go for that final team fight that's going to decide it. Those death timers are disgustingly long now. It's such a misplay. It's such a mishandle over towards Rejuvenate. It has to be said. Having Stone Form and Goo Cube as well and missing it. It's the definition of a throw.
It's brutal. It really is brutal. It's going to be replaying in your mind. And there's nothing you can do about it. And they've taken the time to clear the entire map as well. Everything says, you know, you had that rejuve, you've got time to come to work with. Both buffs in for full clear the map for the jungle. So it's the soul lead that you take as the benefit from that rejuvenator, not even running the risk of a team fight that maybe snowballs a little bit. So they'd rather just get themselves into a position where you're guaranteed so much further ahead with the damage output. Because everyone's got that extra slot and now far better items to play with Rhea being able to pick himself up the curse there towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, the curse is going to be a big deal as well. You look into this match as well, and it's going to have to be pinpoint gameplay coming through from the boys over on Fearless Furies. They cannot miss a beat on this next team fight. Again, it's so hard as well because you look at all these players over towards Lotus, and we're looking almost nigh on 4K across the board, and with every single Rejuvenator being killed, reducing the spawn time by 1 minute, it's already up. We do get a grab over towards the Moan Krill. They need to be quick with this one though, Jackie.
Rotations are already coming in. They've got to be faster than this. They're trying to dump the damage, but the problem is he rolls out the front with a Baroness, so you can get the use out of that Warden. That's forced with a binding word over the top. Last stand, getting shots off. Goo Cube is strong to try and defend the Mirage. Flask to the back of the head. He still falls. 2 dead off the back of it. Fearless Furies thought they had the chance for a single pick, but it has rapidly unfolded into 3 of the team being dead and Lotus setting themselves up for the finish.
Yeah, it's feeling like it's over. The saving grace here is you still not dropped the patron. That is the only saving grace here. And this is going to feel like a slow burnout. like that rejuvenate just gave so much time for that final flex slot to basically take effect. And they get rejuve off the back of it. Man, it's so over.
Like, you took the whole map off the back of the one rejuve, knowing, of course, you'd have the shorter respawn time on mid-boss, so they get cheap death on the pocket, so Kikaro's now living his movie, Curse on the Haze as well, and then they make the smart play of when they finally do go for the fight, you get the free rejuve of everyone else being trapped in the base, unable to do anything. Yeah, that's game.
Oh, that's absolutely game, because there's just no way they can bring it back. I mean, it would have to be an unreal death slam into airdrop, into a good amount of damage. There's the combo, another found. Fargo echoes out. That airdrop's no longer in play. The stagger spawn right at the end as well. It's all down to Applefine now.
Have to be so absolutely unfathomable from him. All you've got to do, tuck underneath,
Oh,
get a
he's gone too
transformation, also
far.
cancels it out. He doesn't get anything from it. Scrapping as best they can with the players that are alive, but the DPS check is just too good. They're going to take it. Patron down, low toss with some unbelievable maneuvers. The engage onto the Moe and Krill. It just went west.
Yeah, dude, they were so tanky at that point. They were so tanky that Moe and Krill hardly took any damage once he got lassoed. Even into the tornado as well. He was locked down for a long time. I think that Ayano kind of had to find a pick over towards the haze realistically, but she was not showing her face the entire game other than stealing the redo, of course. But that's about it. I mean, tough game, very tough game. And then you get Applefine Tokyo drifting his way over the entirety of the map at the end there. All the lines breaking on the Death Slam. Oh, what a sad game. What a sad game for Fearless Furies. They played it so well too.
They tried as best as they could. They kept their heads in it. Man, it's super unfortunate. Obviously, like the turning point, the rejuice still with Rayake on the haze just makes a world of difference. But so many moments where it just felt like it was slightly off for them. Good bait setups, like the mind games from Lotus. I wouldn't even be surprised actually if the whole posturing they had with the quick rotate there to not show on minimap was send in the Moe, hope he gets picked, and then dive off the back of it because the response was so good. And yeah, crazy game.
Yeah, there was a massive amount of focus over towards Nakaman every single time as well, getting cursed up, getting afflicted. Really difficult for him to have any impact. And Apple Cycle just could not do anything in those engagements on the Shiv. Felt like he was going down so quickly, not getting a huge amount of damage done. It was very tough, very tough. And it all comes down to that flex slot, man. At the end of the day, that rejuve was the moment where they could have evened up on the flex slot, but you make a mistake like that, you go down. I mean, this was a nice moment from Apple Cycle, but that was about it. Is this it?
Yeah, this
is the moment, yeah. Oh, man.
Get it from his POV as well. You can see the actual flow of events. That was the Goku popped early. Alkfire on the ground. You come in, Warpstone into the parry, and then the confirm.
Dude. He gets the counter spell on the stone form. Of everything to get the counter spell, he gets it on the stone form.
So gross.
Prevents the stun. That is unreal work.
And this was the final fight. You lassoed in the Moe and Krill, but it quickly unfolded into 3 dead on the response back with Warden chipping away. So much damage from the last stand, the flask, and everyone was there instantly. Like Pyro's rotate was rapid, quick. Wow. Okay, that's how they do it. That's how they tie up this series. 1-1 apiece with Lotus getting the W.
Yeah, the legendary stuff that, I mean, that'll go down to be remembered as a moment when Counterspell literally changed the flow of an entire game. It just boggles my mind. Getting the Counterspell on the stone form, during Splatter, Barrel going through as well, of all things to get the Counterspell on, man. It might have just been in the exact same tick that they all go through, and so he's able to get multiple in that moment, but man, what a play from Rake.
Yeah. He really was the difference between actually being able to equalize the game a little bit, have the flex slot, and then put yourself into a position to try and set up to take control. Whereas instead, Rake not only got them all back alive, but absolutely wrecked them in the process as well. God damn, that's a hell of a maneuver. You know,
Yeah.
this is why those rejuve steals. Sometimes you got to rep yourself if you feel like it's possible. When you're that far down, it's worth the risk. And he certainly hit the jackpot on that one.
Yeah, I think so. For Fearless Furies, if I'm reading this correctly, right now, currently they would be going through into playoffs. It's very close though between them and Grigger Gaming. So I think Grigger Gaming would basically have to go 0-2 in both of their games and not pick up a single series.
Yeah, dude, it's intense. It's always one of those as well, though, where you never want to leave it up to fate. You know what I mean? You don't want to leave it up to someone else to be able to have a pop-off day where miraculously it does just happen. Obviously, very hard opponents for Grigger Gaming, so it won't be easy, but it does sting. I think especially after the flow of games, it probably is a very bitter pill to swallow to accept that one is... that one's not going your way. You're not getting the 2-0 blank. But there you go, bud. Hell of a series over the course of the day. That's us done, of course, with our games for today. Just the 2. But we still got 3 more matchups to go with ZP and ZG coming back into the flow blank. Any final thoughts on this one, mate, before we wrap it down for me and you?
Man, honestly, tournament so far has been really high. But again, we have some incredible games coming up. So please don't go anywhere.
Absolutely don't. Stay around. We'll be back after a 10-minute break with our next round of games. Keep it locked for the end of the group stage here at Bombshell Volume 6.
down.
Don't stop.
Welcome back, everyone, to One Win Bombshell Volume 6. We just saw a banger of a match, actually, between Fearless Furies and Lotos. We got 3 more matches to cover here in the group stage, and then we're on to the playoffs. So it was a banger of a match, really exciting ZP game number 2, and then it also maybe shakes up something when it comes to that 4th, 5th slot, unless there's some serious upsets that happening are on our half of the broadcast, because this is where we have those 3 representatives, the top teams of Europe, facing the, I guess, hopefuls in Lotus and Grika Gaming. Yeah, it is. And just to briefly go over the playoffs, guys, it's going to be like the top 5 from groups. So we'll get more into that as we round out the day, of course. But right, like we are actually starting to count down some of these numbers. You know, maybe top 3 have kind of been secured to an extent, although like where they are in that top 3 is the question that we're talking about with those tiebreakers. But then who actually makes it into the 4th and 5th slot? So. Just to be specific, we are getting our next match, which is going to be One Win Team versus Lotos. One Win Team having a good bombshell, getting that very like big upset over Abrahams in day 2, but then kind of getting back to the status quo, as it were, with the 0-2 versus Virtus Pro. I think they had a little more life in them, though, in that second game, right? Like that was at least very interesting to talk about. In fact, I mean, they really should have won it at 1 or 2 points, shouldn't they have? Yeah, I wonder if it might. right, guys, we got that all
Yeah.
fixed up. I think there is some really amazing communication going on where we do have two similar nicknames if you shorten mine. So ZP, we got everything fixed though. But it is going to be 1-1 team versus Loto. So excuse us for that brief interruption, but we are getting into this. We did talk about how 1-1 they've had a couple of great games. A couple of very promising games, not quite able to deliver it. On the kind of same side, I suppose, for Lotos, they were, for me, one of the teams to look out for that potential 4th or 5th slot. After, I think, an impressive first day for me anyway. They faced some of the big bads in Virtus Pro and Abrahams. And then, of course, they did get 2-0, 2-0. That's kind of the nature of where we're at right now in Deadlock. But I thought the games are promising. So this is, for me, like 1-win team either wins easily and it's like, okay, solidly and like 3rd, maybe approaching 2nd, right? Or Lotos is really just, this is the time for me to jump on the bandwagon before anyone else has and just be like Lotus. But we'll see how these drafts work out first before we get into talking about who's actually going to win here. What are you thinking so far, ZP?
Well, I'm thinking I'm going to have to restate some points here because people just got a great lip sync show right here where somehow a mute button got toggled. It was on my end. I have no idea how, but either way. Yeah, going into it, look, my main point from before is that when you have a 3-way tie from all these teams, there's no room for error now for any of the teams in the lead, which of course includes 1-win team. You know, we were kind of talking a little bit how they let a lead slip away from them against VP, where, you know, if there's ever a weakness of 1-win team is that they tend to, they can get ahead off individual skill, but they don't always translate those pickoffs into actual tangible in-game advantages. But we'll see if things go better today. What's interesting to me, draft-wise, and how the draft has been evolving over the course of the tournament is that now we're seeing more likely that teams may actually first ban Geist, where Geist has been kind of the quintessential first pick because she's not getting banned, but you know, if she's not banned, you want to pick it. Teams have suffered enough losses to Geist at this point where they're like, no, we're going to change things up. And for Lotos, it's kind of interesting that they come in here with the Sinclair, where it's like kind of a different end, where it's like, okay, you're going to be giving up Warden first pick in that case, and then you just immediately come back in and counter with the Sinclair into Viscous. But you know, the front end of the Lotos draft is kind of interesting given what you'd normally see prioritized at the front of the draft. But you know, I don't hate it if they can get quality picks on the back end.
Okay. All right. Having to summarize here. Let me take another look. Okay. And then Calico is also in that funny place where she's more of like that mid priority, like literally either mid ban or like middle of the choosing. So she does get banned alongside with Kelvin, which was actually 1-win team getting the ban, and that was after Lotus picked Lash, which is a little interesting. So I guess they just didn't want to, because who goes next actually is the question I've been lost in.
In terms of that, so if 1-win team was first pick, then Lotus would be getting the next pick coming
okay.
Yeah,
That
so
does make sense.
the easiest way that I remember it, because it has honestly tripped me up quite a bit too at times in broadcast when you're you know, the middle of discussions, is that the team that picks first does not pick first after the mid-stage ban. So they pick second after mid-stage.
The problem was that I didn't quite catch who went first, but I guess we also have been kind of doing it like left, I think, versus right. But anyway, yes, thank you for keeping track, CP. So yeah, then maybe just like make sure they can't get to the Calvin. That makes sense. But that also means that they can't grab it. So Lotos pick up Holiday. No, we're back to looking at 1-win.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'm looking at Lotus here and a little bit afraid of is what is their front line going to look like here at this instance? The front line is looking a little bit rough. They also, generally speaking, you do want to get something along the lines of, say, an Infernus or a Seven, or, you know, historically a Wraith. I mean, nowadays, maybe a McGinnis as your final pick. But I mean, Lotos, they need something more in the damage realm for the last in their last 2 picks, and they need something a little bit more on the front line end.
Yeah.
Overall, looking at it, I mean, they have good utility between the Sinclair and the Viscous, but you know, their last 2 picks are going to matter a lot. And 1-win team, okay, coming in with Bebop Shiv, absolutely zero surprises there, particularly in the Bebop.
They did go for Mo and Krill in the last game. So is that what Lotus is going to be grabbing? They also have the Viscous. They're not getting cubed against them, which is happening last game as well. So that could be a nice pickup for the front line.
Yeah, I mean, Viscous, Mo and Krill after picking up Holiday. There was one instance where, well, I say one instance, it was actually the last 1-win Bombshell Vol.5 where you had a lot going on in terms of Holiday Mo being picked in the first 3 picks as a very common combo. I still think it's it can be pretty effective. It's fallen a little bit out of favor in recent times, but yeah, I mean, if they're running Mo in the last game, then yeah, I would guess that Mo is probably a safe guess to round things out. Also, for a one-win team, when you take a look at final picks they could go here, it is, even though they picked the Bebop, which might go against it, you still have things like Haze still available to potentially round things out.
Right. And well, in Furnace, you brought that up, but just bring it up again
Yeah.
because we're going to get it. There we go. Also, one that wants to be chosen here. That's going to help out a tremendous amount. I mean, more and more talk about Infernus after the patch kind of took down some other characters who also, I guess, maybe like were even or even ahead in the priority. And then also figuring that there's a strong response with Infernus against the Warden if you get them involved with each other anyway. So the final picks, what is everyone needing?
Well, I think you're probably right on your read that Lodos is going to come in with Mo and Krill. One-win team, again, few different ways they could go about it. Personally, I would guess from what's around here, they also could just go 7 because we need something that it may be acting a little bit more on the support end. We've seen from players like Saint that you can run a really effective support style 7 that also gives you a lot of room to do your walker pushes or defend walker pushes a little bit more effectively. So I'm thinking around those lines for final pick for one-win team.
I think that's
what?
Okay, that wasn't any of our guesses. So Paradox on one win. Lodos grabbed the Ivy. So talk about that front line then. That's just
what front line? What front line? When I look at Lodos, it doesn't exist. Your biggest front line is a goo ball. Like. Yep. Yeah, maybe it'll work every now and then. I think there was like a draft way while back where the now banned melee creeps, at least from one's perspective, back in NA, kind of ran a frontline-less combo and made it work. But that on paper, that draft does not look promising. Like I don't look at this draft and go, I'm very confident about what is going on here. Realistically speaking, it's super dependent on just crushing lane phase in the early to mid. But if one team even gets a little bit ahead, I just don't see how they don't just run at Lodos and Lodos is like, well, guess I die.
Yeah, yes, I'm with you. Lodos might have some magical plan in mind. I mean, they didn't draft like this in their previous game today. I haven't checked back to the previous days, but they either had that Mo and Krill kind of coming in as a surprise because it had dropped down in priority, but still kind of made sense. And I thought made even more sense now that they didn't have the Viscous to Cuban one that they had comboed. Or they had a Warden, which obviously went to one-win team. But it's still like something that they did grab, and they're just foregoing here for game number 1 at the very least against one-win team.
I really wonder the logic of coming in here at the Paradox. I mean, look, I actually think Paradox has probably been underpicked now that Rescue Beam is not being bought by 3 to 4 members of every team, thus making swap more difficult to land. I feel like it's probably one of those cases where there's a collective just forgetting that this hero is good. I mean, it's been the only time in Deadlock history also where Paradox has been not picked, generally speaking. You go all the way back to beginning of Deadlock tournaments, Paradox has always been not only picked, but usually picked in the early parts of the draft. It's only been in the last few weeks that we've seen Paradox kind of fall off a cliff.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe making her way back in. I know the guys before us were talking about how Paradox building a little bit more into the vitality so they should actually survive when she swapped, because that could be kind of the bummer part about her, pick off, I guess, ability, right? Which is that she does get swapped, whereas with Holiday, obviously, you get the lasso and then you just jump pad away. So there's no risk at getting involved with the other side of the team fight. But Paradox kind of that's her whole thing. But yeah, I don't know, maybe just as far as why they picked her specifically against what Lodos has, I don't know, but it is going to be, I guess, the future cowboy versus the old fashioned, cowgirl anyway. All right. So one-win team probably going to do better off as the game continues on. If they have a super solid laning phase, Lotos, if they have a super solid laning phase, maybe someone gets out of control. Maybe they start running around and they don't let the momentum go. But this feels very scary for Lotos.
Yeah, overall, especially given the quality of the team they're up against, look, I'm willing to be surprised that, especially at this day in the game, like, I don't ever want to be the, oh, this team is just completely out of it no matter what. But if you the real take here is that, barring just a ridiculous early game or factors that will not be on face value, this seems to overwhelmingly be a one-win advantage going in here. So if you're Virtus Pro, looking at the results, or Abraham's looking at the results going as like, man, I sure hope one-win team drops a map. I doubt it's going to be this game.
Yeah, all right. Well, talk about the lane matchups going on here. Mid often a big focal point, that is won decisively by either team. Going around and roaming is usually a big deal. We talk about Holiday having that potential, but then Bebop is also in mid. So Bebop, obviously with more frequent hooks than the lassos, needs to land them. As always, a brilliant analysis. If the Bebop hooks are landing, that mid could be very annoying. Although there is the cube to try and save the day if it is happening. I mean, it just kind of, for me, depends on how often the hook actually lands.
Yeah, as always, when it comes to hook characters, I love how holistic it transcends games of just, hey, you're playing the hook character. If you land the hook, it's the best character in the game. If you don't hit your hooks, well, it's bad. Generally speaking, old adage always stands up. But I do think having the Viscous opposing the Bebop does actually limit a lot of threats, because when you do get hooked in, the cube is just going to limit some of the damage that's there. Where you talk about the idea of teams doing more lane swap style metas. If you're a Bebop, there would definitely be some incentive to just go to the non-Viscous lane if you can swing it.
Yeah, that's true, but it is more awkward, I suppose, when your plan was set up as mid. Oh well, yeah, they're obviously going to be just pushing that. On the left side, Sinclair and Lash being a bit of bullies. The Shiv Paradox defense struggling a little bit, but not as much as Rayosh. Perhaps that hook did come in when we were paying attention to another lane. And goodbye, Holiday.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Viscous in lane, still not enough to protect the Holiday. So actually pretty impressive coming in from Zanya and Overseas off in the middle, and also kind of a bad omen for Lodos, where, as we already said, this is a difficult setup for Lodos, where more than the norm, Lodos has to win lane phase. However it may be, if they come out of lane phase and even if it's neutral, but let alone falling behind, they're just not going to be able to compete on even levels, because they are going to just get pushed back. The fact is that Xenon and Zanya are going to be extremely difficult to hold ground against.
Yeah, I'm just also looking at how many of those comfortable picks we got for a one-win team, where it feels like, oh yeah, Overseas on Bebop can do fantastic. Empty Dreams on Warden, locked in first and foremost, can do fantastic. Zanya has a very solid Yamato as well, been fantastic. I mean, there's even more reasons than just a few. There's maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's why one win just feels like they're very, very, very favored coming into game number 1 at the very least. But I'm going to stick with trying to I guess, hype up Lotos, a bit of the underdog coming in here, facing some of these top-tier teams, trying to provide at least a little bit of back and forth against Abraham's and Virtus Pro. Hopefully they're able to do it again here against one-win team. I am very afraid of this going drastically wrong very fast, as we even have Viscous gonna get taken down. Carzo. That lane's not as covering of each other as you would ideally hope with the cube, and then maybe Holiday once she gets her ult, the last would come in. We're not quite there yet, but it's not going well for Lotos in the mid lane.
No, Lotus in mid, it's not going well, as you say, and it's a lane where they had tried to plan around it. They had done Viscous Holiday, where ideally the cube would give us a little bit of cover from the hook pressure that was coming in. It has not been the case, and the odds are pretty high that this is going to escalate to losing Middle Guardian early, in which case Overseas is just going to be free to roam about the map. But okay, as I say that, Lasso connects. Overseas getting a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. Into the Guardian he goes for the parry. I think the parry may have been mistimed. I'm pretty sure he just got bunked by the Guardian on top of the other damage that was coming in.
I think so, yeah. But that's, yeah, as you said, taste of their own medicine. That's a nice feeling. We'll see if that continues, though.
Oh, look at Holiday.
That's my problem. Holiday.
Maybe?
Look at... Yeah, okay. No. Thought he was going over to the left side.
Yeah. First I was like, okay, just got that, immediately hauling left, but no, just going for boxes. However, Sai, meanwhile, just getting cut down by Xenia. Same time,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
runs into the low HP Holiday. Although at the same note, low there. I don't know. Oh, the power slash misses.
That was dicey, right? It's like Ryosh maybe did want to go over to the left side and then was called over to the right, and then obviously by the time they got there, their teammate had already fallen, so there was a chance that maybe they could have taken on Zanya. If that slash hit, I don't know if that chance actually existed, right? So that was just like very scary on both sides. But anyway, we're gonna go back to just being in our lanes for now. As not as significant. Well, no, actually, 5k lead. 5k lead already built up. Hyper Beam also gets activated. It's going to push everyone back in the mid lane. Get some significant damage, actually, too. Not able to hide away quite fast enough. They got a swap going down in the left lane, and not going to follow up to anything in particular. But the mid, so much the linchpin often to the next stage of that laning phase. Who gets to actually roam around and be more effective, and that's why I think we're prioritizing talking about it, even though these other lanes might be looking okay at times for Lodos. It's that mid that just feels like it's going to be a decider if someone's really far ahead or just maybe like even. Zanya does go down, actually. Got dragged into the Guardian. And the 5k lead that has already been built by one win is already concerning.
Yeah, I mean, again, given all the circumstances went in to the beginning here in terms of the draft, it's not ideal for Lodos and how they want this to go. I mean, okay, ABL ends up falling off on the left, but the problem is, if this gets out of hand where they've been able to bring it back a little bit, they're just not going to be able to fight on even terms. But on the same note, the last little bit, not the worst here for Lodos. Able to get a Guardian and a few extra kills. Even things a little bit more on the aggregate as Bebop and Viscous get into it. Low HP on the Viscous ball and gonna go down before smushing Bebop to the side.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the souls, specifically on Empty Dreams, who's going to just be a very powerful Warden if this continues on this way. And then overseas, Bebop, maybe not necessarily look at, first and foremost being like, need all the souls, but it's just more of indicative of how the mid lane has been going overall as certainly the Viscous is having trouble catching up. Holiday a little less so, but still struggling to an extent. Vindicta got involved, and it looked like Rayosh wanted to go for a bit of a chase there, but might have to rethink that. Overseas was looking to cover him.
Taking a look at middle, a little bit of rotation middle here from Lodos. 3 over, looking for the Guardian, but Xenia on the defense, up over the top. Pyro gonna go down, up on the left side. Middle lane still getting a little bit frisky here. It looks like there's 2 defending for one win team, and Assassinate comes on in. Gonna be forcing Rayek a little bit back, if nothing else.
Well, the left Guardian is about to fall, so I was going to say Zanya could go help out mid again. They do actually kind of cross paths with Hofane. I guess they didn't actually see each other, though, and then we're going to have that rebalancing going back into the mid, so that now one win is the one pressuring the Guardian quite a bit. I thought the Guardian left side was going to go down quickly. Actually, the response was there in time, but then that move over to mid was made, and that is the Guardian to fall first. Back over to left, just make sure that Walker isn't pushed continuously, I suppose, and then where do we go from here? That 7k lead now, actually, for one win still points to them favorable, even though we've had Guardians traded at this point. Actually, the right side Guardian did go down, too. So one win winning slightly in the objective so far. Are going to need to get that third one. We might have more people rotating over to ensure the death on the third Lodos Guardian.
I think for me, I just see the invisible timer on this game at the moment for Lodos, where their original win condition with this sort of comp was to get ahead in the early to mid game. It hasn't happened. The laning phase, while there have been a few bright spots, it really hasn't gone super well for them. 2 Guardians to 1 here so far. And then you look at the soul allocation that's coming on in. They're already potentially going to have to deal with a raid boss in Xenia, nearly at 9k. So as you look at this here, it's pretty rough. But getting pickoffs like that on the ABL, maybe the start to getting something done. But you have to look at it as what is the follow-through after getting this pick?
Yeah. I mean, ABL found maybe a little too confident in the farming right there, basically. Like, this was caught out by so many people that had moved away from their lanes. But that's not nearly as important as the overall state of the game. Finally getting some revenge, too. Pyro does go down. As you're pointing out, Zanya really getting up there in souls. Empty Dream continuing to get farther and farther ahead, too. And we saw this in a previous one-win game. It was actually even worse, though. Empty Dreams would have been like 13k at this point, I think, in that game that I'm thinking of. Don't remember against who. And they just they were just a threat every which way we looked. They were always a part of the fight, so they were always impactful, and you could not take them down. Like, they started to get swapped, started to get lassos, started to get hooked, whatever it was, and the warden was just like, I don't care. I'm that far ahead. So that is always scary. Now it's 2 going down for Lotos as they are barely hanging on to the Guardian to the left. It's Lash so far defending. Pyro forced to give that up by the looks of things. And the mid Guardian not as in danger with a couple people moving on over there. The urn was taken by one win team. They drop it to defend the mid lane Guardian.
You know, it's funny. When doing other tournaments and you cast one win team, I'll usually just say one win. I feel like I say one win team more in this as we see Xeno Gang, or rather we see Holiday Gang chased on down. Just because of the distinction, because it is the one win Bombshell tournament. You just say one win, repeatedly. It may get confusing. It's like, no, we're talking about the team, not the tournament. It's only casting here that I feel that pressure. But overseas, meanwhile, just able to turn the urn. Absolutely no contest in from Lotos, and what was already a big gap continues to grow.
Yep, now 14k, guys. It's the line goes up and up and up. The stonks are rising for one win team. Nice little stun right there, and then a hex. So Paradox in more trouble than she was expecting, but had the ability to get the kill, get the heck out of there. Magician goes down as well. Yeah, ABL thought they were caught a little bit perhaps, but they are able to escape on very low health, even just feeling confident. It's teleplane in for more jungling. We got a fight over on Walker. That's what we're currently watching, which is just a bad sign, as the Guardians for one win stand strong. They got mid, they got right side, and Lotos have now been pinned back to all of their Guardians, with the right side one under so much pressure. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's just a Walker down instantly. About 12 minutes in, this is just snowballing out of control.
Ooh, in over the top. ABL gonna fall once more, where I have to say, for a game that has been utterly dominant for a one-win team, Paradox has not necessarily been beating the allegations of being a little bit washed in this current meta, where as good as ABL has been, it's just, like, maybe it's just being wrong place, wrong time a lot, but I feel like you look at the overall game, it's like, oh, one-win team winning here. Also, ABL got picked on Paradox, and one-win team continuing to win here, and ABL is dead again.
They're kind of...
With generally speaking...
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, generally speaking, given that ABL is like really, really good, I don't know how much of this I blame on ABL.
I think I don't know. It does feel like they are going for farm in some precarious positions when people are not in their lane, so you don't know exactly where they are. And then I think that second time was after they took all that damage. I'm not sure if they healed up, but again, I mean, they just like a wrong place, wrong time. I'm trying to defend my girl Paradox at this moment, I suppose. I'm a little biased, but I think it's going to get just better. Like, we're going to have far less of that, and they're going to contribute more of the team fights and look quite good, swapping around, getting their carbine hit. And look, I'm gonna defend her to my dying days, but you might be onto something. Who knows? At this point, it's inevitable that everyone on one-win team is going to start having just basically fun. Like, this is growing crazy out of control. 24k lead for one win team. Is it another Walker falls? Mid lane Walker, I'm not sure, has been injured too much, but then now we're going to have that convergence as Viscus goes down for Lotos. There's one less to defend that Walker. And, like, you have the Walker on your side, 5 people are there, of course you can defend it, but what if you also are down 25k souls? And then, well, what if Bebop gets a hook and then you're just not even with the Walker? The Hex actually helps out right there.
That's actually completely excessive, unwarranted, just ugly things happening on top of a brutal game for Lowe's. I mean, look, going into the draft, we mentioned this was going to be bad if Lotus ever fell behind, let alone falling behind 30,000 souls 14 minutes into the game. We're kind of in the stage of, it reminds me of a game we casted with Jake, and we go, Jake, Jake, what do they need to win here? It's like, Jake's like, well, they need a meteor to strike the houses of the other team. And we've effectively entered the meteor zone here, where I cannot conceive of win conditions that one win team loses this game at this point without disconnects or, other acts of God occurring. It is far too gone here. And it's not just the current lead. I mean, a 30k lead would be bad enough, even in comps that looked relatively even. But a 30k lead when the other team has a Yamato at 17k, a Warden at 21k, and your most farmed is an Ivy at 13k, it's probably cooked. Like, it is very, very dumb.
Yeah, like, this is one of those situations where you even wonder if, like, they can kill Flammable, who's quite squishy. It's just, this is getting so out of control. empty dreams. Definitely at that point where even if they're caught alone by 3 people, which almost happened, I think, for a second there, I'm not sure it would have mattered. At the very least, it would have been able to escape, if not take just like 2 people down with them if they do end up falling. Yeah, absolutely extremes. I think we had maybe some ideas of trying to start open up that mid call. Didn't quite happen. That is obviously going to happen as soon as the either the lanes specifically push again, or this team fight around Urn is lost by Lotus. Because I'm not even like putting like an if. Like it should be lost. Either it's given up and OneWin get even further ahead on souls, or they try to fight the Urn and then they die.
And also OneWin gets the Urn and gets further ahead on souls.
Yep.
Really, both paths lead to OneWin getting further ahead on souls. And
Yep.
I think my main criteria I'm looking at here is, okay, OneWin, you generally have problems ending things cleanly when you have an advantage. And while I don't think OneWin can throw away the lead they have here, I'm just kind of looking at the execution where, yeah, you can mess around a little bit here, and maybe that's the mindset, but you should be treating this as if you were up 30 or 40K on Abrahams or Virtus Pro at the moment. Just killer instinct, go out of your way to end this as efficiently as possible. You know, I think that's the best form of practice in the situation, rather, because the actual winning part is not really in question now, but maybe getting a little bit cleaner on your execution, always room for that.
Right, that's unfortunately how we can cast this, which is like, well, how good do OneWin tie this up with a bow? Is it one of those like ugly bows that you just kind of like hand over your gift sheepishly and you're like, don't even look at it? Or is it a nice, beautiful bow? And people are like, wow, did you get this professionally done? that's the extent of our casting, guys. Lodos just having absolutely zero chance.
Well, look, it's all about authenticity in casting, and we can't just sit here and go, okay, here's the Doctor Strange 1 in 14 million absolute probability of turning this around, where you've seen a team just get pummeled all game long and now have to go against game carries. What's going to happen now? Could they get us here? There's always all of that. Let's see if they're able to do the miracle, and they do. Okay. It doesn't save anything? No. Does it do anything to really get them back into the game? No. Is that a massive mistake by OneWin team that they should look at and just be like, okay, we really shouldn't let this happen, because if this were a closer game against a better team at the moment, that would be awful. Like, that is just a mistake from OneWin team, and not good. It doesn't change the outcome of the game, but come on, you can't let that happen.
We have our answer on my analogy. It is a shoppily closed bow that you just are handing over, like, but the gift is really cool, trust me. Like, this isn't the presentation isn't that great, but the gift is awesome. It's an N64 back in like 1999 whenever it released. I think it was
97. I feel like 97 was the year, and God, I'm dating myself because I got one back in 97, but hey,
I'm pretty sure I did too. All I can think of whenever someone talks about getting their N64 is that gif of that kid, who I think, I'm guessing most families were like that, where the kid's just like going Super Saiyan with how excited he is. I don't remember that, but N64 was absolutely one of my favorite consoles, and I miss the ultra complicated controllers where like all these companies didn't really decide on what like a basic controller would look like. I miss that as well.
I mean, the Nintendo 64 controller was a weapon of destruction when you think about once Mario Party got involved. I mean, the amount of just damage done to hands, unreal.
Oh my
what
gosh,
that controller
the palm, when you have to do that, like that one mini game. Yes, for me it was also Pokemon Stadium.
Thing, yeah.
Pokemon Stadium had one too, and I was so good at that. Anyway.
It's just like, but why have I taken damage for playing the game? I don't like, you know, you're sort of processing the world at that point, even as a kid to like early teen, and just like, wait, is this something that can happen in life? And it's like, oh, little do you know, as you get older, you will find all sorts of ways that your body will take damage that you never truly expected. Or you could just get into Brood War and just develop like really intense repetitive stress injury.
Yeah, especially if you play Terran, no doubt about that. 2 things to note real quick, even though this is still a very one-sided game, while that rejuve was stolen, we also had the right side walker of OneWin go down, and they did lose their Guardians eventually. So this isn't one of those games where you see like all 3 Guardians up and you're like, ooh, no, like don't let this be broadcast. But like I think OneWin really was just kind of like, we got this, like no problem, whatever. So obviously the rejuve steal happened, and they're like, well, that was kind of silly. Oops, my bad. And then the walker also wasn't defended, and I think again it's just them going, who cares?
It doesn't help OneWin team beat the allegations of just having sloppy misplays that rear their head in an otherwise very, very good mechanically skilled team.
Yeah.
And it makes me feel like if one win team, whether it be coaching or just whatever it would take to sort of iron out the wrinkles that tend to plague them, if they were able to do that in some way, they'd be able to actually, be more consistent against some of the top teams right now where they've been in a little bit of a rut for the last month. And, also to that same note in terms of giving stuff away, you're 35K up right now and Empty Dreams gets picked off. Why is Empty Dreams getting picked off? Like, why? How is this being played in a way that you're giving up kills up this much when overall you're significantly far ahead if you just play good, consistent Deadlock?
Because they're having fun.
I mean, I can buy the autopilot argument. I truly can.
Yeah, I think
And,
so.
You got Earn Fight coming up here. One team going to be up back to full strength. And, look, incredibly one-sided. I am, still keeping eyes open to see how Lodos pulls the miracle, but it's going to require massive mistakes from one team that be the case. And, Spirit Lasso interrupting the last stand, which, by the way, the full cooldown is done as a result. Like, wait, there's no way. Empty Dreams, are you going to fall here again?
Yes, he is.
Super low. Holiday getting into it. Empty Dreams goes. Also, I think Empty Dreams just tried to drop the last stand directly in Holiday's face as if it wouldn't get interrupted.
Did he notice him because he was focusing on the 1v1 with Infernus?
It's possible,
Yeah.
maybe not, but
But even though we're like Empty Dreams, come on, man. The rest of the team kind of want a team battle. Funnily enough, we have a pseudo base trade. The base gardens look to be taken down by Lodos. They do not get them though, as people from Moment do come back. And then, well, more importantly, shrines are going down. So I use base trade in a very loose term. Just some trading that it was attempted. Didn't even get those base gardens, as I mentioned. Now Lodos trying to send everyone back home. Only 2 people alive for them. Get a shortened res timer as the patron does transform. And I guess that is going to force one win to move out. But they do still, just keep in mind, they still have the 40K plus soul lead. They still have their walkers. They have all of the flex slots, and Lodos are missing 2.
And also a team comp that just, on paper, has no business giving up kills at this point. When you, again, the fact that Empty Dreams has died twice in the last 5 minutes as a 33K Warden, where the top soul on the other team is a 22K Holiday, these things probably should not be happening.
Okay. What are the consoles you want to talk about?
Yeah, I was just saying, do we advance over to the GameCube era and where we're at?
I never actually had one. I bought one in college because it was like $20 and we could play it in a dorm, but didn't have one earlier on.
Yeah, GameCubes have actually probably gone up in price at this point. It's just people played Smash Melee. But all right, we got move in here from Force. Looking for a little bit of damage here onto Xenon. Xenon getting hit from multiple sides. Is Xenon gonna go down here, looking super low, and yep, that one is given up. I mean, to be fair, Lodos now isn't at a point where they'll just have to roam around as a full 6 and look for an individual pickoff. But even still, surprised Xenon was taken out.
Yeah, I mean, I want to start talking about, because we've been talking about how this lead is great for one win, but really maybe at that point their test is how well do they tie this up, and they're not doing it as well as possible. I would love to do the opposite and say, hey, Lodos is really very far behind, but here are the good things that they're doing. But it is such a severe difference that it's hard to give them the credit rather than giving one win team the discredit, if you will, and just being like, oh well, they're
discredit.
they're not grouping up and just charging forward as well as maybe they could have. When they think that they found battles that they're going to win because it's 1v1 or even 1v2 and they're really confident, in terms of like a 1v3 or the interruption on the last stand happens and it's just more awkward than they anticipate. But I don't know if I really can say like Lodos. I guess what I can say is that, man, they are fighting back, right? Like they are not just collapsing and just being like in base going, whatever guys, we're done. They are fighting back. They are looking for people being overconfident, maybe jungling too hard and alone. When they do get paired up together, they are taking some decent battles. It's just that they do have to be paired up in like 2, 3s, even 4s to take someone down. But it's very limited, and the comebacks are still very limited as well. The sequence of events that could theoretically happen, Lodos could take a decent team fight after killing 2 people who are overconfident and in the jungle. They then could take out the walkers and get the mid boss and then do a significant push. What a godsend of an amazing sequence of events that would be, though. Basically impossible.
I mean, the problem is, and why it goes in the basically impossible, is that the stat differential is just ridiculous at the point. I mean, the amount of investment just to kill either Empty Dreams or Xenon when you have a 3-on-1 is pretty high, let alone if you have to do a full team fight. To me, when I look at this, I kind of wonder if you have VP in this situation where you're 50k up, is VP going to be taking as long to put away the game? Are players like Listic going to be getting picked off randomly while you seal a deal? And I feel like the answer is no. And, okay, let's take a look here. Got Death Slam. Looking. Swap. This time going to be taken by one with team. But to continue the point, it's just, I don't feel like VP in the same situation would make this difference. And it's not that VP is overall a better team per se. When you look at the, one team does have multiple things they do really well. I just think these are the mistakes that haunt one team in closer games. Like, it's not going to cost them this game, obviously, because of how far ahead they are. But when you think about things like, oh, why did Empty Dreams get picked off? Or why did these players go down? This can also happen in closer games where it's a lot more impactful.
Yes, yeah. A bit of a ride there that happens is Lodos did manage to get Zania at the end of the day, but they're going to lose. Not quite almost everyone, but the 2 people went down in that particular fight, 2 before, leading to a very weak defense on maybe these last set of base guardians, and perhaps ultimately that final patron. You're just like, oh, how fast am I going to die?
I'm gonna be honest. My head immediately went to like a head cannon. Like, what would Lord Viscous be doing there? Just the Viscous voice being like, "Please, I come from the deep. I mean peace.
Right,
Leave me alone." And she was just sitting there, like, "Die, monster."
I've sometimes in these games just to have fun and like kind of create a good atmosphere. I've been opening up my team games with a lore-based reason as why the other team should let me win. As we do finally get the end, guys. Map 1 does go to 1 win. But like I was playing Pocket and I typed the other team. I was like, please let me win. I'm trying to stop my father from conquering the world with an evil organization. And I actually got some laughs. I got some LOLs in return. So I was very proud about that.
And then the team on Team Com was like, actually focus her harder. How dare she even try to negotiate, like to destroy her. But yeah, okay, look. Going back to the draft, kind of the expected result, also the general power level of both teams. I do think a little bit worrying for one win team, though, in the sense that they still are making some of the mistakes that probably cost them the win against VP in one of the maps yesterday, where just they get ahead and sometimes they make mistakes they shouldn't. Didn't bite them at all in this game, but when you talk about habits carry on from game to game. So that's what I'm saying. Like, even in a series like this where, the difference between the 2 teams is still pretty high, there's elements that the higher end team can work on. And, in this case, that's kind of going to be the storyline for me as we ready to go into map 2 soon. But, we got some highlights here, and, for the most part, it's pretty one-sided.
Yeah, that was the Bebop hook as we were expressing how, difficult this is for Lodos. I was like, maybe the Walker. Nah, the hook came. So, yeah, just already past the point of no return, basically, at that point. And then we can also track just how high up the souls are going. This was the steal, which was pretty neat. It was, but it hardly had much impact. A lot of them lost the rejuve pretty quickly afterward, and then there wasn't that much of a push through the lanes. The next time, there was the attempted steal, which would make it a highlight of as well. There's the paradox swap that ensured no one could really... The person, I think the only person who get close to it was the Lash, and they didn't get close at all.
Nope, not one bit. And yeah, overall, when you look at the meta stuff, you go, okay, well, why didn't this comp work for Lodos? I think it's twofold. Oh God, the Viscous pleading for life, just like that's the highlight of the game for me. It's far too funny, particularly when you get like the Viscous squeal at the very end. But yeah, I mean, when you look at the brass tacks of why this went down this way, overall, the laning phase went very, very poorly for Lotus, even though with the comp they had, that it could have went significantly better. And then when you have that poor of a laning phase, they didn't have anything that was really going to bring things back for them in the late game. In fact, it was the opposite. So if you have a comp that's more early focused and you're hoping to get a snowball in the beginning and you don't get it, and instead the other team goes ahead and they have late game heroes, it's going to be GG every time.
I wonder how much Lotus were kind of stuck in the last match played mode, you know what I mean? Because they had this, they lost first against Fearless Furies, and they were able to bring it back, right? If I've already forgotten that order, but they were focusing a lot on how to deal with Fearless Furies. No, I did it. No, I did it the entire time. Fearless Furies. Then maybe they just they don't like reset or have enough time to reset. Just because, like I pointed out in the first 5 minutes, it's not just this composition looking overall very good and Lotus not looking as good. It's also that one win got everything that's really comfortable for them too. So I wonder how much of that just needs to be like a slap back to reality. And they're going to at least have the draft look a lot better, right? I mean, I think we're both still predicting that one win wins overall, but the draft, I don't believe should ever be that difficult again.
No, and also, I do think you kind of got hit with a little bit of the flip side and danger of doing something like banning the Geist, where, yes, you banned the Geist and you gave up the Warden first, but by virtue of banning the Geist, you've also put yourself in a little bit of a hole where you ensure that you don't get either Geist or Warden. Like, you're giving the other team a scenario where they are going to get a very premium tier frontliner in Warden, and you have no response whatsoever. And I think part of the reason why maybe banning Geist may be a bad idea is that at the moment, if you don't ban Geist, the first team or first pick team will always pick the Geist, but then you're guaranteed a Warden in return.
Mm-hmm.
If you take out the Geist or the Warden, then the other team is going to get the one that you don't ban, and then you're left with nothing. So even going back to the draft strategy, at the very least, if you're not going to prioritize frontliners after the fact, it's a problem, because where you're going to get your frontliners from, there's too many out of the pool at that point.
Yeah. And we called them Mo and Krill, but they decided they want to do that at that time. I think the bans ought to be different, and then I think the choice will be different. So they might even need to go down to Mo and Krill again, who's still kind of low priority. First ban from Lotus is going to be that Bebop. They really did not enjoy that Bebop, which, to be fair, it was being that bully in the mid lane to an extent, and then had a couple of highlights, but after the game had already snowballed.
I have to tell you, it's very funny that the Bebop community now is getting very, very scared across the Deadlock scene, where for a long time, when Bebop wasn't really getting picked as much in high-end comp, there's a lot of like, Bebop is terrible, buff Bebop, you can't say Bebop is too strong, where is he getting played in comp? And now the last 2 weeks have now turned things into a, wait, Bebop's really good, and then you feel the collective fear of the Bebop mains just, trying to avoid the gaze of Yoshi in this instance, being like, please, don't smite us. Don't nerf our hero. We know what happened to Healing Nova and Rescue Beam. Don't do it. But Sinclair going to get banned from one team, and that right there, ZG, that is the number one tell of, yep, we are going to pick Warden. Maybe Lotus will pick Warden now as a response to that, but they'll give up the Geist. So one team's good with either scenario.
Right, exactly. And then, okay. Well, they got both because they chose Mirage, which... I know Mirage is good, but was it that good?
The random guttural sounds coming out of me right now, I feel like gives all the all my opinion of this draft. That's wild. I'm not even sure I'm trying to think back. Like, I don't remember every draft offhand for the games I didn't cast, but in the games that we have casted together, we have not seen a team give up Warden and Geist as the 1-2. That just should not. That actually should be illegal.
Yeah, I'm really confused. And again, I don't have yesterday or the day before stats, but technically they were denied it in their games versus Fearless Furies, but they definitely didn't prioritize it this high. So that's still different. I guess the point I'm trying to make is it is still significantly different for Lotus, and I wonder what's going through the head to allow that to happen. Viscous and Last chosen next, okay, but one win team now, they could get Kelvin We didn't see the second ban actually, so we're waiting on that one. But if it's not
Ah,
Kelvin,
Moment
they
Team
could
good.
grab it.
Yeah, Moment Team took out the Infernus, which, reasonable ban if you're not intending to pick it, pick up the Vindicta in turn. But Lotus, again, not prioritizing anything on the front line. And, okay, I wonder if you're Lotus here, do you ban Yamato going in? Because I feel I'm not actually ultra sold on running Warden, Geist, and Yamato. I feel like sometimes it's too many mouths to feed. But if you're a one-win team, yeah, I think you need to pick Yamato actually in the Lotus end, because ban Yamato, it's not necessarily going to do anything. But if you're one-win team, you also might just pick the Yamato at this point to just get rid of other extra frontline options that Lotus has to, make them play a style that didn't really work in the last time. But instead, one-win team come out of mid-stage bans and they pick up the holidays. Shiv gets banned by Lotus, where, again, Lotus, you need some measure of frontline here.
Yeah, so they banned him from them too, but it also, I mean, was it that? I know. I was expecting different things. Really, might just be as bad of a draft as the last time. So we wait for Lotus to show their choices.
Also, every now and then, take a look at what is going on, on the viewer side here. And I believe Twitch is not having a good day. I just keep seeing the chat just continually reboot itself over and over again. Just where we're at right now. One of those tech days across the internet. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what Lotus comes up with here. I'm not really. I can't see the vision here. Wait, Lotus is grabbing Paradox. Sure. We're right. I mean, it didn't really work out well for one-win team in the last game, even though like the overall game went well. It was just ABL was a little bit on the struggle, and it doesn't solve some of the problems that Lotus had.
Right. Yeah. That's what pretty early on too, to emphasize that it wasn't the scariest thing from one-win teams. That's not so much like a deny pick. And is it a hero that they use a whole ton? They were not able to grab it in the last series. So
yeah,
I don't know, maybe finally being able to grab it, I guess.
I mean, maybe one team maybe trying to deny Paradox from Lotus, although I think it may have been the last pick. And then in this game, if you've picked Holiday, you've essentially signaled that you're not going to go Paradox, because you'd have to go back quite a while to go back to see comps that were both Holiday and Paradox. It did happen a few minutes ago. I'm like, was effective.
Okay, I feel like the tail end of
here.
this made sense for Lotus, the Haze and the Mo and Krill. So I think we might have been guessing that. But then you look at the last picks from one win, and I just like them better, like Kat Yamato and Kelvin. So what's your take?
I mean, my take here is, again, we have another game where if one win gets even slightly ahead, they are going to be able to walk at Lotus and do whatever they want. I mean, if you're going to go with the Haze and the Mo, I mean, you can be a little bit... aggro looking for picks in the early to mid game to an extent. You can do swap in the combo. Haze can sort of scout around and give you some info on opportunities. But with just the Mo, you're not going to be able to do a straight up fight. Also, in part because Mo's kind of weird in that, yes, Mo in theory is like sort of a frontliner, but the way farm goes out, very rarely are you going to funnel a ton of your team income into your Mo. So your Mo is not giving you the presence that a Warden does, a Geist does, a farmed Yamato. Like, you don't get that from Mo. Your Mo's almost like a hybrid between a frontliner and a playmaker, effectively. So, I don't know. I mean, I look at this for Lotus, and it's another game where they have options early on, especially if they're able to win lane. But if anything goes wrong, or they don't even, or they're not able to get ahead, there's not really a path back. The way this comp is going to scale.
And I want to say that maybe they picked up on something as far as the ending of that last game, which took longer than anticipated, where they were finding a lot of picks, and they were like, oh, maybe we can continue doing that. But then they chose all the characters really good at that towards the tail end of the draft. So it's not like that was the emphasis, that they thought that was something to exploit. No, they picked them on the tail end. So, and then I also, right, by the time they were getting pickoffs, there was an argument that either one-win team, basically, yes, they're getting pickoffs. One-win team, did they care? that's where it comes down to, right? So even if that was something that you theoretically could exploit, you thought was going well for you as the Lodos team, is it actually going to be something that 1-win team lets happen again if the match is closer? I don't think so, although you are right to point out that they have been a little inconsistent in that portion of ending the game in deadlock previously, but they got to contribute a lot of that last game to them being ahead by 50k souls for however many minutes and just kind of going whichever way that they could care. So I don't know. It's the only thing I could see going really well for is that, they start picking people off. But if that doesn't happen super consistently, like all the time they are finding people away from each other, any type of group fight, 3v3 or plus, feels like they're going to have a lot of trouble. And I don't think that, mechanically, they can also really depend on trying to win some of these laning phases, even if they prioritized that type of draft either. Very, very difficult stuff here for Lodos.
Yeah, I mean, again, always keeping an open mind on this, especially until the laning phase completes. But from what we know overall, they've put themselves in a corner. And also, the big question mark when you look at the draft is the idea of picking Mirage over Warden Geist, where overall, the way drafts have gone, especially in the past 2 weeks, is that you want one of the two of those heroes because not only do they have really good overall presence in the game, and like their frontliners are also very good at dealing damage on top of it. Like they create tons of space and they take farm really, really well. And to not have either of the two of those when they're best in class and instead do the opposite where you let your opponent have both, it really does put you in a tougher position.
Well, the laning phase is here, guys. Unfortunately, I feel like we're just going to be looking at the timer to see when the snowball starts. Is it 4 minutes? Is it 6 minutes? Is it 8 minutes? But it feels like it is going to be inevitable. Because we have quite some aggression actually going down.
This is your first
not
pick?
benefiting.
Boy, that's brutal. Mirage going down early. Hold on, on the other end,
Yeah.
over in middle. So trade out back and forth. Mirage going not a lovely side, and the right hand lane actually is deadly enough that I would expect that at times to have been. I mean, Holiday Yamato is definitely one of the more premium tier lanes in the game. Arguably, one of the only things you people say like the Holiday Mirage lane.
Yeah, I do wonder why they put that over on right instead of mid. I mean, they try and predict something coming out from Lodos, but either way, the lanes might all be going away at 1-win eventually. Things did not start off, I guess, truly terrible in the last game, but it did feel pretty quick. That I was mentioning there was a 5k soul lead, so it wasn't the first 5 minutes maybe, but it was minute 6 or 7. So it's still pretty quick overall, actually. And then is that going to be beat by 1-win team in game number 2? Wait a minute. Do we have the names swapped? Lodos has Empty Dreams currently.
The names are probably swapped.
Yeah, okay.
Unless 1-win did a very absolutely ridiculous draft, which isn't the case because we already saw the names the other way.
Yeah,
I was going to say.
Yeah. Believe Empty Dreams is on that Warden, not that Viscous. So, yeah, just a little confusing right there for 1 second. But the points that we were making absolutely still stand.
Yeah, that would be the ultimate base. Like, also the players are playing on different names, but no. But Pyro was first pick in the rush, so everything is there in absolute devastation on the right-hand side, where this Mirage Paradox lane is not enjoying themselves, and already the Guardian is just getting crunched. Flammable, getting a little bit more room here in the middle. The Geist Kelvin lane also getting quite a bit of clearance. And you look across the map here, that Guardian nearly dead. That went down about 50% HP while the camera was just off the other way. We were only gone for like 2 seconds, and yeah, okay, Yamato might be going down on there, but fine if you're a 1-win team. You spent more than enough time getting the Guardian low HP. You're going to be able to come right back and finish it off. Kind of a brutal start so far here for Lodos.
Absolutely. Mid going a bit back and forth, actually, but just temporarily, I would expect. On the right side, that loss of the Yamato did cause a little bit of pushback, but overall, they're back in action, ready to go. We're getting closer to ultimates as well, so we're going to have that Holiday ult come through at some point. Maybe get that pick that then leads to the Guardian. Because if there's only one person defending right lane Guardian, I don't think it's going to be safe. It's way too low.
Well, also the fact that the reason why the right lane Guardian got so low to begin with is that they've just been getting outpoked pretty significantly by the Holiday Yamato combo.
Seems that Holiday took a lot of damage, so that might take a little while longer. Back into mid we go. Taking to the skies, at least temporarily. Things are hanging on. That there is... I mean, it wasn't because... Whoa, okay, that was actually like a backstab. Like... Zaunia just kind of went behind the team that was maybe chasing, and then now is joined up by their teammate as well, as the Guardian did fall very, very quickly. Holiday ABL almost going down. No! That was the keg that got him. ABL was running away on such low health, still got the keg out. Got both players down on the right side after the Guardian. I mean, that communication that was happening there was fantastic, and now even a little bit of chip damage on the Walker on the right side as the minions were allowed to do so. Oh boy, mid lane, left lane also goes down. Mid lane actually has not gone down as of yet for either side, but the wins are happening for one win team.
Well, give it time, because both left and right lane are free to rotate into middle to overload it and get the third Guardian and a way too early flex slot. And I mean that in the sense that it is irrelevant that you get the flex slot at 5 minutes beyond the map control, because you don't have enough items yet. It's just like, oh, cool. Well, I got space for later. Fantastic. But needless to say, this has gone very, very wrong for Lodos in the laning phase. And again, they're running a composition that doesn't really have a significant late game either. Viscous getting hit with the barrel, getting hit with the crack shot, and just eviscerated.
Eviscerated.
Wait, did I say that? I said eviscerated. Or I thought, but you know.
I'm making the pun, so that's okay. I'll laugh at my own jokes again.
No,
It's
I'm
fine.
just sorry. It's like what?
If you had, you should have just owned it. Should be like, that's exactly what I meant to say. Excuse you.
Exactly.
It's hilarious.
Exactly.
This is getting to very, very, very bad territory. I don't remember if it was quicker than last game, but it kind of feels like it's quicker. It's almost 10k difference at 6 minutes.
It
The
feels
pressure...
a little. It feels brutal, or more brutal than the last game, I should say. Like
the mid walker, or not the mid walker, the mid Guardian did go down. So just the pressure, as you had pointed out, did rotate on over to mid to ensure that, and that was an easy enough hiccup. As far as the soul allocation, I mean, right now, Lotus just kind of sat on souls, basically, TLDR. But then we do have Zaunia and Empty Dreams getting a little bit ahead, too. Going to be able to front line, not care about who, however many people are on them, and also get those kills. Which, you know, it was funny. I said that in last game. Empty Dreams did go down quite a bit despite being so ahead in souls. But that, I think, again, was just some overconfidence and being caught out literally so alone. They're in a 1v3 situation, 1v4. Which is going to happen to Zaunia again here. They're going to try and continue on, though. Flammable comes in with the dome to save them. And with their powers combined, it is one win winning that particular duel.
it is wins a map right now. Not only do you have all three Guardians in favor of one win, but you got a half HP Walker as just getting melted. The one thing I'd like to see one win team do here, though, there's so much benefit to funneling Walker that I would love to see them get the Walker low and have two people back out and just all the farm into. They're not going to do that, and they don't have to do that instance. But I do wonder if there's better etiquette in approximating your farm right now than teams are doing overall.
That might be the additional cherry on top of like a solid game plan and solid execution. So I'm starting to think about that more often as well. A little chase through mid boss that hasn't dropped yet. So this is not going to result in a lot, although we do still have Lash in a lot of trouble. Are they going to be able to escape? They are just getting... Everyone was coming around to make sure that they died, so there's no escape possible. One Guardian did fall. I guess that's why there was that little chase in mid to begin with, is that the mid Guardian one went down, but they still have two Guardians. So nowhere near that flex slot, which is, I mean, counting down to actually being useful. And speaking of counting down, 9 minutes here, 10 minutes, we're going to get that earn. Then one win team can really start to skyrocket ahead, which by 12K already, they're pretty darn good in that department. I mean, if this could be a case where that earn is just an easy pick off, even if it is offensive, they have to go into Lotus's team side. Because it's so... Oh, God, the Walker did go down on the right side, so that's such an opening there. I guess depends where the earn's going to spawn.
Yeah, at this point, you look at the gap between the two teams. The fact that you have a 12K Yamato roaming around doing whatever they want. A Moan Krill where you talk about lack of front line. Well, the Moan Krill with 8K, where size at, is simply going to get folded by most of one team, giving him a dirty look. And what more can you say in this game where it's the double whammy again, where you've given up unbelievable power in the draft by the Warden Geist at the beginning. You don't have a late game plan, and your laning phase, also you got smashed. Paper, I think a few ways that the laning phase went better with just better execution for Lodos, but the laning phase is over. We are now at a time where you're just super kind, and there's not much in the way it's going to get better.
Speaking of, more people going down for Lotus. One win team going to carry on through. Flammable might have to back out. Okay, they're not able to, so that is one loss for one win team. But even the Bow and Krill are going to be taken down before they can escape. It seems like maybe... yeah, they're just going to cut them off. There you go. There you go. The Urn was picked up, and it is on over to that side that the Walker is not present. Lane, unfortunately for Lodos, not super protected to begin with, and then maybe there's enough kerfuffle on the right side with a little 1v2 with the Yamato that maybe there's an opportunity for the Urn to be planted, but Xenon was actually there making sure that it wasn't just a quick pickup. So maybe Xenon in a little bit of trouble. Force does go down on the side of Lotus. More people starting to fall very, very low on Lotus as well. Moan Krill does get a combo. We're also fighting around this Urn, but the Frozen Shelter has also come in, giving a big boon to one win to win out this team fight and take the Urn themselves. And that's the exact opposite of what Lotus wanted.
I think what Lodos wants in this game is very irrelevant at this point. They have lost the ability to chase their wants, their dreams, to achieve what they want within this specific map. The Cursed Apple completely in control of one team and does not appear to be changing. Again, you'd have to wonder, it's like, what's a win condition for Lodos?
Oh my god. Oh my god, the kills. Oh my god, the deaths. Oh, 0-7 for Pyro. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, it started at the very beginning of the game, too, where Raj, highly valued his first pick, just plunked in, I think, under a minute in lane. There was just bad positioning from the start. Ugly went down. You got a lasso, a little bit of fisticuffs over here. I mean, it just continues to pile on. Lotus is, if they were trying to do a comeback, they would do it by grouping together, finding tactical pickoffs, playing very, very, calculated gameplay. But they got into the situation because their gameplay was anything but that, starting from the lane phase.
Have you tried to keep track of the biggest disparities in deadlock games at certain minutes? What do you think about... There was a 42k difference at 12 minutes.
There's been some minutes that have been worse.
Oh boy, okay.
I'm trying to remember which team it was, but there was a team in NA where we were missing teams one week at a fight night, and we went to a team that was kind of new on the block. We got pumped I've ever seen of any team ever. And it's like, well, we were out this team for a while, but most teams said they weren't a shot. It was an 18-minute game. It was very decisive. So I think the takeaway in Deadlock is that the difference between the top teams and those below at times is very significant, and the skill gap is large than appreciate because the top teams when they play each other, it's usually quite even. But if you're not able to do things like be effective in the laning phase at level, things just snowball wildly out of control.
I thought Pyro was going to be able to get away for a second. Absolutely not. Deaths keep on coming. Yeah, I mean, until we have, I mean, I think the game actually released, first of all, is obviously a big part that people are waiting for. All the things that come with an official release cannot be understated. And then, obviously even more tournaments than what's happening right now. We're going to see, more and more of those promising pickup groups that actually do cause some upsets. But right now, I think it's very distinct between the top teams and the not top teams. So we're just watching murder right now. I know that Lodos are getting some in return, but not much.
Oh, okay. Honestly, I appreciate that. We need something to react to here, and super rapid crouching, righty. My only recommendation to ABL is you need to shoot the body at the same time if you really want to make an impact. You only way there.
Careful about that. Some rule books don't allow that particular sequence of events.
Okay, in this game, I feel like it's always going to be allowed. That is my assumption, because I don't think Counter-Strike ever had any elements like no taunting or anything like that. I mean, look,
really?
Counter-Strike is the game where I don't think so. I mean, Counter-Strike's also the game where Apex flipped off the crowd in the middle of a major tournament.
Amazing, right? You're talking about just like yesterday or something, but I was thinking there's definitely an esport that absolutely banned. Oh, it might have been Valorant. That was Valorant. You're right. You're
any
right.
form of that, but
yep.
On the Valve stubs, it's a little bit more loose with the wear, and sometimes it leads to again, when I remember DreamHack Dallas, you go to the event and Apex plays, the entire crowd is chanting a certain
Praise.
Profaced phrase to Apex the entire time, and Apex returns the favor. That's just how it goes sometimes. These games here, but the long is, I feel like freedom to rapidly crouch on a body will be infringed, and that is my hope.
You'll cry in the background. One of my teams took the redo, but we were discussing this, guys. It's very important aspects of competitive ruling. One is the redo, one win still up, up the A+. And it's actually didn't snowball, I think, as fast. I think it got worse fast, but then it stayed in type of worse for longer, perhaps, in this game. But it's nothing to really look at and be like, well, that's how Lodos do come back. They did have a walker. As far as the map objectives have gone, Lodos actually are not much as some other matches we've seen, where we did have at least one match in Bombshell where I think maybe all 3 Guardians were alive by the end for the Notorious team. Might have been just 2, but still, not a great sign. So there's one thing for Lodos that's been okay. It's just that nothing else has been good enough. They are currently getting their main base pummeled. A little combo to try and hold on. Maybe trade out with guys. Not going to happen.
Yeah. As expected is what I'm seeing right now. And 142k to 95k. I mean, at this point, it is inevitability that is encroaching upon us. The beginning of the game went very bad, and the end of the game does not have any real outs. You think about farm threats for Lodos. I guess a Haze or a Mirage could get scary, but they're almost getting doubled in net worth by heroes that scale on one win side.
Yeah, not too scared of that Haze, actually. Even if I was found out alone by her. Empty Dream's gonna last stand, ensure some kills. Anyone else trying to come on in here from Lodos are sure to fall as well, so best be leaving or hiding in the case of Force, who is on 10 health by the looks of things and just hoping no one finds him. Oh, they're found.
Yeah, Force gets more things blowing up across the map, and again, this is more so the trials now for Woman Team, is that you have big of an advantage. How quickly can you end the game? What I'll say at this is I would love to see them take down the shrines, the patron, and stay, and then end the game. You're up 53,000. Surely you're not afraid of respawns at this point.
I don't don't think so, because
Yeah.
we also have Pyro trying to go for a sneaky walker, so there's even less people here than is already dictated by the deaths.
Pyro play look the game. Wait, you gotta be kidding. Playable. They're fighting. Pyro. Is this necessary? Is this necessary to take his pride as a Mirage by beating as a Kelvin out of sight?
It's necessary. Get in your place. Just kidding. I'm sure one was very nice, but they did stick around and they did take the game. 19 minutes game there for game 2, so improving on that from the first game. But 1-win team, just absolute domination. The drafts didn't look particularly good, or like they didn't try to really counter as much as we expected. Some of 1-win teams more anticipated picks. The laning phase didn't start off well at all. I think it was even maybe up till 4 minutes, maybe 5 actually, and then that's where the graph kept going up and up and up for 1-win. There's just not much to talk about. That was brutal.
Yeah. I mean, look, this was kind of different across the board. We had the draft where the draft really didn't match up to what we've come to expect from most of the teams here in the 1-win Bombshell. Maybe Lotus was just, they're trying something where they've suffered enough losses here the course of the tournament. They're like, okay, we're going to try this, see if it will work. And in the end, did not work. Meta experimentation failure across the board. Did not help them in the late game, certainly didn't help them in the laning phase. And what more can you say? It would be inauthentic to go in here and ultra deep dive on the analysis because you just got beat in every phase of the game.
They might be more interested in learning about our console war opinions, honestly, which I was always a Sony girl. I was a big fan of the Final Fantasies. So how about you?
Yeah. Big fan of Final Fantasy, but I like rented a PlayStation to go through Final Fantasy. I never actually had a PlayStation, but I don't know. It was like probably very financially not a good idea, but just rent the consoles to go through the various PlayStation Final Fantasy games at the time. But otherwise was full Nintendo. Look, it's financials that somehow made sense back in the era rentals, where try to explain the kids nowadays, like, oh yeah, do you know what a Blockbuster was? It's like, well, no, because they turned down Netflix like 8 times when Netflix was like, please buy us out.
I mean, you never know the joy of one, finding the game that you want to play that's actually in stock. And then 2, just the beauty that was walking into a Blockbuster. Like, I don't like the feeling is never going to be explained appropriately, I suppose, to the further generations. But it was the most exciting thing, especially for our family, where we had a video warehouse, which was much worse. We got to the Blockbuster. That was like a super big treat. Obviously, all the highlights going over to 1-win guys. Did we actually? I know that Overseas got to an 8 kill streak. I don't know if they got any higher. Did they get to a 10 kill? They obviously died, but I don't know exactly when that happened.
I don't know where the streak stopped. But what I do know here is Zanya got more farmed than God for part of the map. And yeah, you think about scaling and comeback opportunities. Realistically, the lane phase went out of hand. There was just no opportunity or photos. I mean, overall, I think of the series we've casted so far, 1-win Bombshell Vol.6, while we've had some one-sided games, this was the biggest beatdown that we've seen, or that not that we've seen overall in the course of the tour, but certainly the biggest beatdown that we have casted together as a duo so far.
I think you're right. I think you are right about that. Which is too bad, really. Lotus, they were able to at least fight back, show some fangs up against Virtus Pro and Abrahams in that first day, actually. I think they were a little closer versus Abrahams, if I remember correctly. But the point is, they did still get 2-0 there. It was more just kind of giving them credit for the possibilities if they continue improving and if they continue maybe drafting better against the big teams. But this was like the complete opposite of what I expected, at least in that particular regard, which is like, the one thing you have when you are the underdog is usually a lot of information about the so-called overdog, if you will. And then I just don't feel like that really actually was used too much in the drafting phase.
Overall, I think there's a lot of reasons why this series may have went the way it did. And in the end, I think it's just one of those things where I would expect that Lotus kind of knew they were going in at a disadvantage to begin with. And the most charitable interpretation of the draft and some of the things they tried was just, hey, let's try and mix something up, make something happen. If we play by the usual draft rules, we feel like we're going to lose. Maybe if we try to do something here, we don't value the frontliners as much. We'll find a style of play that will catch one win off guard and it'll work. But in the end, it didn't really work. So these things just happen sometimes. I mean, it's group stages, and the interesting thing about Deadlock is that there's such a wide skill variance between the various different teams that the best of the best will make other very good teams, but not quite top teams, look downright bad at times.
Yeah, it is sometimes a very cruel ask for some of the teams facing those who have long been established. And that was the case here today. We are going to get an interview, guys. Xenon will be talking to us. I'm not sure we'll have too many questions about the games themselves, but since we are nearing the end of the groups, we can certainly talk about some of their thoughts looking to the future. As actually, one-win team are done. The next two series are not going to include one-win team. So they have their tallied points, and then they're just waiting to see what happens with the other teams and where they place.
Yep, and good spot to be in, where right now they could still hope for have to look at the rest of the schedule. They may be able to hope for some of their competitors to trip and fall, or otherwise we may be doing some Mauve and Krill 1v1s at the end of the day to see how it really gets done.
I know that Mo and Krill 1v1 has been done in the past for tiebreakers. I'm out of the loop. Why is it Mo and Krill and not someone else?
I don't think there was any particular reason. I think it just at one point the way it developed in other tournament play was some people were just like, I'd love to see like a Mo and Krill boxing match take place, and it ended up, it was like, hey, that's a decent way to decide first. And there it goes. And now presumably when they say Mo and Krill 1v1 here, I think it melee only, so they do the Mo and Krill 1v1 here, and this time they'll decide seeding when group stage where everyone just ends up being equal in the end. But it also does help really solidify the narrative of the top in Europe, where it's like, oh, you mean the consensus top three teams in Europe all end up at a perfectly equivalent final score of the group stages? Well, I guess they really are the top of Europe.
Yep. They really are that triangle. It was going to be a boxing match. I would have loved seeing Lash versus Bebop, but yeah, there's a.
All right, we got Xenon.
Yes,
Xenon is ready.
Let's bring him on. Here we go. Thank you for coming to talk to us, Xenon. Congratulations on the 2-0 win. Just real quick about the match. I know it was very quick and it started very early, but were there any concerns coming into this series, or are you predicting that 2-0?
Right now, at least on our side, we see Xenon frozen and cannot hear Xenon. He's been frozen in time, is what we got right now.
I can predict the answer, though, which is like, yeah, we were pretty sure we were going to win 2-0. All right. Unfortunately, that's not going to be able to work out, I guess, if I am understanding it right. So some technical difficulties. We're going to ask them about the overall group, but we can get that information at a later date. So they are moving on forward, starting to think about the playoffs, and then we are going to get our next two series. So that's going to be Abrahams versus Griga Gaming coming up. And after that, the last one of the groups, Virtus Pro versus Griga Gaming. There it is. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we got ourselves another best of two deadlock match. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting into our last two series of the groups. Starting things off, it's going to be Abrahams versus Griga Gaming. So Griga Gaming managing to avoid two of the big bosses up until the very last day, and now they get them back to back. So difficult day for Griga Gaming. What are you thinking about their chances here?
I mean, look, I'm always open to find a way that you upset the giants of the scene. Is it likely? Probably not. But I love to see if there's opportunities had, whether you surprise in the early game, have a really good draft, whatever it may be. I kind of want to wash the last series out of my mind in time and be like, it doesn't always have to be that way, ZG. It doesn't, like when you have the underdog versus the favorite team, it can still be close. And I'm just giving myself an overdose of hopium right now that may be the case this time.
It's going to carry you through just in case.
Yep.
It's anything similar. Griga Gaming, they've been kind of middle of the pack, I suppose, as far as the not top three teams. So they have been able to 1-1 Fearless Series. They did they played once. They got 0-2 by one win, and then 1-1 versus Lodos and 1-1 versus Jakar. Which unfortunately does not bode well for the chances of an upset against the likes of Abrahams or Virtus Pro. But this is where I mentioned it just previously. Theoretically, if you're coming in as the underdog, you can have at least some information about how Abrahams are going to play that you can try and work off of, however you think would be best. If that's denying Abraham some of their comfort picks, great. If it's playing a different style than you think that they would expect, fantastic. But I think what we've learned in any of these matches that are a little more one-sided is that if you don't get the ball rolling in your favor in a big way immediately, it doesn't seem to matter what your game plan was, what your team composition benefits at mid-game or late game, because the favorite team is going to steamroll.
Yeah, and going into this, one thing I will say is that I think Griga Gaming does, if there is a possibility of an upset here, remember, all they'd have to do is just split maps with Abrahams to knock them to third in the group. I feel like there's big risk for Abrahams here if for whatever reason they're not playing at a high level, because you look at the Griga Gaming roster, it's still a lot of players in the scene that have been around for a long time. I mean, it's players that used to be on Aegis Aurora, a team that kicked off the year actually very strong within EU. You got old alumni like Wolfie, of course, going back to the good old days where you had Buff Enjoyers versus DMS versus Pajulai Scumbria. So yeah, I mean, it's a team that, even though it's not one of the Trinity teams here, they have players here that have actually been at the very top of Deadlock previously in various incarnations. So the idea that they would be able to find just one good game against Abrahams, not that wild overall.
That's a very good point. If they can just get one win here, come out of the gate strong, continue on to an actual victory, then that would be fantastic for their placements looking towards those playoffs. We got our drafts being set up here. Griga Gaming on the left, already banning out that Mirage.
Mirage first ban coming back into play a bit, where it's kind of funny, again, where we went through maybe a 2-week period where Mirage was getting disrespected and put to the end and oftentimes not even picked. And now he's back to where he's been throughout most of his time in Deadlock, which is on top. Probably overall, across all metas that Deadlock has ever had, Mirage is the most valued. And oh my word, that was like a lot of draft that came in all at the same time. But this is a little bit more standard, ZG. You got Geist on one side, Warden on the other. Abrahams, of course, the one team where they will over prioritize the Shiv and grab it in the first set of picks if they can.
Yeah. And the Warden came after the Geist with that Shiv. Then the Magician came in, which I think surprise right there, into Holiday. So it's certainly not the kind of questionable, just our pondering faces on the entire time. As Calico also got banned from Abrahams, which we saw a shocking low amount in the last series. Just didn't really get to comment on it with so many other kind of confusing things happening. But Calico getting banned still happening, even though her place in the meta has started to evolve.
Yeah, and Calico, it's kind of interesting where she dropped a little bit in ban pick priority immediately following the mid-tournament patch, and then people quickly realized, like, wait, no, she's actually still really good. Continue to pick Calico. Do not stop. But Griga going with the mid-round haze ban. It's kind of interesting for Abrahams, where they're actually drafting more akin to how One Win Team was drafting the last Bombshell, where they will go for things like Shiv Kelvin really early in the draft. But I think it's because it's more of a hero comfort pool thing, where Together has played Shiv basically high prio now for many weeks. It's been part of Abraham's dominance too, is that you look at most of the games they've won, it's Together on Shiv. And Saint is an incredibly good Kelvin player, easily on par with Obikim when you look at teams like Virtus Pro. So in terms of comfort for Abrahams, they just really like these two heroes, even beyond the fact that you can play them in lane together as one of the most dominant lanes in the game.
Right. Yeah. And so the question is, for me also, if we're going to see Bebop this time around, which has been making more of a statement lately. Great Gaming does grab the Lash. Abraham's getting their Infernus. And then what are some other big picks that we're still missing here? I think Vindicta might be chosen. It's the Hazes banned. Abrahams could go for that. Again, the Bebop, really, I mean, it's fun to cast him, not fun to play against him.
Vindicta still could come out. I think Grega, just looking at their roster, I mean, it was a roster that did love to, in various incarnations, play Mo and Krill. They already have the Holiday. They could do Holiday into Mo. Abrahams, I would be shocked if they didn't go Bebop. I mean, they're riding high on the reputation of being a team with arguably now the best Bebop in the world. And you maintain that reputation by continuing to smash teams if they don't use an early ban against your Bebop. So if Grega Gaming does not take the Bebop away, Abrahams, I feel like, is 100% going to grab the Bebop, unless they just want to go, oh, we're trying something or otherwise. But I feel like they have no reason not to grab it. Also, we didn't even mention it, but Viscus falling this late in the draft is also a little wild. This is not something you see that often, but also the Vindicta does go up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Viscus coming out a little bit later than you would expect, and they weren't banned. And then what Jamside has is Infernus. Who is the last? I mean, we're talking about TAS and who he's going to play on, right? So is that Bebop still going to come through?
I think so. I mean, I think for Abrahams, you've had so much success on the Bebop as of late. Why would you not? Aside from wanting to maybe try a few different things out. I guess mix it up, but you can run Bebop here. It has led you to great success. TAS has never been more comfortable on the hero in his life. Look, everything would kind of point to Bebop as the last pick. And for Grega, there's a few different snares that can go. And Yamato was one of them. They went for it. And to no one's surprise, Bebop rounds out the Abrahams roster.
Yep. Was expecting that, unless they were willing to just change things up against someone they're confident against. But why not just have more fun? And then Yamato was who I was going to bring up next, and that was chosen by Grega Gaming. So not as many wonderings and what's going on here as the last series. This is more standard as far as the drafts go. And then the question is, who's going to benefit overall in the game? I mean, I think it's solid as far as you look at the balance of both drafts. But Abrahams are the favorite to win. And they got a couple of their great picks, the Shiv and Bebop in particular. And I don't know, I'm hopeful for Giga Gaming. But they really got to come out of the gate strong.
Well, I think for Grega that there are points of victory here. Not only do I think they have a little bit of a better early game on paper by comparison, just the fact that they're going to be able to do something like a Sinclair Holiday lane. They have Vindicta, especially for mid-game power, along with the Lash. If the mid-game goes well, they're going to be able to funnel into both Geist and Yamato. So they have a very, very functional team. It's not like the draft you saw on the last map where you looked at Lois and you're like, oh my God, if you don't do this thing, you're immediately done. They also have comeback potential. Also, between the Holiday and the Lash, I like Grega Gaming's draft. Abrahams, of course, drafted tons of really, really comfortable stuff for them, and they get to run Bebop on what may be the best Bebop player in the world right now in Taz. So nothing wrong with Abraham's draft, and also a lot of ways that they can win the early lane phase. Because when I look at it here, Grega Gaming has a lot of heroes that are just generally good in lane. Abrahams has a Shiv Kelvin lane, which is overwhelming, and again, a Bebop of untouchable character or untouchable pedigree that can easily win any lane if you're just landing your hooks. So a lot of ways this one can break down.
Yeah. Just further my belief that they really got to come out of the gate strong. I mean, if they can get that edge, and they got some mid-game power coming through as well, then there could be a bit of a shock and awe campaign. trying to be planned out here from Griga to get this first map. For Abrahams, I think you made that point. If they lose a map, then suddenly their position in top 3 is no longer guaranteed. So as far as how seriously are they taking this, well, ideally seriously every single possible time. But they really do have something to be at least a little concerned about. So I think we're going to see them at absolutely full power. And Grid Gaming have to be scared about that. Can they actually pull through and surprise us, surprise Abrahams? Because I think it's the first game or nothing. I actually don't think their odds improve in the second game. Even if they were to win this one, I feel like that's when Abrahams, decides to go Super Saiyan and just totally mess things up. But if they can win one game, that could be a very good goal and nothing to be ashamed of either, not just for the placement of this tournament, but just overall taking a map from one of the top 3 teams, not the top team in Europe right now. That's a perfectly fine goal.
I gotta add something else here. When looking at this, I have to give props at least to one member of Griga Gaming, and yeah, I'm sorry, this is like I'm giving props, but it's like, am I really? But look, at least this time within one win Bombshell, Freemock has made it to the end of group stages without raging and leaving his team. So congratulations to Freemock. Where that was one of the more interesting stories back in one win Bombshell Volume 5, where Freemock was famously on Aegis Aurora, and we don't know all the details. We just know that in the middle of the tournament, Freemock just like, I'm done, left, and then Aegis Aurora exploded after the tournament. They are no more. So we got progress. We've gotten through the group stages this time around.
Yeah, not trying to take that one, but yeah, okay, maybe some improvements in the mentality. That's always good to see. Not much more I can add to that.
We're filling before things go in, but it was one of the stories that was actually quite funny last one with Bombshell. But either way, this is going to be interesting. I think this is absolutely going to be a closer match than the Lotus match that we just saw. And yeah, I mean, because I'm looking down the roster, Wolfie has been a champion in the past. Sanya, Freemock, Fluoride, Irizumi, Bandwise. Like, these are all players that have been on top before with an EU competition. Maybe not on top for a super long period of time for most of the team, rather than Wolfie, who really was, on top for quite a while in his DMS days. But yeah, it's a team with potential. I don't know quite well how they've gelled, and obviously going against Abrahams, which is the top team in EU right now, is tough. But I'm open-minded on this one because I really do think there's a chance to mess things up here. But it's going to be hard because Abrahams also has been playing such a high level to where even VP has gone to the point of trying to do specific bans against Abrahams and take away what they're good at, and it hasn't worked. And oh dear Lord, that almost kicked off with a bang.
Almost is the key word. Great Gaming avoiding a nasty hook to start things off. And we do have the lane set, so maybe not too surprised to see the Bebop and Warden up against the Holiday and the guys in that mid lane.
Looking off to the right, you got the Amato Lash in lane, already pushing Kelvin Shiv a little bit back. I don't think they're going to be able to be too aggressive in that lane as time goes on, but there is a window where you can be really aggressive to the Shiv at the beginning, and the Shiv's already super low as you got Holiday on the run.
Oh god, that was the sequence you want. Well, a little out of order, I suppose. First it was the bomb, then the hook, but either way, right? But then the binding word comes in too, and that's so obnoxious. It's gonna happen in the reverse too, right? I mean, if they hook you into, further into their Guardian, and then the binding word hits you still too, it's just that the wombo combo is there, and might even need the binding word in the future. They might even get a chance to burn someone down just with the hook. And people around.
It takes its toll. Even if you don't get a kill, it's just gonna nuke your HP. But I have to say, it's been a phenomenal job by the last Yamato combo here on the right hand side. It's Bandwise and Sanya that have really poked down the Kelvin Shiv combo early, because if you can get a health lead on Kelvin Shiv before skills come in, it actually can keep them on the back foot longer in lane. And oh man, take a look here. Things getting even more heated in middle. Another kill coming through from Hoot. And I gotta say, it's not gonna be good for Griga if they lose mid lane super hard, and it just leads to Warden getting fat in middle and Taz just being able to roam super early.
Yeah, that's very, very concerning. So even though the right lane didn't go as well as we had predicted, looking at the setup for Abrahams, because yeah, they did lose too much health and Saint did eventually go down. Well, how useful is that for Griga Gaming to win the right lane? They're going to have such difficulties dealing with how good the mid lane is going for Abrahams. And not much discussion on the left lane quite yet, but obviously that is going down and it is being pressured quite a bit by Griga.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened, but I think it was a case where they just overextended, got super poked down, and the health gap was so much that it just led to the worst bullying of a Shiv Kelvin lane we've ever seen as he just together gets cut down.
That is it, man. This is what we need. This is the energy that we're going to be bringing into game number 1. It is happening on the right side and happening to an extent on the left too. The ults are coming online, might start to change things up. We'll see what happens with that, but there's actually a little more emphasis perhaps on the mid lane doing well, with the outer lanes not going according to plan for Abrahams.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because you're going to get really early roam ability coming in here from Griga. They're going to be able to power farm ban-wise even more so in the right-hand side. And again, you don't usually see a Shiv Kelvin lane get bullied, but the opening had to be something special for Griga Gaming. And take a look, ban-wise going in once more, while the mid lane kind of getting crunched.
A little bit. Very impressive stuff coming out from that right lane on Griga Gaming. Banwise doing an excellent job. Very injured Wolfie, who have already, I think, taken 2 deaths, was it? So third one would be quite painful, especially since they're still not quite close to that ultimate, so staying low is just kind of continuing to hamper. So much happening there in the mid with the Lash coming to help over. That makes a lot of sense. We can't stick around forever as that right lane. I mean, they got the Guardian really fast. They were able to take some kills down on Saints, and together that's always nice, but it's not something that's snowballed drastically yet, so they do need to protect their Guardian on the right side. Little ghoul ball action from Saf. Fortunately, it does get taken down. And there's that mid lane finally fallen.
Overall, it's a slight edge right now to Griga Gaming, but it is particularly cursed at the moment for Abrahams and how this is going down, because they're going to be getting heavily pressured on the right-hand side. They're already doing a bit of a lane swap, perhaps, where they're bringing Viscus over, but Bandwise could be a problem that would just take over the game if they don't find a little bit of triage over to the right-hand side. But now, take a look, things getting a little bit heated as the rotations continue to go about.
Yeah, we're getting some mixing and matching going down as Guardians have fallen. 1 for Griga Gaming, 2 for Abrahams, actually. So it's the strong start that I was looking forward to for Griga. Spirit Lasso not going to be able to follow up too much. They are going to give that chase. Who else is waiting, though? I mean, the chase is absolutely on, but I'm not sure anyone else is waiting to actually take advantage of that. So who's going to be able to escape? Things kind of resettle in the mid portion. And actually kind of turning around a little bit on Fluoride, who's coming back up to the top level, only to be met with 2, even 3, as Hoot has come back in. Players that are just looking to take them down as fast as possible. They actually live so much longer than I anticipated. Finally, Fluoride does get taken down. And that took a while.
Yeah, a little bit back and forth. Fluoride ends up falling in the end. And yeah, I mean, again, very, very different game than the last one we've watched here. Pretty back and forth on all sides. And again, taking a look here, ban-wise, probably the storyline of this so far, where the Shiv Kelvin lane, I mean, dear Lord, the Saint still sub 4K. Not something you see all that often. And you look at the right-hand side here, ZG, it's just the full free farm for ban-wise. But now, perhaps a little bit of competition here in the middle. Death Slam in from Sanya.
He's able to find Saf. This is good stuff coming out from Griga, who still have 2 of their Guardians alive and are looking to try and take down the middle one. That does end up being a bit more of a challenge, even as people are roaming around. And in fact, now, Abrahams, they kind of have to worry about even defending their walkers at this point. So, I mean, it does feel like if they're going to be continued to be pressured on the outer lanes, then mid is eventually going to collapse. So, things are, I mean, they're not snowballing out of control, of course, but they are continuing to look heads up for Giga Gaming. This wasn't an example of just one or two people getting a good start and then not enough of them continuing along with that trend. This is actually quite even as we have a big old battle. Frozen Shelter comes in, get a cube action as well. Are we actually going to get any kills from this particular battle that ends in that Guardian going down too? Saf went down, and with 3 people still alive and well for Giga Gaming, that Guardian is well within their sights. Actually, 4 people.
Yeah, Griga all coming to mid. We're getting some rotation in here from Abrahams at the same time. See how this pans out, of course. Take a look here to the right lane. Guardian being fought while fight goes down in middle. Is action all across the battlefield here at the moment. But you see Griga right now really going out of the way for this middle Guardian. Plenty of resources here. As you see Saf trying to mix things up here at the goo ball. It's like enough to push people back.
Enough to push him back. Combustion comes in as well, and we're getting more action involved in the mid lane. As the walkers were properly protected, they've been pushed back. It is all about the mid lane. And if this last Guardian is going to fall, a little action coming in from Tass, who does find a Magician. No Magic Trick's going to save him this time around, as Irozumi does get killed. But we do have Bandwise, one of the big talks of this game so far, looking for the kill, looking for the revenge. Bebop desperately trying to get away. Does get a little planting sun there. Ooh. And he might be able to get away with the help of the Kelvin slow beam. The slash not quite doing enough, but Task does get taken out. And Bandwise will have certainly enough health to escape.
I love how good players have gotten in the last month of just quick meleeing to interrupt mantles, where Taz just takes him out there to drop the mantle, get a little bit of clearance, nearly gets away for it too. Even though it doesn't pan out, I just love the heads up response. But yeah, Griga still looking pretty good here on the whole. However, as I say that, Wolfie run away. Should be okay. Just taking a reprieve there in a corner. Actually may get caught here by Saint. Saint, wait, is Saint gonna find him? When you hide in the veil and you go, please, 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 don't find me. But also, you don't necessarily want to find the guys there because you also could just get swapped.
Right, that's a pretty solid setup. You know, that's going to give them just enough of a reaction time, I think, to actually get the soul swap through. And now they've healed up a little bit. They feel more confident, but actually going out for that soul swap. Nicely done. Tass suddenly finding himself very, very low on health, is able to escape. Just a lot of matches that are kind of rebounding off each other, not finding any of the further objectives as of yet. I thought for sure that mid Guardian was going to fall, whether it was by maybe a bit of a sacrifice, a bit of suicide, or not, but it is staying up. So 1 Guardian up for both players as a fight over the bridge buff occurs. The temple is here. The dome is here, and that did help, at least temporarily. Wolfie does finally get taken down, but so does Saint.
Bandwise not caring at all about being in the frozen shelter, still ready to rumble all the way through, continuing to lead the vanguard here for Giga Gaming. Earn dropped on over, fight still getting hot and heavy here over the top of the urn. You take a look, Saf rolling over, Hoot able to grab the urn in the chaos here for Abrahams. See if they're able to pull it on out. But meanwhile, Bandwise is still just brawling on the outside. Picks up another.
Yeah, Bandwise doing some really great jobs here. 12K for the Yamato right now, far ahead of most of their teammates. And then on the other side, Abrahams, their current leaders in souls. Tass at 10K, Jamsat at 10K. Yes, keeping ahead, but you know they're not as impressive. If Bandwise gets involved in these fights, it feels like that is just too big to actually do anything about. The Guardian, once again, barely alive, finally does fall. That seemed inevitable. The urn has gone the way of Abrahams. It's in Hoot's pockets. Are they going to try and make a dive for it? As there's so many people from Giga Gaming looking at mid. Don't want to be giving up any more losses, which they do. Saptos go down. That might lead to the Walker being in trouble. Wolfie is not having a particularly fun game, by the way. I want to say that's like their 5th death, but fortunately, the rest of the team's doing all right, and their souls aren't too bad from it either. They are not falling significantly behind despite all those deaths.
It's sort of a glass half full, glass half empty thing there, where relative to the overall game, it's not fully behind. Relative to where you want to be on Geist, ideally be more, given that they're trying to funnel farm into it, but I mean, look, the start of the show for Giga Gaming has been Bandwise, where you crush one of the hardest lanes in the game, and you do it effortlessly, and now you've just been able to roam from team fight to team fight, picking things up. Bandwise, they've been off board like a chew here. Last stand, out. Bandwise getting forced back, super low HP, Still though sticking in it here, and no, gonna fall here to Hoot. The last stand a little bit too much, along with the gun damage. Task there for the final fall through.
That was a really cool sequence of events. The cube helping out for a little while, ensuring the last stand is going to come through, and then a couple of parries helping as well to keep them alive for a bit longer, and then so much of the rest of the team coming in, kind of dispersing the damage to an extent, and then obviously making sure that they can kill Bandwise, who's quite tanky. Did finally happen, but that is still a very strong Bandwise. It can come back later, but with that fight, and I believe the urn is also capped, we do have now a 9k lead for Abrahams. So, as we have the pause, taking a break, okay, they definitely need Bandwise to be in top form. Bandwise is really a lot of the talk for Griga Gaming. It's not that the rest of the team are doing particularly poorly, I suppose, but it is them kind of pushing their team to that maybe status of being able to win this game. It's not over yet, but it is starting to tilt in Abraham's favor.
Yeah, I mean, Abrahams is starting to get ahead of the game, but you can't undersell how big Bandwise's impact has been, where you got sort of the golden path for your motto, where you not just win lane phase, you dominate lane phase. You get super far ahead off it, and then you get multiple good skirmishes, whether it be earn fight or otherwise, and still significantly ahead of most of the game. However, you need to keep that level of income gap up, and it's sort of going to be a tough balance here, because Griga Gaming, I don't think, can win fights without Bandwise being present for the most part. But if Bandwise is coming to every fight, Bandwise is going to start to fall behind in income unless they get every killing blow. So it's sort of a delicate balance for Griga Gaming and how they go about some of these future team fights.
They need them, but they also want them to continue getting ahead, which might not happen if the team fights kind of end in a bit of a wash. Yeah, I can see the dilemma. Abrahams, meanwhile, having maybe a bit more of those opportunities, even divided away from some of their top scorers, like Together, like Jamside, who have started to accumulate some souls. Tass also doing a great job with the 15k, despite not having the blowout victory, I suppose, for their laning phase, doing great. And the Guardians have all gone down at this point. We're talking about the Walkers coming up next. Everyone has their first flex slot. Where is that pressure going to be applied? I feel like we get a jump scare too whenever we see that hook come in.
That was a jump scare. I mean, Listic just punched his monitor. Listic saw that. I was like, whoa, I'm not going back there. Just the lash point of view with the hook out of nowhere from Taz is like, oh god. I've actually been a part of that movie. Did not want to be in that movie, but it's where we're at.
Yeah, it's like
Both
finding
teams right
yourself
now,
in a
though.
Madam Web movie. It's not where you want it to be.
Ooh. No, not at all. Well, at the very least, you know there won't be a sequel. One and done with that one. But yeah, right now both teams for the most part just farming their own jungle. Little bit of poking and prodding, but things are going to be heating up. 30 seconds away till our next round of buffs and earn. See how it goes.
Oh, it's funny finding a secret shop there. Just gonna let that one go. Like skedaddle. That's okay. We'll wait on it. And the magician decided to teleport too, in case there was anyone following up the warden, perhaps. They might be able to find Saint. I don't think they've seen him. I mean, you can see in the icons really hovering around. Okay, well, obviously now they've seen them, but the rest of the team going to be able to converge. Right now, it seems like focus is on Freemix and getting them killed because they're on 10 health, and that's inevitable. There we go. Just needed something to reload, whether it was the gun or the flask. And Freemock does get taken down. Saint was actually never in trouble, so that wasn't too problematic. A lot of teammates from Abrahams going over that right side, maybe more than Griga was predicting. Together, things maybe a little bit longer. Actually, they're just covering. The urn was picked up, so yeah, they're happy to take a bit of damage, get that. Viscus was coming in too, but now it's about that left side. The gap in souls is big enough for the urn to have to be capped on Griga Gaming side of the map. And unlike the previous match, this could be where we have a fight that goes in the way of Griga Gaming, and they can get the urn too, whereas in previous match, it was kind of a foregone conclusion. Hey, the favorite team is going to get the urn. This could be a big moment for Griga. Or they could just
Also,
let it go
Bandwise-
completely easily, and then never mind.
Oh, Bandwise could have grabbed that one, but instead gets just absolutely played by Jamwise's parry. Big parry from Jamwise that helps keep what is a very farm Yamato a bit more under control.
Yeah, that was cool interaction, but I'm really surprised that urn was gotten so freaking easily. I really thought there was going to be a little more contest on it, but only one person was even able to respond, I suppose, from Griga. Everyone else was defending the Walker, caught up in 1v1s, and that was a quick cap for Abrahams, who are now up by 12k. Ban-wise, 19k, that is extremely impressive. Sana also 17k with the Lash, but it gets a matter of, can they really get those ideal situations? Can they always be where they need to be to impact the game in the significant way that they are tasked with right now? Like, this is a lot of hope, I feel like, pinned on them. Wolfie's still not doing too bad, and even if Geist is a little underfarmed, you can still have that soul swap really impact a fight. It's not that they're running out of chances, it just feels like the cohesion is needed at this point, and it's not quite being found by Griga Gaming.
Bamwise under assault here. Hoot, meanwhile, getting down Sinclair. Frozen Shelter can be used here to contain Bamwise just a little bit more, and Hoot is like, yep, I'll absolutely fight you in the freezer. Not one problem. And with the Yamato down, that is the call to go delve into the sewers and fight the horror that is the mid-boss.
Things really starting to slip away, isn't it? Griga Gaming, I think when they was more isolated, was more the laning phase. You just had Ban-wise popping off so much, but not only are they sometimes not a part of the fight that their teammates are having, when they are in a fight, they are able to be isolated and taken down. So, yeah, not having the impact that they would desire overall in this game, but it could still happen. They're going to rise up here. The mid-boss only take down halfway, trying to bait Griga Gaming into coming in, which has worked to an extent, and now they're looking to actually finish this off. Griga Gaming, they do have Irizumi. They could try and go for the steal. Lots of their members looking around for this. Are they going to go for it? Here you go. The Magician jumping on in. Combustion was used, trying to get the stun, however, making sure that it wasn't going to be easy, and it was not easy. It was not stolen by Griga Gaming, who are also starting to fall as Abrahams look to solidify their lead, only losing Saf.
Things looking pretty clean from Abrahams at this point, and I feel like the window of opportunity that was opened by that really good right lane start, it's closed. It is over. The idea of Yamato taking over the game, it's not going to happen anymore. You're no longer ahead of most of the players on Abrahams. You're down. You're about to be very down in objectives. You're about to be very pushed up. And while it's not over yet, and there's still opportunities potentially for Griga Gaming, it's going to be a much, much harder path. They're not going to be able to fight this on even terms, and we'll see where it goes from here. The one thing that is worth noting, though, in terms of where they did catch up a little bit, is that Wolfie was behind for a while, is very much caught up on some of the Geist farm. But regardless, the next fight may be the last somewhat contestable fight that Griga Gaming is going to have.
Yeah, we can only say that they have chances, so often. If they keep losing them, then that's just going to be it. The Walker was taken down, so Abrahams have lost one, whereas Griga Gaming actually still have all three alive, but nowhere near talking about the flex slots. We are far more focused on what Abraham's going to do with this rejuve, which you would think most likely is at least one Walker, if not two. But a lot of defensive posturing happening right now for Griga Gaming, not really going out too far. Not a whole lot of scouting opportunities as of yet, although it looks like Griga Gaming might be able to find together. Okay, no, not going to happen. Abrahams actually mainly focused over on that left side. We are just seconds away from the urn popping, and now they can go pick that up if they want to get that, then push that to a Walker. That would be just fine. That might be their plan.
Honestly, so far for Griga Gaming, right now, the fact that they haven't had to deal with an immediate push, kind of a blessing in disguise, but Urn is going to come up, and this is an Urn fight that they have to contest. I would love it if they were able to sort of get in on it before Abrahams was able to full set up. Don't know if that'll be the case. There's a world where they could have jumped in on it, but it is probably just going to come down to a full 6v6 team fight right over the Urn.
Teleport being used to get that last man involved. Gonna need free mock in case anyone does get really low for those assassinations. Lots of, looks like kind of scouting around as well as trying to get the jump on someone who did spot the Magician despite that crouch. And then here's the fight, perhaps incoming. Already not looking too great for Giga Gaming as Florida is forced to evacuate. They actually pushed them so much that the urn was taken. No deny on that one. Together up against Bandwise, but the help is here for Together. So even though Bandwise tried to stay alive as long as possible, it wasn't going to be good enough. So 3 people down for Giga Gaming. Rejuve still available for Abrahams. Urn was taken by them, now leading by 24k in those souls. There goes the Walker on the right side as well, post Urn. And then perhaps the mid is also going to go down. Only Lash there to defend currently, and I don't think he can chance it. I don't think anyone can actually chance it. The Bebop's around looking for a hook. They have to be so careful with even trying to defend their objectives. It gets closer and closer to their main base.
Going in deeper now is Abrahams. Lash can cut the ribbons. Taz with the final blow, and now going for the base Guardians, whittling down the base, extending the lead. What was just a 15k lead, ballooning to an over 30k plus deficit after the last urn, after the last team fight. And now we've hit the point where comeback potential incredibly limited for Giga Gaming. They're not going to be able to do things like expect Bandwise to win actual 1v1s, let alone hard carrying at this current level of soul income. And yeah, I mean, as long as Abrahams doesn't make a mistake, they are well on their way to finishing this one off. And I gotta say, Giga Gaming, they had them a little bit on the ropes in some respects of the game, but Abraham's just too good at securing macro advantages in a longer game and not letting those mistakes lead to bigger events. And another frozen shelter resulting in 2 kills.
Yeah, it's not like they underestimated Bandwise over and over and over again. It seemed, quickly in the overall terms of this game that they were able to identify that would be a problem, take them out, ensure that they're not part of the bigger fight, so on and so forth. And yeah, Abraham's proven to be overall better team here. Do you have Sonya with a death slam? I don't think it's going to result in any deaths. So Saf did get taken down, but shrines are falling, patrons falling.
It did. The key about Death Slam is that if the Lash doesn't get any deaths, the Lash himself will die.
I see.
Not as part of the skill normally, but I mean, realistically speaking, there usually is 1 death involved. It's a matter of, is it Lash getting the better of someone, or is it Lash himself just falling after? But second stage patron is out, and Abraham's still going to play this one safe, although up 50k now. They don't have to play too much safer than where they're at now. Some quick little buys, I think they'll be right back over.
I love how all the gals got together for the shopping spree, We're all going to head over to Macy's. That's where we're going to meet up. Okay, now everyone disperse and go kill some people. It's a very, very different type of movie. Yeah,
Shopkeeper was probably upset. Like, I'd love to imagine it's like, 2 minutes before closing time, getting ready to, pack everything up. And you just see this group of people goes like, hey, would like to exchange souls for your mystical wares. Like, oh, God, why are you here right now? All at the same time.
Probably, but that's all they needed to do was just get the money into some actual items, and then they might have been back on it if there wasn't just a more open opportunity as Giga Gaming looked to push out, right? So I mean, they could have maybe pushed in, feeling a lot of confidence. They could have also waited for Giga Gaming to start pushing these lanes forward and hope that someone is hooked or a little too far forward, whichever works. Just get everyone to dive right on in the combustion, ensuring some of those kills before they even get close to their base. And everyone is going to fall. No one standing here for Giga Gaming. Abraham's all men alive, looking for that final patron, and what Giga Gaming can do about it, I don't know. Another death slam, I suppose, trying to put them into the base, but that maybe not even going to be attempted. Gotta go for at least one. You gotta do
just look at it just goes full Owlman. Is like doesn't matter. Yeah. So overall, though, interesting game. On the whole, I would say it was super interesting to see how Bandwise was able to crack the Kelvin Shiv lane. Again, probably the most that we've seen that particular lane actually lose, because normally it's usually a winning lane, at worst a neutral lane. I cannot think of a time where it got cracked that badly that early. But again, I think it's one of those things where if there is a weakness to that particular lane pairing, is that if you give up a ton of poke damage in the first minute, you actually can be in a hole that's difficult to recover from. So really well played to Bandwise and Sanya, who are able to give Giga Gaming a sliver of hope for a part of the game. But Abraham's, they're the real deal, and in a full game, they usually are able to crawl back from mistakes that they've made.
Yeah. Yeah, and shout out also to Wolfie, who really had a very bad start and was able to crawl back, at least in souls. Unfortunately, never able to impact those battles as one would hope as the Geist. But They were hanging on even when it became more and more obvious that Abrahams are just going to get further ahead. And, that is, I think, the nature of things when you have this significant favorite, even if you try and get a composition that goes to the late game, and that is your goal. They're going to win in the early game at that point, right? And then it feels like at points there could be something, and that was it with Bandwise and Sonya. That's awesome. But then the longer the game goes on, and Deadlock's insured basically to get to at least 18 minutes, right? The less likely that it is going to actually impact the game to such a significant degree. I don't want to say it was impossible. It just is a testament to how good Abrahams are as a team, that they wouldn't let that snowball out of control. And now, as we watch the highlights, we also think about the next game, I think this is kind of an easy call just to not let them have the Yamato again, right? And then what else can they showcase?
I actually agree with that, especially with some of the reports, just in the sense that, Bandwise in recent times is really going to have their way to do heavier amounts of Yamato and personal practice and play. If you just have a player on the other side that is super, super good at a hero, like way more than the norm, Yamato is picked enough in the higher end of the draft right now anyways. I think you can go a little bit out of order, get rid of the Yamato to not deal with it, because I guarantee you for Abrahams, they kind of looked at this game, they're like, yeah, I don't know if we actually want to deal with that again. So would not be surprised to see them either pick Yamato or go out of their way to early prioritize it. Probably ban, if anything, because I don't think they want to get off the dynamic of picking together, or rather getting together a Shiv early in the draft.
Right, yeah. So something they will prioritize. So yeah, maybe Yamato gets banned first, and then yeah, what else can Griga Gaming do? Which I'm sure, someone out there is like, well, hey, like, what about this guy? This guy can pop off in this type of game and whatnot. But this last game, 100%, a lot of talk was about Bandwise. Could they continue getting what they needed to do in an overall game after such a fantastic start? And it was no. So just get him out of the equation. The rest of the team wasn't, coordinating or getting their own duels to go their way. And then you just take out one of the best players and the best character. Do you feel like it's smooth sailing from there for Abrahams, which this was not exactly smooth sailing. It's like they hit a couple of waves as soon as they started to embark, but after 10, 12 minutes maybe it was, then it became increasingly more obvious that they were just making the right calls, really. I know I've repeated that a couple of times, but that's really what I was looking at, is Abrahams identified Yamato as the threat and took care of her in any way that they needed to.
I love how the score screen and how it's being calculated. We get the old the Yama fan art that's going on. I'm so excited to see what the final Yamato skin is going to be. Probably when I look at all the hero models in Deadlock right now, going, okay, you saw heroes like McGinnis get what was probably what could be their final polish, right? It's like, please, what is Yamato's final polish going to be? It is the most work in progress hero model of all around, a forehead that you could land a 747 on. Like, come on, give us the true Yamato. But look, I'm excited to get into the next draft also.
Yeah, I think we're looking at the draft with a lot of. But I agree. Her concept art's really cool. I don't know if you saw all of Yamato's concept art, but any of the ideas they have in that are actually really, really sick. So hopefully they choose one and it gets modeled correctly too. Abraham's gonna ban Sinclair first, and then the question to start things off is they eventually ban that Yamato, I suppose. So they still don't like to deal with Sinclair. Fair enough. The second ban apparently going to come in much faster than we anticipate, because everything just got populated immediately. Gamers don't want to deal with
quick.
Saints on Kelvin, and they didn't want to give the Viscous away. Fair enough, whatever. But what's the second ban?
Well, second ban here, presumably for Abrahams, would be Yamato, because Yamato hasn't been picked yet, hasn't been banned yet, and Abrahams had to deal with that the entire way through. So yeah, I feel like you kill Yamato here. Like, do not allow her back into the game. I mean, Griga. Okay, the thing that's weird to me about the Griga gaming draft here is that do you actually need to prio Holiday that early? That like Hayes this early, actually, yes, at times, because Hayes will get hit with mid-stage bans who are trying to go for it. I don't hate that. I can't think of any time recently where we've seen Holiday actually picked top 3, nor really mid-level bans. So I think Griga made maybe a little miscalculation there. Abrahams, though, the start of the draft, super strong. They got Warden, they got Mirage, and then they're the one team in the world that probably wants to shift early, but okay. They're not even afraid of the Yamato. So I think, CG, as you look at this here, you probably have to expect Bandwise to come in on Yamato. unless there's a hero pool consideration we're not aware of. But also for Griga, they may be able to just save it to last pick because I doesn't feel like Abrahams is going to try and play it themselves under the circumstances.
That is true. That's a good point. So maybe we won't see that until a little later on. But it is surprising. I thought that was for sure going to be banned at least some point, especially with it still being open for the second one. But they didn't want Calico to come in. I also thought that might have been a chance for Shiv to get banned, right, from Griga Gaming, but they actually prioritized Kelvin first and foremost. So okay. Well,
Calico
so
getting banned. Also for Abrahams, feels like coming back if it's not picked by Griga. This feels like one of the just grab Infernus fourth style games.
That's what I was thinking. Or fifth.
No, well, essentially fourth, because they grab both at the same time. At first was grab fourth, and they grab the Bebop, just in case Griga comes out the Yamato. So all of this kind of sticking to what we'd expect. No surprises, really.
All right, then. They were the ones that got Vindicta anyways, but Abraham's not going to go for that. What is going to be the last pick for Abraham's here?
I'm thinking. Let me remind myself. I got to look at some old
right, yeah.
draft screens here. It's all in the head of just wondering, okay, let me think. Well, at times they might just go Saint on 7, actually. That would be the most sense, because they can't go Kelvin. Saint has been really good on 7. I would 100, unless Griga takes 7, Abrahams is going to pick it.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. And then, I guess the question is, does Griga try and take that away from them? If they're even thinking about it. It wasn't highlighted in the last game.
It would really depend if they would want to try and take something away from Abrahams, because I don't think Griga is necessarily, hankering to grab the 7 in one of their final 2 picks. But yeah, I'm very convinced, just thinking about recent Abrahams drafts, they'll go for that, because they love the combination of being able to do Hyper Beam and Stormcloud at times at the same time while going for macro plays and pushes. It's so difficult to actually push into the both of them. And if you were to do something like go for Knockdown, the 7 is going to be rushing Unstoppable A, and B, you're going to have to look at 2 different targets. But talking with coaches too, people aren't ultra fond of going Knockdown to try and deal with those ults in the moment, because it just feels bad. Like, you feel like the tax man came if you have to be the hero that goes Knockdown, because it just completely destroys your build. It's not good.
Yeah, understood on that one for sure. Yeah, 7 for Abrahams, then Griga Gaming. They still haven't chosen Pocket, so that is available for them. And then who else have they played previously? They could grab Vindicta. And we haven't seen Paradox come out, but as you were saying, like Paradox and Holiday don't come together, not for a very long time. Lash is also missing from the board currently.
Lash is a decent shout here for Griga Gaming and how they're going about it. Also, I mean, again, thinking about the history and players that they have on there, if you have a Holiday, you have a Yamato, Mo and Krill is still something that kind of can work in those setups. It's not as highly valued at the moment, but still could have reasonable value. Although I have to say here, what's going on with this draft is... I feel like we got baited, because the draft came in and it was just instantly it filled in. And then the back end of the draft is like, actually, we're going to take our time. We're really going to think through these final 2 picks. Duality of players, perhaps. Yeah.
Having, just the monotonous tempo of a countdown timer, that's not fun. That's not hectic enough. You gotta be on your toes. It's either 1 pick at a time, or suddenly it's the entire board populated. That keeps you healthy, ZP.
What keeps us healthy too is getting the draft picks in. I can't actually back up that statement whatsoever, but it's what I want at the moment, and it's what the body wants healthy. And then people go, all the examples of how it's not. It's like, no, it doesn't matter.
It's like
give us the picks.
Something. Yeah.
Crave
why are you
picks.
craving it? Probably because you've never had a vegetable in your life, and your body's like, please give me nutrients. That's what we need from the drafts. What we need.
Body's like, I cannot live on fried foods alone.
I'm gonna try though. every university student. Thankfully I was not one of those guys. I did not have ramen all the time. I had the nice, amazing American university meals, which included a dessert pizza, s'mores pizza.
They took the 7 away.
Yeah, and Griga took 7, and then ended with Ivy, which they have taken before, but did not mention.
Gonna be interesting here is that you look at who's playing what for Abrahams. Kind of interesting overall, and what they're gonna decide for who's playing what here, because normally I would expect Saint to be coming in here and playing the 7. I would guess from the heroes here, is Saint going to be stuck on Lash? That I can't think of a time we've seen that recently, but the 7 was 100% Griga looking to take away what would otherwise be a very traditional Abraham's comp.
Right, yeah. And Saint played on Ivy, maybe. Actually, that might be incorrect. I mean, I think we're going to just see something different as far as our expectations, because obviously they don't even have Ivy, but I don't know who to call, who goes on who. A Jam side on Infernus, Tass on Bebop, Together on Shiv, kind of all the expecteds there, but what beyond that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so all in all, the stage has been set. Griga Gaming, they get their Yamato again. They get to set up potentially there's a few different dominant lanes they could do. I'd love to see something like the Holiday Yamato lane once more. I think based on how they want to play it. So we've seen teams sort of where you place them out. You can definitely play it in middle and often is played in mid. But if the goal is to get Bamwise super farmed, probably going to be a right-hand side lane. So maybe they do something like Yamato Geist, throw it into the right-hand side. And actually, no, I think you'd want to still pair Yamato with Holiday, just so if you win the lane, you want the hero that takes off to be good at interfering with other lanes, generally speaking, while the other hero gets farmed. So I probably do expect the Holiday and the Yamato to be laned up.
Okay. All right. Well, everything rushed forward first, and then tail end of it dragging on a little bit, but the game should be starting soon. We get all of our answers. Who's playing on who lanes up against who, and is Griga Gaming having it in them to this time maybe get another solid start with Bandwise, which you think Abrahams are a little more guarded against. Maybe they weren't as guarded against that as they should have been in the last game, just coming into a fresh series. But if they're not, and Bandwise can pop off again, maybe there's also something to be gained by the different composition to actually carry them through, because they were solid. They were actually had a lot of promise in the first 10 minutes of game 1, and then it was just the reaction, the response from Abraham started to ruin those pop-off characters like Yamato.
I think as good as Bamwise is, I don't necessarily think it's going to be the same type of game, because I think even if they make no adjustments, that's the type of game that requires a lot of factors to go super well. It's one of those games where I wish we could go back and just see the opening to see what happened, where they took so much damage in lane that early to put them that far behind. But I don't think that's something you can count on to happen again, even if you play at the same standard. It's sort of, you need two things. You need the other lane to sort of mess up, and you have to be really good at the punish and then really good on all the follow throughs. So, Bamwise still may be able to win lane, but I'd be shocked if it was the same type of just fast opening. But the good part is, we don't have to speculate any longer. We're looking from inside the view of a very, very old car, and more importantly, we're in game.
A very unrendered car. There is a steering wheel. It is technically a car. In the future, I hope to see some type of really cool cursed Apple take on like the Ford something or another. I don't know 30s cars actually.
I mean, look, some are really, really efficient. You get 20 miles to the soul, something along those lines.
All right. Well, the lanes have been decided, guys. Holiday is actually going to turn up on the right side, up against Lash and Infernus. Our lane partner is going to be Ivy. So, right side for Griga Gaming. What are you thinking about that? I know we focused a lot on mid, which is what were happening last time. And no surprises to see that mid is with the Bebop and Warden again.
Well, I'll get the thoughts there in a second. Right now, I got Bebop a little bit under pressure in mid. However, this mid lane also Taz not one to take lightly. Got to get the bomb for a little bit of extra damage, and already health advantage going the way of Abraham's in middle. On the right-hand side, when I look at Griga, I don't love at face value. I don't know if I love the Holiday Ivy lane. Mm-hmm. I feel like generally, it's not that Ivy is bad in lane or anything, but I just feel like the best Holiday lanes go when you stack threats. I mean, a really good example when you take a look at how you would do like Holiday Mirage. if you had the option to do so here. And I just don't know if Holiday Ivy is your best choice. And as you look, Fremont is actually getting horrifically pummeled in the lane.
Somehow survives, actually. And in fact, there might have been an overreach there from Jam side, who thought they had someone on the ropes, right? They actually are taken down. Saint is on the lash, by the way, so I think you did call that. Good call.
Yeah, that's interesting. Fremont is super low, but it was low enough that it was enough of a health trade between two sides that you were able to get Ivy in there and get some kills. So, look, I mean, good on that. Wasn't entirely expecting that from the get-go, but Ivy hooked, or rather, Geist hooked in, low HP, and the TAS mid-supremacy continues. I'm struggling to think of a time when TAS lost lane in recent memory.
And they will die.
Not sure. Can't support you on that one. Maybe he never has.
It's never happened.
Yeah, literally never. Not as long as you got the bebop. Which aren't landing all the hooks as of yet, but it's quite scary. I mean, just as far as, like, you know, the Haze and the Geist trying to work together against that, it's very difficult, in fact. I mean, Geist can kind of pelt away from a distance, especially with a grenade, which is fine, but then that Haze, I don't know, also depending on the Sleep Dagger, which I feel like is going to be used to just try and get the heck out of a really bad scenario. We can only Sleep Dagger one person. It's going to be tough. Going to be tough in the mid. Definitely think that's going to be going the way of Abrahams. Your gaming, though, starting to pressure on those out lanes a little bit. Left lane in particular. Right side, we had push into Abraham's Guardian, but they are holding strong enough, I would say. Seem healthy enough at the very least.
Bandwise is a terror. They're all different set of circumstances entirely. Well, mostly. It's still up against a Shiv, but there's no Kelvin there. It has a Mirage, which in ways is still going to be really good at poke and keeping things back, and yet the lane is nearly down. I mean, this is twice in a row against Abrahams, and I don't know. You got to give Bandwise the props here. We haven't been looking at the entire time, but clearly the neutral coming in has just been unreal.
It's a good time for Bandwise, man. He's got a lot about him. Hopefully he can continue being a player to talk about in the future, as they are awfully aggressive with that 7 combo. They're really pushing into this left lane, and I believe it's Together, who's currently going to be going down. In fact, they had no protection, really. Not enough protection at the very least. The Guardian was apparently on its last breath too, and that is taken down. Sub 5 minutes. Getting the Guardian for Giga. This feels a little familiar. Just great start for Giga. Can they continue on? Slightly different composition. Maybe this is where they find some objectives they couldn't before. Maybe with the 7 coming in. You know, that's what I'm looking for, because the beginning is really awesome for them. It's great. TAS even going down right there with the help of that 7 ult. Fantastic, but can we carry this on through to that mid game as well? Early game phase not quite over yet.
Grigo looking really, really good across the lanes here so far. They ran into a little bit of friction in middle, but right and left, pretty good. More than pretty good, really, when you consider how the Yamato lane has gone, and now Bandwise just free to farm on the left-hand side. Middle, though, for Abrahams. Got 3 here in rotation, looking for Fremont, kind of low here on the Holiday, and ends up falling. Saf able to finish it, as Abrahams is getting very, very active in the middle, taking those same players, going right back over into mid lane. Geist and Haze perhaps under the gun here, or just trying to push and finish it off. It is down at around half HP.
Sonya's in some serious trouble. All the abilities come down on that one. Yeah, I think they probably just resigned that particular life right there as soon as the bonding word also hit. And then unfortunately a pause. Someone disconnecting temporarily.
Also, I'll go back to the draft, and I'm very comfortable saying Abraham's messed up not banning Yamato. I don't think Bandwise would be doing this on a non-Yamato character. They had a relatively free ban in the middle of the draft to do so, and they just let that one through. I don't entirely know why they let the one through, but probably shouldn't have done that.
Similar logic to what you came up with, you know, after it was all said and done, which is that you kind of need. You would think that you would need the Yamato to do well, and then for your own team to make some slip-ups, and then you're like, well, we're just not going to slip up again, because we have the kind of a better knowledge and anticipation of how this is going to be brought to us. And so they probably just assumed that, you know? Not a bad assumption, perhaps, when you are top dog in Europe at this point. But no, Yamato, ban-wise, perfect together. And dealing some significant damage, two together, coincidentally, as we look over in the left lane for a tiny little bit. Walker actually being pressured. Mano-a-mano battle, one-on-one. Who's going to win it out? Mirage on the run, trying to juke this out a little bit. It's actually getting some help at this point, turned into a 2v2. Finding Word going to be effective on that 7 as a third member comes in for both parties. We've got ourselves a 3v3 now around no particular objective. And no one quite fallen yet, but Tasks just seconds away. There he goes.
Task finally falling, though, but you think about what just happened there. Got a kill, got the Guardian. Also, some of the cleanup coming in here as Abrahams rotates over, finds another 2. However, he's going over there. Sanya able to finish off Hoot. Getting very back and forth, has respawns immediately dropped back on in. A fight that, in a way, just hasn't ended here, but another Bebop Bomb comes up and over.
No way.
Tass.
Okay.
One thing I have to say here is that this has also been a much better game for Tass even relative to the last game. Like, it wasn't bad last game, but Abraham's needing someone to step up. Of course, it's Tass once again. Also, Tass getting hit with the lasso and dead, as I say that. So a little bit cursed.
Gosh, yeah, this is the fight that'll never end, apparently. They figure got the Guardian, so they want a little bit more beyond that, and the Guardian does fall, not able to chase anyone else down. However, we finally have a little bit of calm, at least I thought so. Wolfie again in trouble. I was going to note that they're having a better game than last time, too. And I think that is still holding true, but they did fall, and this time around they are going to be helped out by the rest of the team, so they're not going to fall there. 7 ulting, maybe in a bit of desperation, is going to buy some time, but unfortunately not going to save the day as the Haze came in to try and help out. No one's particularly low. The battles are never ending, apparently, ZP. I mean, they are just going from one lane to another, constantly reviving and get back in on the action. Last Stand has been popped, and that is very, very scary coming out from Hoots. Not quite able to connect close enough to the other opponents. Freemuck is the last kill. As now the Yamato gets back in. Banwise like, hey, remember me? I'm going to get in here. And there's significant damage. Tried to parry. Actually, this might still be one out. Yeah, Hoot ends up winning that out with the help of some teammates. Banwise maybe a little overly confident in that particular moment. And now Wolfie, I think, would come back in to try and help out, is also in some significant danger. And this Guardian looks like it will not be protected. The Hyper Beam just to confirm it, really. Yeah, because there was no one healthy enough to try and even protect that. With so many people from Abraham's have moved over to the left. Did they take any repercussions on the right side? Not by the looks of it. Still holding on to that right side Guardian.
Man, oh man, the action just does not stop, but the smoke clearing here. Abraham's battered, a little bit wounded, a little bit of a buried bandwise there as you see the escape attempt going through. But Abrams, 6K ahead. You look at the overall state of the game, 3 Guardians down to 2 so far in favor of Abraham's. But man, oh man, it has been a bit of a journey here so far. Take a look at the overall income allocation, though. Saf starting to get very, very farmed. And Bamwise not quite fed ahead of the game the way he was in the previous map. So, you know, with the back and forth nature of this, overall, it's Abraham's that's, again, has kind of come out with a reasonable edge.
They have. Very few moments. Yamato once again looking so strong. Actually getting nipped a little bit sooner in the bud this game around. They're not able to come in as that overwhelming force in some of those battles at the last second and actually clear everything up. So not as strong. Yeah, a little bit of a lead for Abraham's is looking good as Banwise, speaking of, is caught very, very injured. Shadow Transformation with the help of the Haze teammate, going to hope to catch this Lash. Saints trying to get the heck out of there and join up with the rest of the crew as we have Abraham's moving over to that left side. It is now, unfortunately, Freemix, who has gone a little too aggressive. Bounce pad maybe going to save their life. It is. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Freemuck does get taken down. They're unfortunate. Big fight happening over on this left side just seconds before urns. That's why we're having such emphasis there. And now the urn can be picked up by Abraham's, and they can look to cap it to the right side and maybe pick up the bridge buff too. The gun buff still up on the right, but no one quite reaching for it yet. It's gonna be Wolfie.
Yeah, honestly, anytime I see the hook go out in that situation, it's like Tess is gonna hit someone. I don't know if I understand the read or it makes any sense, but someone's got to warp in and get hit. Didn't actually happen in this case. But regardless, you got the urn moving on over. Abraham's likely just looking for the quick turn in if they can get away with it. We'll see if Grig is going to be able to contest much of anything here. They do look very keen, though, to go for the contest.
I don't think so.
Get into it. They have Death Slam up, over. Going to be used here by Saint. Saint looking for the grab. Drops on in. Abraham's swarming over the urn turn in right now, looking to push Griga back.
Yeah, unfortunately, Griga Gaming, I mean, it's not so much that they didn't have enough players over there, it's just that two of them are very, very weak, and then Fluoride was weak and didn't have their ultimate to try and support too, so, I mean, I guess you kind of have to try, because maybe Abrahams didn't bring enough firepower themselves, but that was not the case. So Abrahams does get it, takes down Freemix while they're at it, Freemock while they're at it. Once again, Bandwise trying to get a pick, but are they actually going to win this particular 1v1? It got way closer, and I'm surprised that Saint is still alive. But this is, again, Bandwise not being able to come in as a big bully in the first, let's say, 12 or 13 minutes and say, yeah, I definitely will win some of these 1v1s like last game. They are just shy of it every single time we watch it, and that is leading further to Abraham's success as they're now ahead by 12k.
I just kind of want more camera shots of Tass on the setup here. Tass still continue to be a threat on the Bebop, where, you know, the amount of threats you have on Abrahams is just kind of ridiculous. I mean, you have players like Hooted together that are remarkably consistent. And then, you know, if people are having a bad game, guess what? Taz is going to find opportunities, keep you in it. Saint also on the Lash, not the worst in the world. You know, I was kind of wondering how things would go about. And I think for Abrahams, the reason why they kind of shifted to the Lash when the 7 got denied is that they like the idea of having ults that sort of punish you for contesting in a wide area. Stormcloud a little bit more to their favor, but as I say that, together, maybe getting caught, gets hit with the sleep, gets hit with the gargoyle.
It's hit with everything. Just everything, throwing it together to make sure that he dies. And it was effective. Some revenge is being sought after, though. Last stand coming on in. It looks like it's not going to be able to be close enough to really get those kills. Ivy just free flying around, not too worried about that, and Holiday hip hopping it away just in time. By the way, they did get very, very injured. Yeah, not gonna result in too much. It will result in a withdrawal from most Kriga Gaming, except for Bandwise, who was on the right side actually trying to protect that walker. Does not go well. But they are able to return back, heal up, and still defend these walkers, because that's what Abraham's trying to go for at this point. One good fight into perhaps that walker even getting severely injured, perhaps killed, not quite allowed as of yet. On the right side, yes, the Yamato went down, but Jam side going down in turn. Lasso was hit, but no follow-up. Together is taken down eventually.
Together is out of there, so Grig Gaming striking back a bit, still trying to work their way out of a deficit, and oh boy, where you're just like, you're just praying right now.
Right, yeah.
You're just like, I'm gonna go up the mantle, down, up, down, please somehow.
I was wondering what
buy enough
Sap was
time.
waiting for. It was like, I was like, oh wait, am I confused? Are they the same team? What's going on here? He had the ammo.
Yeah.
He was just
Yeah,
waiting it
just
out.
like, just keep shooting. Or in Taz's case, never stop Gamba. The other end.
Oh, okay. Well, funny interactions aside, the gap is still getting bigger on that Souls, which is very concerning. Walker's not in any immediate threat yet. Again, this is not a good-looking scenario for Giga Gaming, and Bandwise isn't popping off. They don't really have anyone that's popping off in particular. Fluoride might get an opportunity for a Stormcloud that really changes the dynamic of a team fight, but we're still waiting on that.
Gemside's getting jumped. Stack charge into Haze, into just dead. Nothing but dead. But speaking of getting jumped, Bandwise right now getting a little bit of the hands at the same time. Saf chasing on down here. Force out Xiao transformation. Low HP is Bandwise. We'll see if they can make the miraculous escape over here. It's not looking super good, but there is still a possibility. Bandwise, they finally get away. But Bandwise may have shook the pressure.
Yeah, but they're now both so low, aren't they? Nothing's here to defend the Walker, so that Walker's just going to get burned down. They can't do anything about it. The rest of the team elsewhere, we had to protect mid. We also have a potential push over the left side that was maybe promising. Maybe still is promising, actually. 7 using the Storm Cloud there. I mean, it's not going to be really there to try and further actually get on top of the Walker, so all in all, that did actually not work out for Giga Gaming, right? They lost their right side Walker. They did not push any Walker in turn. They're still losing some of these battles. 7 in a lot of trouble here. They do not have their ultimates, and Together is ready to get that killing blow, given the opportunity. Looks like some cavalry came in and helped out, but now the urn is once again in Abraham's pocket, and they are looking to return it on Giga Gaming side. As oh, it happened. It happened eventually. Took a couple extra seconds. but together did get the kill.
This is bad, especially if Grega Gaming feels like they have to contest this. This could just be the final winnable fight of the match for Grega Gaming. You got Abrahams coming in, full team is up, Earn turn in to put them ahead, and if Grega Gaming isn't careful, this could be the donate all your kills and lose Earn scenario. Here comes Hoot, in off the vent, last stand, mid-air, devours Ivy where she stands, and now wants a little bit more, diving into the backline here of Grega Gaming, adding on the kills, and the Earn can be turned in at the same time. So you're just gonna get an even bigger lead coming in as a hook jump scare.
Yeah. Decides not to go for the hyper beam. They call it, there's not enough enemies really at this point. Grega Gaming have been forced all the way back, not making a foolish attempt to try and stagger in either, just having to take those losses. And they were significant losses as well. Now they're down 22k. Again, no one really, particularly scary. The soul allocation across the board gives some players some hope, but I don't finally got the Guardian. I didn't even realize the Guardian was still up. That's just further bad news, because actually, yes, it was taken, but it was up this entire time. Hello, that sucks. Sonya also going to die for having tried to go for it. It's just overall not a pretty picture.
Yep, Flex Slot Watch finally over. Bamwise though having the pop shout transformation under pressure and gets his head chopped right on off. Got the 7, pull the Storm Cloud in. This is a kind of wait thing. It's like wait, do a little bit of poke, and then the storm has to end sometime, and at which point, so the 7. It's like in exchange for the power I got told, is like when the storm ends, so will your life. Maybe not though in this case. Able to get jam side at the very end. Killing blow. Gonna go on cooldown. Not quite enough to finish off Irizumi. But realistically, Together had better things to do than chase after the 7 at the moment.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that 7, well, it did initially get some damage done. It was one of those easy calls, just like back away, come back later. Nothing else is threatening us with that Storm Cloud. And we suddenly had 4 members fall for Giga Gaming, 3 in succession. Sonya also falls, so really 4 in succession. And that Walker is just a free grab. Mid Walker had gone down some time ago, and now the base Guardians are the next target. They could probably get base Guardians, go to mid, then come back for the Shrines.
So, the assault on the base continues here. Abraham's feeling real good, and man, you talk about soul allocation. Not only some big buys coming on in, but Saf also at the point where, relative to the rest of the game, Mirage has turned into just a specter of death, being able to chase after people. The last thing here is up, and it's if you're not immediately dead, then the Jin's mark after will probably finish the job after. So, mid boss going down, and realistically, okay. I don't think Bamwise has Shadow Transformation time to get there and actually go for it. The timeline is not there. And also, you get 1 second less. But wait, Bamwise showed and got killed? He wasn't even going to get to the Rejuvenator in time.
Yeah.
That has to be a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, to be fair, for the beginning of the mid-call, there was that kind of ambiguity, but towards the last 5 seconds of the mid-call, there was no ambiguity. So I think Bamwise just not moving away fast enough. The rest of the Abrahams were like, yeah, we definitely got this, no worries. Because they had Mirage, not only like keeping that mid lane pushed up, but also a little bit of scouting. That's why Yamato had to kind of go, maybe not the long way exactly, but a bit more of a hidden way. They were so confident, I think, in that mid call. They knew they were going to get it. Bamwise sacrificed his life for no particularly good reason, is already raised back up, sure, but this is the snowball in effect. 40k ahead in souls, base Guardians, now a set of them finally going down, opening up that additional flex slot for Abrahams and Giga Gaming. Are in their last stands, unless Abrahams really over-dedicates in some way, which seems difficult to do. So many of their players in excellent soul form. Hoot's going to be unbeatable, it feels like, with last stand, and Saf, as you're pointing out, just tonking away this entire time, safely in the back line. A 7 storm, yeah, okay, that does usually buy some time, unless you were hooked out of the air. Never mind.
Yeah, Deathside was right. It's like, oh, it's a storm. Well, I don't want to feed Lash's ego a whole lot, but man did just quell a lightning storm, so got a few moves. But in this case, I don't think you need to back out. In fact, Hoot doing the opposite. You just got pure on fountain diving. It's a classic, especially if you go back to the Dota days. Add in a little bit of spice before you finish your meal. Patron, though, going to be going down in short order. Abrahams continue to show why they are the #1 team in the EU, and by the way, it completes the 3-way tie. So I think this also confirms we're going to get some Bo and Krill 1v1s at the end of the day.
Does Griga Gaming 2-0 and Virtus Pro in the upcoming match change that?
Oh, I thought the VP already played. Was I looking at the stats wrong?
You might have looked at the
thought I saw
stats.
this-
Yeah,
May-
VP
maybe I'm
versus
wrong.
Griga Gaming will be our upcoming match. I mean, I was saying that mostly tongue in cheek, though, which is that
No.
I think you're ultimately right. But yeah, there is one more match for Griga Gaming, but that was not the one that they really wanted to end on. Because at the end of the day, I think that was a bit worse than the first game. We did not have Bandwise continue popping off. You know, let's say in the first game, he was doing fantastic for 12 minutes. In this game, I think there was that fantastic opener on the laning phase for the first 8. And then it was actually just not as impressive, whereas all of Abraham's starting to get those impressive characters, the Warden, and then the Mirage really getting very farmed. So that turnaround, I feel like a bit quicker. Griga Gaming showing some of their potential. Bandwise certainly showing some of their potential, but Abraham's really proven to be the better team in all the important macro elements.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you know, I feel like the story step at the beginning kind of held true. Is that Griga Gaming, a lot of good players on here within relatively short history, and certainly had moments. You know, obviously, most impressive was Bandwise on the Yamato, but by comparison, Abraham's is a complete team. This is a team that is on top of Europe right now in recent tournament results and just very, very consistent. And even when you get an edge on them, it's not enough without everything else also playing up to the same level.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what else? What other highlights were there to talk about? Yeah, the Death Slam. I think the hook happened at the same time, which either one would have taken the credit, but the Death Slam did take the credit. And then otherwise, not really a chance for Seven to shine. The one Stormcloud that was kind of involved in a team fight happened at the tail end when it was very easy for the team to just disperse underneath some cover as well. It wasn't too out in the open. So that didn't work out, particularly on some of those objectives. Like, for instance, one of the first urns that was taken, Floridas did not have the Stormcloud. I don't know what it was used beforehand, but wasn't able to try and contest that as much as they would probably have hoped, having grabbed that character and denied Kelvin. But yeah, that was just one of many problems.
Overall, pretty interesting series on the whole. The one thing that's kind of that I have to commend for Abrahams too is that thinking back to the VP series, we've seen them play with their comfort heroes removed from themselves, but also they've kind of created this bubble for themselves, this current meta, where they do get to play a lot of their comfort heroes regardless in terms of meta, where other teams will oftentimes gravitate towards other things. But you think about how the end of this draft went. We kind of looked at it as like, yeah, there's going to be like Infernus coming forth. Yeah, there's going to be a Bebop here because it wasn't banned. And I mean, the only surprise really was the Lash. And the only reason why the Lash came as a surprise because they stole the 7. They did try and mess with that a little bit, but Saint just said, you know what? No problem. I'll go in the Lash. I'll go in another character that effectively goes into the air, presses alt, and hopes for the best.
Yeah, so it worked out for them. We do have one more match, guys. So Griga Gaming, unfortunately, coming off of an 0-2, we're going to have to go into another match against another top-tier team. But let's see if maybe different styles work out better for them or something along those lines, because they are going to need something miraculous might be a word I have to use, but just something good going for them that they keep on going with to actually take down the likes of VP, who will be the final opponent and the final match of the day for groups. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's all going to be Virtus Pro versus Griga Gaming and figuring out how the playoffs look. So don't go anywhere. Could have Mo and Krill. Maybe. See you soon.
I think we're guaranteed.
And it's our last match of the day and of the groups as well. So we already do have a couple of things determined, which I think you mentioned, which is that I believe we are getting at least one tiebreaker, Mo Krill. But otherwise, we are going to be focusing on Guerrilla Gaming and their ability to disturb any of the results for the 4th and 5th place, I believe. But to disturb those results, they would have to take a map off of Virtus Pro, which is a very, very big ask.
Look, it is not easy at all for that to happen. Where VP, I mean, let's not forget, while they may not be the absolute #1 in EU by current results, when you look at overall in one-win Bombshell history, they are the many-time champions. So we're ending with one of the best here. And, for Guerrilla Gaming, we're just seeing, can they play spoiler? Both Abrahams and one-win team watching pretty carefully as to the results of this here, going, just please, Guerrilla, find one. But also, I think it may be a little bit more difficult for Guerrilla Gaming because we'll see how they go. I mean, VP is kind of the team that usually just plays their own game and doesn't really worry about what the other team is good at. But on the same note, I feel like just banning the Yamato, kind of a low-hanging fruit here when you get into the mid-stage bans for VP. Because do you really want to deal with what Bandwise was doing? It was a threat in both games, getting laid down early. You could take away that threat and, make things a little bit weaker for the Guerrilla Gaming end.
If we don't see it banned, then I guess they just didn't think it was scary enough, and to be fair, it wasn't as scary the second time around, even though it did dominate lane in similar fashion. Post Guardian falling, they didn't have as much of an impact, and that does seem to be the case for them. Virtus Pro, not super scared of it at all. Just take away a very typical first ban, which is going to be that Lady Geist.
Yeah, so Geist, again, the Geist ban I think is interesting. Actually, I like it as first ban. I think this is really smart because it goes back to kind of what we were talking about yesterday, where oftentimes, you could see the team that's going second ban Geist because they don't want the team that's picking first pick to pick Geist. But now for Grega, I feel like Grega actually has to respond here and ban Warden. Otherwise, they give up the ability to play either Geist or Warden in this instance. And instead, they ban Pocket. That feels like a tremendous mistake to me, even though VP at times will, put Mikhail S on the Pocket.
Yeah, very often, but I actually feel like in this tournament, it's not as much actually, and I don't think it's because it's been banned or taken. It's just
no,
super priority.
Yeah, which makes the ban a little bit weirder. It's like, okay, you don't want to deal with that, but why in this instance? I mean, on the same note, you could also make the idea of, okay, you're not going to get Warden here. Why ban anything else of really, really high value? You can come in here where I would guess at least one of the two picks they're going to use here is going to be Mirage, for sure. I don't think they'll go into this minus a Mirage. And then the second pick, I think, has a little bit more options in terms of what you decide to go with. It could be anything from a Kelvin. It could be even with how VP likes it. It could be something like a Haze. It could be a Shiv. Something in that realm. Or maybe, if you want to be safe, locking the Yamato on the earlier side. But that's a pick there, ZG, that was very much expected. At the very minimum, the Mirage was coming in.
Yeah, we're just waiting on that second one too, because I think the talk for us certainly is Yamato. They didn't seem to be the talk for any other team. Now just the opposing teams aren't banning it, but then even Guerrilla Gaming, they didn't emphasize it like it could have been potentially taken out. But what else are they going to want to ensure that they have second choice round? They picked that Holiday really quickly last game, didn't they? They're going to do that again?
Yeah, and they didn't need to pick the Holiday quickly, nor do I think they need to pick it quickly against VP, where unless you do something like take down the Bebop, in which case they will be a little bit more willing. Like TAS will go Holiday if there's no Bebop available. Like they'll usually be priority number 2. Yeah, I mean, the draft is just a bit odd here. Vindicta is also something you could pick on the earlier side for Grega, or I was about to say Infernus. So Infernus, I'll take that away from or what's it called? I'll take it away from Zergi. Yeah, on the other end. And
okay.
Yeah, I'm not really in love with Grega. Also, VP, they play a lot of Yamato themselves. I actually think you should just do Ballistic Yamato here. That's is one of your next two picks. You take it away from Bandwise and VP themselves. They're good with it. They've played it a lot. I think one of the two next picks actually probably will be Yamato.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Kind of, roundabout here, but it's like, oh, why didn't they ban him? Oh, well, they could have. Yeah, they're probably going to try and get her, actually. So I'm with you. Next two going to be one Yamato and one TBD. Then Inferno is coming up very quick. Does take it away from Zergi and also is, strong in general character, obviously. Do not go for the Magician as of yet. I wonder if that's going to make an appearance from Virtus Pro as well.
Actually, pretty reasonable call on that. Wait. This early?
Hold on.
This early?
I don't trust it. I don't trust it, CP. We've been bamboozled by McGinnis too often, even though she was legitimately picked 3 times, I believe. There is still twice where it was a fake out.
Yeah, Zergi needs a gun carry. And yes, the way things are right now, you can pick McGinnis. But were you worried about Grega coming in with a mid-stage McGinnis ban? I mean,
right?
I guess it could be a thing. I guess. Mikhail just went second pick. The world is, McGinnis just went second pick. The world is going topsy-turvy.
I mean, that's the thing. Is like, okay, it would have been surprising seeing him on the 6th choice too, just because they haven't played it yet, but they may want to experiment and blah blah blah. But coming in second, that is so up there. They're like, we really, really, really want to play this. No one really says that about McGinnis, because even when it was being played, it still wasn't prioritized until either last or second to last pick.
It's also odd to me because I don't think, even if you consider Griga weaker, given what's at stake in terms of the seeding here for VP, to just win the right to get into the Mo and Krill gauntlet as it's going to be at the end of the broadcast. I don't love this from VP. I'd say playing with their food. I mean, again, maybe they could legitimately make the argument that Grega was going to ban McGinnis, and then Zergi doesn't want to play Wraith because Wraith is, Wraith's new apartment signed a 6-month lease in the dumpster from all accounts right now. So I suppose we'll see.
Okay.
Oh, it's a redraft. It's a redraft. Okay,
redraft. Woo! I knew it. I knew we were getting trolled.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're correct. I was like, is it the bamboozle? Yes, it is bamboozle.
It is so insanely high. Even if they want to start experimenting with it because they saw what Abrahams was able to do, to put it that high, it's just unknown reasons if it was true, and it is not true. So all right, we're back on the truth. We're back redrafting here, getting things going as they should. And while we're doing that, while we're buying a little bit of time, make sure to follow all the socials. We got the QR code up right now. Make it nice and easy for you. And you can also follow the Twitch channel, the YouTube, whichever one you're watching, as well as more information down below in the About page, I believe. So, yeah, continue supporting. One win Bombshell on Volume 6. Hopefully Volume 7 is even better. Volume 6 might be the toppling of the king if VP are going to struggle against Abrahams. But then also, I am curious about how the actual seeding will go, because that's one point we were making earlier on while we have some time to spare. Depends on how the tiebreaker goes.
When you got 3 power teams in Europe and a big gap after, you want the side of the bracket that isn't with one of the other power teams. Simple math. In the end, one team will have one side of the bracket all to themselves, and the other 2 teams, they got to fight.
Okay, this is different. I mean, the Lady Guy still comes out for the ban. Mirage is chosen very quickly for Virtus Pro. Warden was banned from Griga. Okay, all right.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I think if you're going to ban Geist first as first pick, you have to respond with the Warden ban. So that is proper play from Griga. I think for Griga, you actually have to pick Yamato in the first 2. VP, the frontline is at way bigger premium if you've banned both Geist and Warden at the beginning. So the inherent value of running something like a Yamato is way higher. You've already proven that it's a big comfort pick for ban-wise. VP will run it in games the most. And okay, they go Shiv Holiday. The Shiv, I think, is fine, but you now lose the potential of running ban-wise on Yamato, because I would be shocked if VP didn't pick it in the next 2.
Right. Yeah. We're back to kind of the same note that we were left on with the McGinnis craziness, which is that, okay, Virtus Pro could absolutely pick Yamato. They do pick Yamato, and they could do that with the next 2 picks. So really surprising that Gruga Gaming once again prioritized the holiday so early on instead of the Yamato, which Yamato plus maybe Infernus coming out for VP. But tons of other choices. Obviously, you're still good too.
Yeah, we'll see how VP goes in here. I mean, I think they could go something like Yamato Kelvin, because oftentimes Kelvin gets hit by mid-stage bans, and you think about what Obakim tends to play. Obakim is really good on it, but also Obakim is very partial to running Haze. But as expected, they pick in the Yamato and decide we want a little bit more early lighting power. Give us Sinclair, also still super respectable.
And then my question is, does the Kelvin get banned as Viscus comes in for Gruga Gaming prior to those ban choices?
It's possible. I actually think in this game, for how VP plays, because VP doesn't love doing a lot of bebop, even though I think Dmov is like a really good bebop, maybe not on the same level as like Taz's recent performances, but is something that is in their wheelhouse. I think what they may be targeting, I don't think they'd be targeting Kelvin in this instance. Well, I guess they could run Kelvin and Haze if they put Zergy on the Haze. But I do think they would be really wanting to run a Haze here no matter what, just to give themselves the mid control that they like and the initiation. Also, Calico is still available too. So if you have both Geist and Warden out, I feel like either team would be looking for Calico. And as I said, that comes up from Griga.
Okay. And then Virtus Pro actually were the ones to ban Kelvin. Or 7 was banned by Griga Gaming.
They want Haze. I actually think that this is a play to go Haze. If it's signaling to me, they want Obakim on Haze and definitely don't want Zergy on it.
Okay, interesting. So is Infernus also going to come out then?
For VP, probably. I think they could, they can end up running both here. So we'll see what it is. It may just actually be Infernus Haze, or they're going to save it for later on, because I don't know if Griga is going to want to run Holiday and Haze at the same time. Like, in terms of draft economy, you might be able to hold that back for one more pick.
Okay. Another pick that's common for VP still available is Pocket. Should be coming out later down the line. And you're right, Bebop is available for them too. Dmob's certainly not bad at it.
Wait. Listic,
Troll.
don't you dare.
I don't believe it. I haven't actually talked
Chat
at all
behave.
about Dynamo.
Chat behave, that's all
Wait. What do they do with Dynamo? What's weird? Wait.
I'll tell you DM and you can think about how to approach it here. But yeah, you'll have the answer to it. But that's all I say is, contain yourselves, chat.
Do we believe it? Is it really happening? Because Dynamo, the only part that I bring him up is that he is one of the few characters that you just never see, along with Grey Talon, and then what was once McGinnis anyway 2 days ago. Huh.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Dynamo gangs to play. I mean, it's kind of been on the outskirts, and people have kind of avoided it, but it's something that could actually have real potential.
All right, cool. I'm excited to see it because I haven't cast them at all yet. It's not even a concern for these drafts, but coming in, cool. All right, we're continuing on. We're assuming that's real. No, soon as I end my sentence,
it's not real. It's not real, chat. There's not going to be any stomps that are knocking people up into the air or whatever else you may be thinking when you see Dynamo. So, Infernus, that makes a little bit more sense. Griga taking away the Haze. Okay, can I just say that this entire draft has actually been one entire exercise in gaslighting? We start with the second pick of McGinnis, and then we come back in with the Dynamo, and none of it is real. None of it is real. Come on.
Watch them just finish with McGinnis. Oh, boy.
Please inform the viewers on redraft can happen. I have no idea. Most likely, the times I've seen it happen and things that I've personally run is that the players go, we screwed up the draft, we would like to redraft. And usually the teams are pretty good and on cordial terms where they'll just say, redo draft.
That's good. That makes
It's not usually drama filled. Just just redo the window.
Okay. So, officially no surprising picks coming out as Bebop rounds out Virtus Pro. Lash rounds out Griga Gaming. Anything missing?
Well, VP going with the Bebop again, or rather I say again, but it's been a while, but you know what? I think I could see VP's calculus here saying, look, maybe we should be playing Bebop comps a little bit more. Again, DMOV very good at it, and if you pick it, then it means you don't have to play against it, nor do you have to waste a ban for it. So yeah, I think VP, especially with recent history of Abraham's being considered, kind of a if you can't beat him, join him sort of attitude to this one.
You've got to enter into your own dreams to take out Freddy Krueger.
Exactly.
Yeah, which, you know, is exactly how they did it in the movies. I think I didn't actually ever watch them, but I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. You know what I'm basing this off of? I'm pretty sure I'm basing this off of like a Futurama episode that's like fifth on it. There's definitely one. Oh no, it was definitely a Morty. What's that show called?
Rick and Morty.
There you go, Rick and Morty.
No, I don't actually know entirely the episode you're talking about. Yes.
Yes.
Freddy Krueger, though, is a series. That's like one of those things where it's just like generally scary as a kid because like, ooh, burned man with like claw, and then you become an adult and you actually like understand the backstory. It's like, oh god, that's like terrifying for all sorts of other reasons. Like I didn't realize that he was actually a bad, like, a truly bad dude, like in terms of like bad things done in life. It's just as a kid, it's just like, the knife hand is going to get you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because I was like, I assume he's a bad dude. He's going around murdering people, but
but it's just like it's just monster. It's like
I get you. Yeah.
The actual deeper parts is like, ooh.
My brother was terrified of ET, and when you really think about it, it is a monster. It's a little scary thing. We had bought an ET Furby to hide in his closet when he was like 16, not when he was like 7. So this isn't like being really
so
cool.
it's not, you didn't give him generational trauma.
No. But we did absolutely give him a scare because you know how those Furbies used to do? Like you could actually bet on them just awakening in a closet one day, 5 years from when you put it in there. You could bet on it. You really could. That was a fun time. But anyways, outside of nightmares and dreams, our drafts are done. Bebop's coming back in. He's here, guys. I feel like content creators, players, we're all being like, well, thank God Bebop isn't as strong because like this is a real pain to work against. And then in comes the tournaments. They're like, yeah, is it though? Is it? Bebop's coming back.
Player-wise, I'd say that's actually a pretty divided note there between the people that play Bebop, we like him, and then the people that don't play Bebop saying, please throw this robot in the dumpster. It goes from there.
Yep.
But we are moving right along to our next map. We'll see how VP is going to match up against Griga. Kind of got a pause in action, a little bit cinematic, rotating around, and the cinema is over. The game can begin. Doesn't necessarily mean the cinema is over, but that aspect of it. So
yeah. Need more ads in our cursed apple, just so we can start talking about all the interesting ones. We'll get there eventually. Everything will get fleshed out in Deadlock. Right now, we can talk about some of the lane matchups. Griga Gaming coming in as the underdogs. They were able to fight back a little bit when they had Banwise on Yamato against Abrahams. We do not have that. Instead, it is Virtus Pro with a very strong lineup, a lot of comfortable picks for them, including this Yamato that we're currently looking at. It's trying to be a bit of a lane bully.
Certainly looking for that. And right now, both sides setting up here in lane, and I thought we were going to get some quick melee. Mantle denies there between the two. But yeah, I mean, looking at lane, VP opening up with the Yamato Bebop lane, something that we've seen repeatedly be absolutely terrifying. Will DMOV, since it's been a while since we've seen him play it, will DMOV have the same sort of performance that we've come to expect from TAS?
I think he can get close to it. That's for sure. But their lane opponent's going to have a tough time. Calico, not as scary as she once was. And then Hayes, I'm not even sure. Just trying to hold her own for a while yet. And as far as who goes on who, I actually quite expected. I don't think there's any surprises there. Yeah, we have truly begun the game. Virtus Pro, I think they're feeling very comfortable about this. What is a little bit more worrisome in the back of their mind might be how the seeding again plays out, but that might be more so about the 1v1 that could be upcoming rather than any expectations that Griga Gaming will actually give them trouble. They do have to give them the respect. They do have to take them very seriously, especially for the first few minutes to make sure there isn't that bit of surprise that we saw in Abrahams versus Griga Gaming. But assuming they do that, I feel like they're going to get a feel for their opponents. And then Virtus Pro is going to do what they do best, which is get ahead, get great macro, and not let anything falter, get a nice, clean victory.
Kind of nice to see Michaelis back on Vindicta again. Listic, though, getting a little bit low in middle. both sides trading out. But, I say Listic's getting a little bit low. You take a look at Wolfie. Wolfie nearly dead. Sanya, kind of okay. So actually back between the two teams, the health aspect kind of similar. Maybe a little bit more tower damage in here for VP. But wait, is Holiday actually going all the way over? Is this actually a super early gank? It might be happening.
Is it mistimed? Okay, it's coming in. Actually, it was quite nice timed because Yamato went for the pull-in. Maybe being able to escape, bring around the Rosie to a certain extent. Get him. Yamato's going to be able to successfully escape now. Listic.
That was cool to see in the sense that it got attempted because it really hasn't been attempted much as, Fluoride just gets run over. The problem is that it gave up a lot of presence on the right-hand side, and Freemock himself, I think, lost out a lot. Well, actually didn't really lose on too much. I think he made up for it with some of the farm he got in middle, but on the team aggregate, it could not have been good for the overall farm. I mean, VP around exactly 3k up at the moment.
Yes, which is, something that could change, obviously, but it is, I'd say, noteworthy. Oftentimes saying very, very similar within at least 2k, not 3k, but not to overanalyze that. A bit of a bold move. It actually looked like the timing was fine, as it looks like I pushed in rather the lane, but being able to escape like that was nicely done. We're kind of back to the status quo. 2 people on every lane, 4 in total. Off the aggressive Calico. Really scared, but Hook had been used recently, so not too scared. Now they're gonna run away.
All right.
Or even try and match each other. We have moved over to the right side, so I think there might have been some check on maybe they get something done on the right side, but not worth mentioning actually. Left side, bit of pressure being applied from Virtus Pro. This is a very dangerous lane. Mirage and Sinclair together, just poking away. You got a little bit of heals, got a little bit of protection from the Viscous Cube. That's nice, but imagine that they're having a tough time there.
I think Shariq, when it comes to the side lane, is just happy to be on Mirage again. Shariq has been stuck as Mr. Phil in recent times and actually got to play one of his more long-time mains, and I was looking to shoot a Viscous out of a cube. Now, heading back over to the lane itself, under pressure the entire way through. Shiv on top, but it's early in the game yet. Shiv doesn't have killing blow. Still a precarious position to be in here for Shariq, and Shariq is gonna go down, hit by the goo ball on the side.
Nice, actually. Sinclair taken out of that equation. Obicum not able to help out, and then Shariq had gone pretty deep to try and go after a Viscous that was, the survivability is pretty good with the cube, right? So not, the best option right there. A little bit of a downside on the left. We did have Bullet Dance appear from Sonya. Not going to be able to actually get anything done as far as kills. The 2 do back away. Mikhail S went down elsewhere. Freemock going down too. Fight happening on the right side. It looks like Zergy is in a lot of trouble as Fluoride picks up the kill. Is not going to be able to push any further with the Vin coming back online.
All right, things heating up across the map. Gallus going to be heading back over to the right-hand side and still take a look at middle. Listic and Demov trying to keep up the pressure for middle Guardian. Now, take a look here, back on Vindicta. On the hunt here for Lash. Lash super, super low. Fluoride dancing to and fro, just trying to avoid, take a little bit less damage. Is Fluoride going to be able to completely get away here? Might be the case. Both Infernus and Vindicta a little bit back, but I don't know if they care necessarily about the exact kill because why? You got easy Guardian damage available for you there in the moment. First Guardian down the game.
Elsewhere, a little fight going on. Yes, the teleport was available, so an easy escape. Puddle punch just for further damage. But yeah, that first guard down the right lane going down. Grika Gaming having some struggles over there. Perhaps not as many struggles as I was anticipating, though, on that left side. So just a nod there in favor of Grika to be able to not just even out that lane, but continue to bully Mirage and Sinclair. Often said. The mid lane, lots of action. Emphasis being applied now that a Guardian has gone down. We're trying to get those shifts over to try and successfully take down another one. Grika Gaming desperately trying to defend. The Hyper Beam has been in action. Maybe pushed a couple of people away, but no opportunity to go after the Guardian, get that damage done. Opportunity quite yet to get the kills either. Both the doves come back in. Needs to be very, very careful. Shadow Transformation is available. Can't get hooked. They can't stay around too long. We're actually going to go deep for it. Don't need the Shadow Transformation for the kill. They get that. Then they Shadow Transformation and look for even more. But the Guardian dealing tons of damage despite that ultimate is going to force him to flee.
You never could stop to consider get hit by a sleep dagger. It's kind of a sleepwalking, but okay. No, hold the thought of that. Big damage coming in from Mikhail as the assassinate, preventing any idea of coming to contest out the Guardian. So Guardian is going to fall. And I have to say, Listic at times, bullying mid-shadow transformation almost the way that Listic's viewers bully him in any competitive stream he's in. It's kind of unreal.
Bandwise getting taken out there after, once again, I mean, he's pretty good in lane. I think they can just be set at this point. Really working well against the terrible duo that they're up against. Yes, he does eventually fall, but just, shout out, promising player for the future. This Guardian is the last for Griga, and now we have more emphasis applied on the defense for Griga. They want to turn the tides there, maybe get their first guard on the left side, but it's going to be a bit tough. Anyone else revolving around? Doesn't seem like it. Wolfie taken out thanks to the assassination. Yeah, there's more people rotating over for Virtus Pro, making sure that Guardian won't be such an easy kill. Things getting very deep to try and get more kills from Griga. Lasso will not be able to hit, but that did push everyone from Virtus Pro quite far back. How low is that Guardian?
Guardian getting very low, and Shiv just getting a little bit pummeled here to the side. It's a full-on melee in the tiny corner on the left. But it is going to be Bandwise falling in the middle of all the fisticuffs. Other side here, a little bit of action between the KLS and Sanya Sniper, where the sniper ends up getting sniped, as it were.
And that big shift over for Griga Gaming did not net them a positive. They didn't get the Guardian, they didn't get a team fight, they might lose yet another. They really are having some struggles on keeping their Guardians alive. Yeah, there it goes. So many people have rotated over Virtus Pro after Griga Gaming had lost that fight. It was not a great defensive setup for them. They might be able to get this Guardian on the left side eventually, just when things kind of shift zones, maybe when that urn pops up and the emphasis on getting that urn, which is about to happen alongside the bridge buffs. But yeah, all the Guardians are now down for Griga Gaming. Some of that map presence really going to be pushed here from Virtus Pro as they also look to grab the urn. Now, this might actually be picked up by Griga. It's a dangerous task, and it looks like there is going to be a pretty big fight around it. It was picked up temporarily still on the goo ball. Gonna just roly-poly on around and hopefully open up an opportunity for Virtus Pro to pick up the urn. It's actually Griga who manages to just sneak that one out, now taking it back and having an opportunity to cause some issues on the soul urn counts. Since they have fallen behind by about 7k, they do need that urn capped.
I mean, ideally here, okay, Sanya getting caught actually kind of rough. This thing's snowballing across the map. I was going to say, ideally, you hold on to the urn, you set up urn turn in with the Death Slam, but man, oh man, it just keeps on continuing here. The assassinate coming on and nearly puts Viscous back in spawn a few steps earlier, but as a result, the urn is going to be stolen away. Griga getting staggered and chased down at the worst possible times. Now Dimov in control of the urn, going to head over to the right. Maybe Griga can try and contest, but right now they're not even going to have the Death Slam up and available. Lash still waiting to come back up, and in theory, could be a free urn for Dimov, but he's being cautious here, ZG. He doesn't have the info that we have.
Exactly. Doesn't know how many people are waiting beyond those blue minions pushing into their Guardian, right? So there was an opportunity to grab it really, really quick. It doesn't, it's not as free right now. They could still go for it though, but maybe more emphasis on the left side as we're watching the battle ensue. Sharik has gone down. The urn looks more open than ever, actually, as some teammates came from VP to push that back. Listic might be going down, yes, but the greater macro reward has been achieved on the right. I don't know if I like, and then it's not like it's more than Listic going down, is it? Sharik and Listic have fallen, but the urn went the way of Virtus Pro. The objectives have been going the way of Virtus Pro. And some of these kills also going the way too, as the Walker in mid is getting pressured by the Magician. And
this is kind of where VP is about to put you into, what could best be described as the VP submission hold, where they've gotten key advantages, and they're up in economy, and now they're up on objectives. And what you're going to see in particular is the lane upkeep that they do is usually really, really good. Where you look at right now, mid lane about to be pushed up, right lane pushed up. They're going to start taking care here on the left lane and rotate to what Griga is doing on the left. So Griga has 2 people on the left. The Kalos is going to be the first one to come over there, and they'll collapse over and in if anything is stopping them from pushing the lane up.
15k lead, by the way, and just looking at who's that going to, Zergi's at 18k, man. Anyone he faces right now, I don't. Do they even have a chance against him? Certainly not a one-on-one situation.
No.
It's gonna go
And
down.
good call on doing the income allocation check here, because yeah, Zergi has been embezzling funds. I mean, you don't actually get this rich by playing by the rules. That's stupid. Like, that is an absolutely unreal amount of farm. We haven't really, talked about Zergi too much because he's just been sitting here finding ways to, do stock fraud. I don't know what to tell you. He's very, very rich, and no one's gonna compete with him 1-to-1 right now.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Listic on Yamato, actually handleable. It is actually okay. There we go, because I can't get the right word out. It's actually okay to go up against him, right? It's not Yamato that's popping off. It's not Yamato that's super scary this time around. But whenever Zergi is involved, I mean, not just in one-on-ones, obviously, but part of any team fight, eventually getting to Ricochet and just burning everyone up, it's going to be absolutely insane. And then he's comboed with the KLS, who's also done a good job getting a bit rich in this game. So they're just going to get all of these assassinations possible from these low afterburned characters. Like, the setup, the synergy can be absolutely insane.
Also, I mean, when it comes to farm, Listic kind of plays more of a working man's Yamato.
Yeah.
Not one of the bourgeoisie, not actually very rich in most games with the Yamato. I mean, it's kind of by design. Listic is just active and in fights, but for the most part, when VP does Yamato, it's not an exercise in getting Yamato turbo fed. But I mean, right now you just have fiery death chasing you.
Right? It's like, the fact that it lasts this long is actually even more painful. Like, you've been on fire forever. Feedlock does finally go down. Obviously wanted to try and get away, get some help, but it seems inevitable. Zergi is not going to be afraid of chasing really deep, too, with the ability of Infernus to escape. Even getting, like, some slow involved with an item here. We got Fleetfoot to help out, just continuing to be able to chase. Now the mid call seems pretty quick, but also seems pretty darn okay. That's going to get burned down very fast with 2 out of 3 lanes pushed. No one close to actually try and stop them. And they know they have it. They'd actually disperse. Even seeing so many teams even using ults to ensure that, right? Especially if 6 people are up on the opposite team, but they just had such confidence in that call. The only problem for Virtus Pro right now is that maybe their left lane is a little pushed in, but I think that's going to change very soon. Sharik ends up winning. Wolfie having to go deep and failing to get the kill. And now the urn also is picked up by VP.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going well for VP across the board, to put it mildly. Also, we're on Flex Slot Watch 2025, once again, where it's 16 minutes in, and there's only 1 Guardian down for Griga Gaming.
Yeah,
They
sorry.
don't have room.
That is not going to be a very good feeling as the game goes on. The big fight is happening right now. Michaelis is in some trouble, trying to just survive, but unfortunately collapse in on. I was wondering if Irizumi was stuck. Not only was their ultimate not used to any great effect, but it kind of looked like they had popped it in a way that Viscus actually got stuck. But very unfortunate, because like they could have been key here if they were roly-poly in with their ultimate. Instead, it's still like they're not even really being a part of the fight as the Walker has gone down. So many players very injured on the side of Griga Gaming, only 1 so far falling. But this is the pressure that Virtus Pro can easily apply, knowing how good they are in position, knowing that they have rejuve. Poor Fluoride not even getting a chance to really get that Death Slam going. And what can Griga Gaming do? They can try and sneak a Guardian kill on the right side. And I'm not even sure they're going to sneak it. They didn't. No. Bandwise goes down.
Yeah, Bandwise just gets caught, and now Shrine's going on down. As VP, one thing you can usually take to the bank, VP does not give up advantages like this. While not impossible and probably will happen at some point in the future, I don't believe that this is going to be that point, nor that day. I would like to see VP actually just stay in and finish the game here. A theoretically safer play would be the leave, but they're so overwhelmingly ahead at the that I feel like they could just go Patron, but You know, ZG, I feel like this is just a tenet of discipline right now. They're treating Griga with the utmost respect as if it was Abraham's or one-win team and deciding, nope, just going to play it by the book and finish it when we feel completely secure.
Yeah, those seem pretty typical for Virtus Pro. I think there was one match where they actually stuck around. So, you know, it does happen occasionally, but their safer call is generally to pull back, and that's what they do. By pulling back, they also open up an opportunity for Giga Gaming just to lose a character going a little too far further, trying to push back the lanes, which might be happening as I'm speaking. Listic trying to go after the Wolfie there, not going to be able to chase too much further, but a team fight here is just simply awkward, isn't it, for Giga Gaming? Unless they somehow miraculously win it, why, you know, how getting stuck in a team fight here just doesn't have any use, right? So it's just it is a bad team fight for them, is going to lead to perhaps the Patron finally falling as well, as 3 have fallen very quickly. And Virtus Pro continue to dominate.
You know, as you're catching up on some of the Deadlock deep lore, the stories they don't want you to know, are you aware of Zergi's degenerate past? You know, the really dark sin that he carries.
No.
He's a trackball player. I know.
Trackball?
Yep.
Really? I had to dig into my millennial brain to even remember what the heck that was.
Yeah, and that's why it's so absolutely degenerate and unbelievable. But VP, of course, easily finishing out there at the end. Figured, you know, look, I had to give ZG the heads up of what she's actually casting here. Where, yeah, you know, most people use their full hand for a mouse. Zergi just one powerful thumb.
That's so funny. You know what the next step would be, just to really start to style on people? I don't remember what the official name was for it, but you know, on the laptops, that little eraser
Oh
thing?
Yeah,
he's gotta get that. Then I'll be very impressed. He can go in some type of world record book for that.
First esports player. He's out here and connecting the laptop from 1996.
You know, I think they actually still sell laptops that have them. You just have to look for it. But like, it would be probably easier just to go to a garage sale and find one. Just get that old-fashioned modem boot up sound too for the internet. Good times.
Well, in any case, as you take a look at this game, I mean, pretty much by the books. VP generally good laning phases in the game, and funneled lots and lots of farm to Zergi, who busted out mid-game like an unkillable demon, as it were. And you know, overall, draft-wise for Giga Gaming, I have to say, I get why Abrahams will go with early Shiv picks because of Together using it. I don't necessarily love with how they play for them to have gone for it, and I don't know. I mean, their overall team comp, I feel like they didn't have as much of a eye for the end game, and things just kind of, I mean, when the early game didn't go well, it just kind of got away from them.
It did. There wasn't anything to super highlight on the sides of Griga after a certain point, you know? Like, I think there was some solid back and forth, but after a certain point, I think we even started to see more and more obvious kind of, not sunk cost fallacy, but just we're struggling, and we know we're struggling, and we're going to continue struggling. We're going to make, you know, too big of a reach over to try and kill Mikkel S, for instance, and then that's going to punish us. Or Irizumi getting a little too excited and pushing the goo ball button and not being able to support a overall team fight. It really started to just go down the drain in big ways, as we expect from Virtus Pro, who are not going to spend too much time running around doing stuff they don't need to do. They're going to kill you. I mean, they could have continued playing the game and gotten up 50k and then had a even more fun time in the pit, but they don't have to.
I was just alerted so deadpan. It's like, yeah, you know, Virtus Pro, they're gonna kill you. You know, brand new slogan coming up. I mean, I was you look at their logo, it is actually a very pissed off bear. I mean, it actually would kind of fit.
It's a polar bear too.
Wait, is it actually? Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right.
I think it is.
I thought it was a grizzly bear. I mean, it's a polar bear. I mean, you know, you have the entire phrase, you know, it's white, say goodnight, you know, type of deal. But
yeah, it's white because it's a white polar bear too. I know we don't get the colors for this particular logo usage, but it's got to be a polar bear. And then yes, absolutely, if it's white, say goodnight. How has that not been their logo or slogan for a while? Hire me.
Yeah, hire me. Like, give me money. I will do your branding. But in any case, we're going into next draft. We'll see if anything changes here. I mean, notable things, of course, in the last draft was the play here where, okay, actually, I don't love this entirely from VP. I mean, maybe they just don't want to deal with a particular player, Griga, running the Warden, but they banned Warden while not first pick, which locks them out of getting either Geist or Warden, respectively. They're not going to be able to pick up a Mirage either, as the Mirage gets banned. Again, I do think they have to take Yamato as one of the first 2 picks again, just because, in addition to being something that they usually run, it's also something that Griga likes running a lot. Also, you could get Viscous on top of it if you want to run Disc or Viscous, something that DMOV is incredibly good at and usually is banned against VP. So we haven't seen VP played a ton in recent times because oftentimes it's gone.
Okay. It's interesting. So looking at some of their previous picks. Infernus probably going to be a priority for Virtus Pro as everything just comes online. Here we go. Great Gaming, Geist, Shiv, Kelvin, and Virtus Pro did really prioritize that. Yamato came out first. Grabs Sinclair and grabs Infernus.
I think they needed to. I mean, with the Warden being banned and the Geist story being picked, and what we know Griga likes, that makes perfect sense to me. Grabbing Sinclair at the end, I think they just enjoy the early laning that they get from Sinclair. It doesn't necessarily have to be a counter pick to something like Warden, but also they're going to be able to audience participation shelter. Should come down to it. Still some good clone targets there. In terms of bans that may be coming out, again, this is kind of another one of those games where if Griga doesn't take it, VP will likely angle towards a haze for Obikim. We haven't had necessarily, one of Obikim's heroes immediately picked up. Vindicta also still available for VP as they looked around and out. Also Calico, because VP is going to get first pick coming out of mid-stage banned. So Calico's banned by Griga. If they didn't ban it, it would get picked. VP getting rid of the holiday intern.
Yep. Okay. Bebop also is still something that Virtus Pro can go for, which I guess they will. And then you're talking about the Viscous. Still think we're going to be seeing that?
I think Viscous would still be a really good pick for VP if they wanted to pick it up. I mean, still would make perfect sense for DMOV to play here. I thought they may have prioritized it a little bit earlier relative than the Sinclair, given that Viscous, as of last week, was basically permaban status in EU, but now things have been opened up a little bit more. He's a little bit playable. I don't know if Griga will necessarily angle for it this game, so VP may be able to wait a little bit, but we'll see what their first pick is going to be coming out of the mid bans. I'm feeling like there's a good chance in the haze, given the fact that Griga picked haze later in the last draft. If VP wants to pick it, they probably have to pick it now, but no, instead they decide it's a Lash met with a Bebop. Got a lore rivalry.
Yes, we do. Which apparently Lash wins 99% of the time, which I think might happen here. If it was the reverse, I would have called Bebop, just because we know Virtus Pro have very good Bebop players. I'm sure Griga Gaming, whoever's going to go in that Bebop is going to have some solid chances. It's just I feel like the threat that is on Bebop really is so tightly wound with the team that it's going on, right? So it's like very, very scary in Abraham's, pretty scary on Virtus Pro, and then I'm not sure how scary on Griga.
So Bebop's taken away. VP, they got the Lash. If they want other initiation here, again, still Haze remaining an option. Probably the best option here if you don't want to go down the Paradox path, where Paradox has been sort of persona non grata for the most part. Making a few appearances here today, but not necessarily looking great when picked. But okay, finally the Viscous is going to come out, and DMOV gets his green ball, and they finish off with the Vindicta. So also, all in all, makes a good deal of sense.
Okay, what's coming out last for Giga Gaming? What have they been missing? Griga got Yamato, Lash, Lady Geist. Actually, who is left for them typically? I am looking at their previous matches. Kind of been taken away, or they've had to take away something from Virtus Pro in turn. So now their usual picks. I don't see being lined up right now. They did choose an Ivy one time. Is that what you want to go for now?
Not necessarily. I mean, Ivy comes in.
So.
You also could go for something like a 7 in this case. 7 and Bebop together do give you ridiculous ability to pressure down walkers when you could combo Hyper Beam and Storm Cloud. And
I think you're right.
I know VP in particular at times has struggled up defense. Oh God, no.
Yeah, I was totally with you on the 7 because that's also something they played in the past, and the Wraith was out of left field, especially because she seems to have been really pushed down in the priority. We did see her today, and the guys on the cast were talking about some of the cool different ways people are playing her with her new was it slow, I think on like tier 3 is it for her card, so that did change some of her dynamics in Deadlock, but still very much in an experimentation stage.
Yeah, right now I'm not a big Wraith believer. Again, always open to see what happens, and we'll see how it goes in game. But early data on Wraith suggests that you should not go for it at the moment. It's to the point that it's almost a jump scare. Like in the way that if I saw McGinnis, I would have been less jump scared than seeing a Wraith at the moment, which is probably saying something.
Do you think they thought the 7 was kind of like in a way repetitive with already having Kelvin? I mean, just why not 7? Just where I'm really asking.
I just think 7 hasn't been ultra valued by a lot of teams other than teams like Abraham's as of late. Okay. Like the way that 7 can be really effective is honestly, I think probably a little bit underrated. Okay, well, yeah. Then I guess Griga's maybe underrating them and maybe overrating Wraith. Maybe. We'll find out. They're going to be able to ideally take down Keles quite a bit on that Vindicta, which was attempted previously. I am interested to see what a Wraith looks like the more that you build into this idea of like a slow character or like a debuff character, but is that what they're going to be going for? Sometimes the items difficult to track as we're swapping around all the characters. I mean, you could go for that, but when you look at the rest of the draft that they've built, they basically need Wraith to do damage. Where you're at here, like if Wraith, you try and like go something like utility Wraith, I just don't think you're going to have the damage required for this game. Not that like VP is like ultra tanky, but I don't know. Even still, it's like you need a certain requisite threat to deal with the other team, and we'll see. I feel like the Wraith coming out the end was one of these sort of decisions of, well, we don't love a lot of our other options here. How bad can Wraith really be? And I suppose we're about to find out. The game is underway. And take a look at the lanes here. It's going to be a Bebop Haze lane. Kicking things off here for Griga in the middle. I think against a Viscous. And is that a... No, wait. Hold on. I want to be... Oh, no, right. This is on the other side. Yeah. Good call. Sinclair Viscous. Which is also going to be poking you down heavily. And I also do like the fact that... I don't know if it was VP expecting it, but anytime you do Viscous against Bebop, I think it's a great idea. I think... Even though we saw Viscous lose lane versus Bebop recently, it does make things significantly harder and make hooks quite a bit less value if you have Q. I wondered if we were going to have a change. We are going to have a swap, left to right, right to left. But we're getting the counter swap as well. Okay. Are they spamming well played at each other? Like we don't see the text. But we're just getting the well-played spam as everyone just continues to swap lanes. This won't last. I'm telling you, and I will keep beating this drum, the lane swap meta in terms of teleporters being used repeatedly is not going to stay. I think when it becomes a real annoyance, I don't know if it's annoying enough for Val to be paying attention to it, but one day I think you are right. When we open up a theoretical $1 million championship game in the future, and it's just like, well, this is a 7 swap that's gone down. Let's talk more about that mid lane and how well you can kind of respond to that Bebop hook. I mean, you either can hex him, so maybe he's not dealing as much damage after the hook, right? Or you could even maybe have your assistant well placed that you get hooked, but then you can go back to your assistant. And then, the Viscous is there to help out both himself and his teammates. So that actually is working really well by the looks of things. Virtus Pro, not phased at all by the mid lane by the looks of it. They are actually seconds away from even getting a couple of kills by what we can see. Some parries going down. Second one working out too well, but still healthy enough. The escape might be possible. Hello, jump scare Yamato in the middle, now chasing down On the other end, coming in for the save for Sharik. Listic just saying, I got you.
Yep. Nicely done, nicely done. I mean, if it was not Lissa coming in, that would have been bad news for Sharik. But Banwise forced to flee. And then on the left lane, we haven't talked too much about it. As I called that happening soon enough. I mean, they really both couldn't go back. I mean, one person going back would have led to the death anyway. And by the way, Banwise also did finally get found out too after being aggressive, I suppose. Looks like it was just a dive from Listic too. But that mid lane,
this is a serious dive. Yeah, I mean, it's like, oh, Guardian saved me. There is no saving here. Every area is unsafe. The middle Guardian, dear Lord, this is going to go down pre-4 minutes at this rate, which is terrible for the rest of the game for Griga because of just how mobile Demov tends to be. Although Demov getting punched mid-cube, maybe going down here. No, just barely gets away with the puddle punch movement.
Oh, but it still went down. I actually thought that might save the Guardian for another round, if you will, but it did not. Obicam in some trouble, so those get taken down. But the mid fell. So good news. Virtus Pro taking that early lead in the middle, might be able to start roaming around as well. As we look back onto the left lane, we have Banwise in trouble yet again. Listic, are you on the hunt? Get him. Easy.
You know, I'd be remiss here, and maybe this may be a hit out from Jonas, but I just gotta say, if you love watching Sanya Sniper's gameplay on Haze, all you gotta do is get an account in the Archon or lower on EU, and you too may be up against his play as he pub stomps the ladder on a brand new account for the 8th time.
Oh boy.
You can get involved in the action. If
Here's
you're
my 10-foot pole as I avoid
adding
anything to that.
You can stay out of that one, but that's just... I see Sanya Hayes is like, what does this remind me of recent talks?
Oh my gosh. Fluoride is, I think that's the first death on the Wraith right there. So they've been trying to hold their own. It's been a bit of a struggle as we have a 5k difference already. And the Guardian going down too. I think the left Guardian is in a lot of trouble as Banwise is going to go down yet again as well. I think that's his 3rd death in quick succession, 5 minutes. Michaela has taken out a couple of trades actually happening across the board, but I am eyeing that left Guardian as Virtus Pro look to maybe take that out before Griga Gaming can get enough men over there to respond. Well, right.
Well, Zergy getting caught towards the end. Both teams kind of rotating around, but this is looking like heavy Guardian focus. Second Guardian can go down in favor of VP, and VP just being very methodical on rotations now. They go, look, we got one Guardian down. What do we do to the second? Telekinesis in here onto Michaelis, who doesn't really seem phased by it.
No. That was a bit of a throwaway, honestly, lessening the chances of that being more pressured. The Guardian on the left side did go down. Virtus Pro finally losing one of their own, so there's a bit more of that pushback. Griga Gaming, they were able to come in, defend their Guardian, and then really significantly push the lane to the point that it may even shocked Virtus Pro to a certain degree. Now we got a bit of a team fight being set up in the middle. Griga Gaming setting their eyes on mid. The Wraith, unfortunately, not able to help out, so waiting on the ultimate to come online again as well. Sinclair and Vindicta here to help out, but the Guardian's getting very, very low in the teleport. Oh my god, into the sleep, into the bull. Well, there's not much counterplay there, at least temporarily. Finally able to fully escape. And now we have Freemock. Oh no, that was the stolen Hyper Beam. Yeah, stolen Hyper Beam that should continue keeping this Guardian alive as the actual Bebop finds Listic.
And Frozen Shelter, not going to be enough to save there. VP. Now, dealing with Griga that has decided to fully group up. Trying to make the most of it here within the middle. No Guardian, of course, down for both sides. But Demov, a little bit of rocking and rolling. Ball over, chasing to Banwise. Banwise super, super low as Banwise going to fall. The bloodletting has brought him down all the way to the limit. They just need one more shot. But he is able to get to the zipline and get away.
The two others falling on Griga Gaming as the outer lanes have been pushed quite a bit. The walkers are starting to get shot at by some minions, now getting a little more of a pushback, but actually Zergy is in a lot of trouble. I was going to say usually good at escaping, but not in this case. Not in this case. Goes down before the Magician can help out, and now, in fact, Obicam's in a little bit of trouble. Taken down. That's trying to help out his buddy. Obicam has been a bro in a lot of these games, but maybe a little too much into the other side of the map there. It seems like the rest of the lanes, though, are still doing their jobs, even without VP, you know, always on board, always apparent, always on top of the walker. Because middle is also getting pressured, as Listic finds himself in a duel that might not go his way.
Potentially not. Zergy comes in a little bit late to try and bring that over the top, so we'll see if Zergy is at least going to get a little bit of revenge there. They do. And I mean, look, Zergy needs all the farm they could get, because Zergy went from a fire giant last game to more of a fire sprite in this one. He's been on the ill end of a lot of these early fights. Zenya, we take down the KLS. Both teams just fighting over here on the right-hand side. More reinforcements coming on in soon. Bamwise up and over, even as Fremont falls. You take a look, and you just got Griga all in here onto the right. The chase down soon to be happening. Now looking for the Sinclair, Sleep Dagger, and dead.
Yep. Overcam unfortunately falling yet again very, very quickly. Sharik still healthy enough that they want to continue fighting, and Zergy comes in here, so I believe that is going to be the call. They can get back in as well, but Zergy already getting so significantly low thanks to the swap, I believe that happened. That was enough to get Zergy low, but not killed. Meanwhile, Wolfie did fall, and a tit for tat to an extent. It's getting a little more tat, however, as the Wraith is now in trouble, forced to teleport away. Gonna be able to do so in time as Irizumi comes in. Just punches, man, punches, ran out of bullets. Punch is gonna try and win this one.
You know, Kelvin is sticking on that lash and then some. Sharik just saying, get off me. Does a Samus cosplay and the wall jumping to get up without getting staggered via light melees in the climbing animation. Is able to finally get away. Meanwhile, take a look at the more macro end of the game. Griga Gaming pushed up to Walker on left side. Able to punish Obakim though for the attempt, but leaves with a prize, which is half the HP on the Walker. VP in all these scrappy fights trying to be sure that eke out some macro advantages.
Well, that's the thing, is that for a while there, you look at the mini-map outside of all this carnage. I mean, this has been a bloodbath. Just fight over fight over fight over fight. People coming in for like the same fight that they died starting. It has been nonstop, but you were looking at the mini-map maybe 2 minutes ago, and it was favoring Virtus Pro. More the lanes are pushed. The walkers are even a little bit of trouble. And then suddenly, 2-3 minutes later, we finally have a pause on the killing. Little truce for Christmas or whatever it is. And the souls have evened up.
Yeah, I don't know. We've just been playing a little bit of hooligan deadlock. Some football team just lost and everyone's all in on the brawl. But either way, we're going to the rooftops for this one. This time around, take a look at McKLS. Bandwise in a difficult spot right now, about to be into assassinate range. And Griga says, let's heal a little bit here. Drops the frozen shelter. Still got rotations over in here though from VP.
With funny death slam inside of the zip line, obviously still did the damage, still helped out, and well, to an extent anyway. Oakham did end up falling. The ball coming out from right field, I guess in that case. Just gonna continue on going. It's the murder ball. It saw Fremont was low, knocked him out, so the ultimate out of the skies, and then went for even more. I mean, Demoff really helping out with the Viscous there as the urn. Actually, I feel like because they didn't realize time had elapsed, you know? Like, there's been so many fights for so long. But yes, the urn is finally picked up. Usually has been like 10-minute or 10:02 urn pickup. But so many things have been happening. Finally, the urn has been picked up in favor of Giga Gaming. They're looking to grab it as more players go to the right side as well. We got ourselves a duel that is going to last for a decent while longer as we have the escape from Bandwise attempted. Slash is not going to get hit, I think. And Bandwise... going Samwise, huh? Bandwise is going to be able to get going. Back on that urn watch. There's a lot of players for gaming around that urn. There's a Lash, however, waiting, but they don't have the Death Slams. They use it in one of those previous fights.
Yeah, Death Slam not up. Tariq just has to, you know, watch, bear witness, but not do anything else other. And I mean, the reason why you're saying Samwise to Bandwise is that what other names do you know that end in Y? That also begin with AN, or, you know, an A rather within it. It's pretty low list. I'm pretty sure it's actually just Samwise. But meanwhile, looking for Fremont. One shot from McKLS, has another one in the chamber. Goes again, needs a little bit more, and it's T-Bomb that's just gonna finish off. Rolling over Fremont. Up to here the moment. Kelvin again involved here with the Arctic Beam. May not want to be here for that much longer. Listic super low. To see Bandwise up over. Finish off Listic. Trade out 1-for-1 right now. Wolfie, though, in the danger zone. About to get slammed in, but no, gets the swap off before the burst. Still ends up dying because you just don't get healed that much when Lash is already low.
Exactly. Not to mention also a bit of a soul difference between those two and a one-on-one duel.
God.
Mikael S found out again. So we always talk about how, you know, the Haze can try and find out those Vindictas, take them out, and that has sometimes not occurred despite a good setup. This is occurring. This is the game where that is occurring. Mikael S not getting a lot of room to breathe. There's a lot of bro moments in this game, isn't there? I'm looking at Bandwise and Irazumi. It feels like every time Bandwise might be a little too far forward, in comes a Frozen Shelter to save the day and turn the tides. But then kind of ditto on the other side, we have Dimov as the Visc is coming in for some cubes or goo balls to help push people away from very weak teammates, and it's really being matched. I feel like the energy is being matched, the kills are being matched, the souls are being matched as both teams struggle to start pushing towards those walkers. After the Guardians go down, it seems like it's such a quick snowball in our previous matches, and it's not happening here. These teams very well set up against each other for game 2.
Bandwise just went to do a little bit of casual gambling. It's turned into a rabbit. It's smushed by the biggest goo ball you've ever seen. This is what happens when you never stop gambling, as it turns out. But 2 pickoffs now from VP. A good presence in the middle. This is one of those edge cases where maybe you would consider going mid with 2 down right away, but instead they're Walker pilled. They took down Freemock. The mid Walker is going to be in their clutches here, and not too much that's going to be around to defend it from the end of Briga Gaming.
Yeah, Death Slam, the Frozen Shelter was available. Irazumi, unfortunately not available for kind of the start of this fight to have that Frozen Shelter to help out some of his bros, but then still having it to elongate the defense of the objective. Always nice to have as Kelvin. We got ourselves a very close battle. Whoopi tried his best to get the Amato down while knowing they were going to fall. Unfortunately, weren't able to. Irazumi with the Frozen Shelter helped out to keep that Walker alive. Now looking for a little bit more, able to get that Shriek kill, and things are just continuing to go back and forth, back and forth. Virtus Pro are coming out ahead, though, on the Souls. Are coming out ahead on some of the Walker pushes. This is maybe where they find that real, true snowball. The Briga Gaming, they've been going pound for pound for about 15 minutes. Only recently have they started to fall. But even this is going to be another trade that's fairly even, as Obicum, you would think, would fall. Looks like they have success. No, yeah, the teleport wasn't going to work. They were so low. Nice find there from Irazumi.
The problem here is that losing the walkers is so incredibly painful here for Briga Gaming. Think about how this started out. It was just Bandwise getting caught while gambling, and VP so quick to go, hey, we just killed Shiv, chase it on down, get more, continue to increase one advantage into another. And there's no better team here in Deadlock of turning just one pick into an even bigger advantage. So they're able to do really effectively here. And now VP up about 10K in economy, in control of the urn. And interestingly enough, it's putting the urn into Briga territory. It was just had to be right on the threshold there. Actually, I'm surprised. I thought it would have went to mid.
What is the percentage for that? I forgot. I knew
it's
it was.
it's around the realm. It's in the realm of like 15% thereabouts.
so, I
The
thought
numbers
so.
changed a few times.
Okay.
It's in and around.
All right, well, I'm not going to try and help you with the math, especially because we probably get it
Please
wrong.
don't. No. Hey, only one person needs to sink on that ship.
And so the urn is returned. Listic gets the credit for that one, as we now have the ensuing battles. We had some attempt by Briga Gaming to stop that from happening. It just didn't come up fast enough, and now they're trying to at least get some kills while Virtus Pro escape. I mean, there's no reason for them to continue fighting if they don't think it's the best possible opportunity, especially when their lanes have been pushed on the outer end. So they had to give up Shariq to go and have to clear that. Nice pull here from the Bebop. Might guarantee the kill on Obigum. Yes, indeed it does. So this is Virtus Pro. I said, moving away. They don't have to kill anyone else, right? They don't have to stick around. They got the urn, but retreating wasn't actually going to be fast enough. Virtus Pro losing 2. More was looked at, but not going to be gained. Dmov able to sustain right there, help out.
Also, the few times I've seen people get telekinesis on camera has not been scary. But you know what, maybe a little bit more scary? A bomb, it's Zergy diving on in. Looking to chase down the Wraith. Wraith teleporting away. However, on the same note, the mid-boss attempt coming from Briga Gaming. This is so ridiculously risky. Is it going to work out? VP, they are coming in on the contest. They have Sinclair. What in the world's going on? They try and freeze it out here a little bit with the Kelvin, but this may not be enough.
Yeah, it may not be. Who's actually going to get the first punch once the shelter is down? Who is going to get the punch? 1 second. Listic. No, Zergy gets the punch. And that is going to go to the way of Virtus Pro for the rejuve. What a incredibly risky call from Griga Gaming. I mean, I kind of respect it, actually. I mean, be gutsy, be really gutsy. But unfortunately, I guess maybe they either knew that it was a risk and they just figured we have some amount of momentum, we got to go for it, otherwise this game is going to go the way to VP, or they thought picking off 2 people of VP was enough. And I'm kind of leaning towards the former, where they just thought, this is our one chance. If we can get this, maybe we can snowball ahead. Otherwise, the longer this game goes, VP is favored. Well, unfortunately, they didn't get the reju. VP did, and VP is now very much in the lead, 20k above in souls. All the lanes push. Your base Guardians go down, so that's all the flex slots to VP as well. And that was a very defining moment in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's really, glass half empty, glass half full on that one. Half full is that, hey, make a gutsy play, try and get an advantage here while you think VP may be a little bit distracted. Glass half empty is just, you want whoever made that shot call as your new starting pitcher, because it was one heck of a throw. That was just, oh man, like it was close up until that point. And now you've given VP, a team that is already good at converting on macro advantages, an advantage that may be insurmountable as telekinesis. It's a trick that 2 could play as Sinclair gets a quick copy kill on the fluoride.
Yeah, nicely done. Oh, so much about that mid. So much about that mid. They had the shelter, and then if Virtus Pro weren't... The thing is that Virtus Pro, if they were truly backing away and they were like, oh, we lost too many people, we're just going to keep it calm for a second, that might have just been the second that they needed to get the rejuve. But there was actually already a turnaround. Like, VP were already attacking back into Griga Gaming by the time the mid call was made, so they were going to be around to see that they went from mid, and they were going to be able to try and steal it. And that's what happened, and we're just watching the effects of that. As Frozen Shelter did come in to try and buy some more time. It's not going to buy too much. Fremok did go down. Virtus Pro looking for the shrines at this point, as Sonya also is taken apart. And now it seems like there is no end to Virtus Pro. They're going to get everything they need out of this base. Maybe retreat, sure, but then the last patron stage is not too far off.
They'll take first stage patron and probably do the VP thing and just back out, play it safe. But, hang on. Maybe they're keen to end the day a little bit early here. They have not fully backed out of the base here just yet. I mean, sometimes you can just stay in the area and see if someone does something dumb in terms of trying to chase down. And, they give up a pick or 2 and then be like, okay, now we end the game cleanly. And they're going back in. VP, this side, let's try being a little bit decisive here. Strew safety. End it now. Dives on in. 2 down, and the patron is starting to take its final lap. VP should be setting up the 3-way tie.
Yeah. Well, Griga Gaming going to try and just run on in. Frozen Shelter to help out around the pit, too. Do they have enough damage to actually impact this? Shriktos goes down, but so does the Wraith. And that patron is halfway. We could have just a burn called as well. People are falling anyway. And there you have it. A burn on the patron. Going to kill it. And it's going to be Virtus Pro with a 2-0. But that last game, I believe the English say, slabanaka. Because that was so back and forth for so long. All of these duels happening, the 1-on-1s, 2v2s, turning into some 3v3s, but then backing away, coming back in. Some of it just really impacting the game, but then some of it not as much as those minions getting close to the walkers. I mean, very exciting up until that rejuve moment. And then that was too decisive in VP's favor.
I mean, look, that was either going to give Griga a slight leg up. It wouldn't have really put them in the lead, but it would have made it really close, or it was going to end the game for Griga. And, well, VP said, we like the option of that just ending the game. So VP took it. And look, I think trying to go in aggressively for mid-boss when you don't have a clear advantage, when you're up against a Sinclair and a Viscous, the odds are not in your favor. They just are not. But maybe there's a world where you go, hey, the odds of us winning weren't likely anyway, so we'll take the 25% chance of getting Rejuvenator here because we still think that is a better option than what maybe they felt was like 100% chance of losing if they didn't go for it.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going with, but I obviously have to ask them to actually get their full intent. But, kind of a mix. They thought they had the ball rolling to an extent in a fight that was pushing Virtus Pro back. It wasn't super decisive. It wasn't like 4 people were gone for Virtus Pro. It wasn't like all of the key stealers and rejuve deniers were gone, right? And what really sucked, I think, is that Virtus Pro, they're not cowards, Like, maybe you're looking at some of the times that they pull away from getting that last page, and you're like, they could be more bold. Like, they're just very smart. And so when Virtus Pro started to lose out on a couple of men in that fight that went a little awkward for them, they did pull back. But as soon as it started to recover, they didn't just say, let's play it safe. They started chasing after Griga Gaming. So they were really not out of place at all for being on top of mid, seeing that it was being taken and preparing to take it for themselves. Which another team, they might have been too defensive after being pushed back as much as they were. But not Virtus Pro. They're just really smart.
I think Viscous feels at home in the new sewer here. I mean, maybe I'm just like connecting too many old childhood properties, but gigantic green ball in the bottom of the sewer, after a gigantic sewer monster just died. It may not be the deeps, but how it works out. But yeah, I mean, on the whole, this game, I think Riga played pretty close for a while. I think like actually getting into the chaotic back and forth, which is more reminiscent of early NA than classical EU, was probably good. I mean, it's kind of the idea of, dragging someone down into a mud fight with you effectively, where, you're both going to get incredibly dirty by the end of it and, hoping to get an advantage there rather than playing the usual VP game of clean calculated trades. But in the end, it all came crashing down at mid-boss.
It did. Yeah, I really was like, the more that I think about that game, the more fun it was, and the more that I'm like, way to go, Giga Gaming. I know you got O2'd, and I know that, you made that decision that looked like it killed you, very efficiently. Like, that was the end statement, right? But there is absolutely another world with it that is the call to be made in the heat of the moment that actually gives them that lead that they continue pushing with all the momentum, all the hype that comes along with it, right, too. And then it's something to be said when you can push VP to their limits like they did. And while I think VP might have always had that macro back in their mind saying, okay, look, guys, like we can still recover from these deaths. We can still recover from kind of the mud wrestle that was happening for the game. If they weren't at least a little scared, I'd be surprised. If they weren't at least a little like, okay, hold on, like we need to group up together. We need to, make some smart decisions. I would be surprised, but we might actually get to be able to ask them those questions. No, unfortunately,
no, we won't. I just saw you were already committed to say like we were able to ask them this like skip interview. It's like, but how can you talk about those questions? How can you think about anything other than the raw, unfiltered, Mo on Mo combat that's about to take place? We haven't likely to take place. We haven't confirmed that there'll be the tiebreaker on stream, but if there is, the moles are getting greased up right now, ready in ritualistic mole combat. But okay, I just heard here. You know what? I'll go to it this time. We got a break because apparently greasing up a 800-pound mole takes a little bit longer than you may think. But hey, we want to be thorough. This is One Win Bombshell Volume 6, and we'll be back after the short break.
Breakdown.
Don't stop.
It's time for the thing that you all have been truly waiting for. It wasn't for the 6-on-6 matches. It wasn't for the top 3 facing each other. It was for the tiebreaker. 2 moles, 2 rat thingies going out against each other in a best of 3. That's what's going to be happening here, guys. We are going to have our tie broken between, who is it between? One Win Team and Abrahams and Virtus
Yep.
Pro. 3-way tie.
That's right. The EU Triangle hits a new stage of Mo versus Mo. Okay. I was wondering if they said next draft. All right. We got it. I mean, when you want some fisticuffs here, you got 2 options. And by 2 options, I mean it's 2 in 1. It's Mo and Krill versus Mo and Krill.
Beautiful,
Ding, ding.
beautiful analysis. I think Mo and Krill on the background of white is a little bit favored. Why, I don't know. But go Abrahams.
We're doing it. You know what's the funny part is that off of the fight night side where I've done a lot of Mo and Krill 1v1s. In the beginning, I had the kind of nag players to get them to do it, and then eventually EU was just doing it on their own. I was like, we love this. So we're just gonna it's like here, the Mo and Krill 1v1 is done. Here's the idea. It's like, thank you.
Oh, no.
It's all set. So
No.
it's become tradition. Like I think the players generally hit a point where they do love the Mo and Krill 1v1. So
I know you're esports history too enjoyer, but they can't enjoy it too much, lest we have a MLG finals decided by an ARAM, or in this case, a Mo and Krill versus a Mo and Krill. You gotta be careful about that.
oh come on,
Gotta be careful.
The first major deadlock tournament out there in the future, it just ends with both moles walking at each other. You hear theme music, and then it goes on. I'm actually for it.
It was crazy how that even allowed to happen, but clearly the analysis, they're really, I think, deciding who is the better Mo and Krill. That is what's taking the time right now. I don't know who is, but we're gonna find out who has been chosen to represent each team.
Oh, here we go. Down into the sewer. The Mo 1v1s. They've gone darker. They've gone grimier. And when the signal is given, the Mo's will fight. Melee only. Bare fisticuffs. Here we go. Oh.
Yep. Well, that's a pretty solid start there for oh my god, wait, who is it? It's One Win Team is actually losing. Empty Dreams. Yep, Empty Dreams going down. Hey, I called it. Abraham takes map 1.
It's quick. It's dirty. It's just how it goes. So there you go. Abrahams, not only the #1 team in Europe in recent times by overall record, but also staying on top in Mo duels. But they're gonna have to go against Virtus Pro soon in the Mo 1v1, and also One Win is good. I swear to God, if we get at the triangle of Mo 1v1s, I'm gonna lose my mind. Actually, now that I'm thinking about where this can go.
Could happen. We got map number 2 coming up very soon. Empty Dreams, clearly the inferior Mo player.
The highlights. I honestly, big fan of production here. This is fantastic. Good way to break a
A+.
tie at the end of a group stage.
Yep. What is the meta here? Parry first, attack first.
You know,
Is it like
it's
rock,
do
paper,
what your
scissors?
opponent doesn't expect you to do is really what it is. If they attack, you parry. If they're not going to parry, you attack. Yeah.
Brilliant.
You just have
Brilliant.
to be able to read your opponent.
Yeah.
Do what they do not expect you to do.
It's rock, paper, scissors, man. Apparently,
Yep.
newbies choose rock, so experienced players choose paper, which means that the truly experienced players choose scissors. So that's how that goes.
Until you go up against a new player that just goes rock and busts open
Well,
your
yeah.
scissors.
You know, how often are you able to get an accurate analysis on your opponent's rock, paper, scissors history? Where's the data on that?
Yeah, you just go. I mean, look. I mean, people have been so destroyed by AI nowadays. Someone's just gonna go like, wait, before we go into this, Grok, what is their rock paper scissors history? As if that would somehow have been brought into the AI matrix.
Next game. Let's go. Come on, empty dreams. Gotta prove that you're a good Mo and Krill.
Down we go. The ritual, the moles, deep into the sewer. One more time. Getting pumped. A little bit
Yeah,
sliding
man.
on the stairs.
It's the go has been said. This time around, we had a little more running around. All right, that ended way too fast, so they're both. No, empty dreams! Not again!
Wait, there's still hope. Don't come out yet. One more parry. Go!
Ah!
Oh, no! The parry once more. And that is cleanly one-win team falling to Abrahams in the Mo 1v1. So Abrahams now, if they can just take down VP, they will be the #1 seed in our Mo and Krill 1v1. Then I don't even know if it matters. I guess it does matter a little bit team-wise. I think we will still have to do like Mo Krill and one between VP and 1-win. But the Abrahams 1-win is what's going to matter for all the marbles.
Yes. I want to say I'm following along, but the brain isn't working as fast. I want more mole action. Where are the parries? Where are all the heavies? Where are the lights?
I mean, that's just what happens. You think you're ready to talk about Deadlock in the aggregate, and everything's there, and then you just realized all you actually need in your life is two moles battling to the death in a sewer with Krill just watching, always watching.
Yeah. Krill is actually completely useless here. Poor guy.
I mean, well, moral support. We had a custom skin for it that I don't think has worked in a while, but it had like Krill as like the boxing trainer, like holding a towel.
I gotcha. Yep. That works.
Or a Gatorade bottle or something along those lines. Yeah, it was something like that.
Something like that, I'm sure. I want to think of a boxing match coach. I do think less of Gatorade than maybe like the shoulder towel or whatever. But I also think of a lot of cauliflower ears.
Then you get the mouth guards too.
Mm-hmm.
The mouth guards, and then the icing the cuts and all the. Actually, I don't know if they ice the cuts. They do something. To
They
treat
put
the cuts.
something on them that stops it, that congeals it, I guess. I don't know. All my experience comes from boxing movies, which have never failed in accuracy. So
Yeah, I
This is
mean,
a fine
Rocky is
conversation.
entirely accurate. I mean, the human brain can completely survive getting hit in the head over and over that entire time. I mean, the question there is like, how did it take until Rocky 5 for like Rocky to develop brain damage? It should have been there by like Rocky 2.
I love like every time now that you know the problems of CTE, you're just like watching boxing movies or matches, whatever one. And like there's that, it's like, the manly thing, right? You see them getting just like bombarded and like they're covering their head, but it's not really working out. And you're just like, man, they're so tough. I can't believe they're going to survive this. And just like every time I see it, I'm just like, and another chance, and another chance, and another chance for permanent brain damage. It's grim. It is not fun watching boxes matching as a zombie grub. Do something great like American football instead, obviously.
Yeah,
There's no
American
problems in
football,
that one.
or like a video that was like kind of cute, but also like just like made me very worried for the child. Where it's like a like a 13-year-old boy like with a football helmet like headbutting his like pet goat playfully.
Oh
It's
God,
like,
yeah.
but it's like that goat is actually like potentially giving you brain damage, just so you know. But
sure.
we're into it.
Yeah.
VP, Abrahams, Mo versus Mo. Will Abrahams be able to take the #1 seed with a great Mo performance here?
Man, Abraham's pretty good though. I mean, I feel the fear in Virtus Pro here. I feel the fear. They saw what it looked like. They see what it like, and it's actually a 6v6. They are taking this very cautiously.
Throwing out the heavies. A lot of strategy going on into this, and VP a little bit ahead right now in the life, but one good parry could just turn this the other way.
Oh. Yep. Parry's too late. Oh, another barrage of heavy punches coming through. Both of them very low. Both of them parry. Both of them punch. Oh, it's going to be VP going down. Abrahams. Map #1.
Well, Abrahams, one more mole battle away from being your #1 seed, where, of course, going into the tournament, a lot of people have expected Abrahams to end up as #1 seed, but I don't know if they quite saw the collision course here.
So you got to practice your Mo and Krill, man. This is going to be it for the rest of Deadlock. 1-win team, Abrahams Virtus Pro, locked forever in a triangle, forced to play Mo Krill against each other for the end time. I'm ready for the next one, man. Bring me the moles. Bring me the moles.
More moles. It gets a little bit grim if you consider some terrible thing where it's like the Mo is actually just like one of many, and there's some soul-based cloning thing, and there's actually an audience here just being like, yes, send in more Mo's. The only thing they ever know is going down to fight. It's very.
This is animal abuse. This is animal fighting. We're gonna get PETA involved. I don't know if Krill counts as one. I honestly don't know. There's literally, I think the lore for Mo is that he's definitely a mole, but Krill doesn't have one.
I just feel like Krill is taking a lot of strays here. It's like, I know Krill exists. Is he an animal? I don't know. Is Krill doing anything? Whatever. He provides the voice. It's not Mo talking and all of it. Like in all the voice lines, it's Krill's just kind of calling the shots. Krill may be the average cap. He may be the average capitalist where he's not actually doing much of the work for the most part, and then he's just like, Maurice, go do the thing, do the heavy digging, do that, punch this guy while I electrocute him with my gun.
Something, however that works, I guess. Yeah. Do you know that they do not like Seven? Because Seven hangs out. Yeah. They made tunnels that only their organization can use, and Seven is run from the law, so he stays in those tunnels without their permission. So
It's like, oh man, Seven's back here again. He leaves his stuff everywhere.
Exactly.
It'd be one thing if he picked up over himself, but oh man.
Yeah, and you gotta imagine he does not pick after himself. We do have it going down here. Abrams taking that first map, now coming in far more aggressively for map 2. Virtus Pro decided all that parrying and running away was for cowards. And they are going after this just heavy. No punch works out. What a strategy.
Also, Obakim, he did it. He did the thing. He did the crouches and shooting the body after. That's what I want from my Mo players. Just get in there, set a tone. And this is going to go all the way to the limit for VP. Although, VP wins this and then 1-win team plays spoiler. I don't know what I'm going to think at that point.
I think we might be overdosing on Mo and Krill at that point.
No such thing. Absolutely
Krill's
no
like
such
Ratatouille.
thing.
Is he actually a rat or is he a monkey, though?
Not entirely sure on this.
He looks more like a monkey.
Okay,
Yep, go on.
I was just looking at the rules. So apparently for this, if after the first round of Mo and Krill 1v1s, it is not solved, then we go to a second round of Mo and Krill 1v1s. If it's not solved after the second round of 1v1s, we go to a third round. And at the third round, we go to a coin toss if it's somehow like still a triangle.
Could be, man. It's just further proof of how even they are. How the rock, paper, scissors elements work out in the top 3. Glad to be here. Glad to see it in action. What's the next strategy? We had the cautious strategy, we had the kind of middle strategy, and we had the aggressive strategy. It's gonna be third time around.
Yeah, again, you just got to do what your opponent doesn't expect. As we're gonna get into it once more in just a moment here. VP versus Abrahams. Abrahams, if they win the next Mo 1v1, they will secure the #1 seed. And for those wondering what last game was, 1 win versus Abrahams, yes, Abrahams won the Mo 1v1 2-0.
Yeah, much better in that case. Yeah, next game. All right, nice. Yep. It's only so much filler, We're talking about we got 3 different ways to play: super defensive, super aggressive, and midway. It's all right. We got back in the defense.
Yellow Trunks Mo gonna be for Virtus Pro. Blue Trunks Mo over there for Abrahams, or at least blue bar, yellow bar. Saying Trunks sounds.
They both have blue trunks.
Official.
Purple at least, anyway. All right, now the action has begun. Oh, bad parry leading up into an attack. Virtus Pro getting a bit of the lead right now. Actually quite even after that. Now just heavies all the time. Who's gonna heavy faster? Who's gonna heavy better? Abrahams, are you gonna mess it up or are you gonna come back for the victory? They're after it and they get it! Abrahams, woo, 2-1. Woo.
So Abrahams, they've done it. They will be your #1 seed. I'm assuming then for VP versus 1 win, the winner of that then will just get 2nd seed. So we still got 1 more round of Mo 1v1s to go, but we will not be going into extra rounds of Mo 1v1s. The next set will be the last, and we will finally have our tie-breaking situation settled.
Yeah, I think either way, this is going to work out for VP, right? Because we were talking about the order of things. What was scary was the possibility of Abraham's not getting 1st seed and then facing 4th, I believe, because 4th and 5th face each other, I think is what it is. I have it here and then I forgot about it. But if the point is, if Abraham's is 1st, then Virtus Pro and 1 win, they're going to be facing off against each other. And obviously, well, actually, hold on. Wait, no, the way that they wanted it to happen, the way VP wanted it to happen was probably that they wanted to be 1st, and then Abrahams and 1 win team were 2nd and 3rd. That's what it is. Yeah. That's what they were hoping for.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the bracket. The way the bracket works in playoffs is a little bit different from a direct, if it's like an 8-team double limb. All the 4th and 5th seed teams start in the lower bracket. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd start in the upper bracket, and the 1st seeded team goes ahead. So the reality is for Abrahams, that saved them a full-on match versus either of these 2 teams. And wait, we even have to do an extra Mo 1v1 here if the 2nd and 3rd seed play each other anyways?
I don't think so. Well, I guess that might determine who gets banned pick priority, right?
Yeah, that would probably make sense.
This is also
we still gotta do it.
Sounding much smarter than I expected in a team game, by the way.
No, look, logically, it is as good as guess as any for that.
All right. Yep. And for those who wanted to know, I guess Fearless Furies is 4th and Lotus is 5. So,
yep.
In case anyone was curious.
Well, I'm just glad that you got your 1 out of you with Fearless Furies. Very easy to mispronounce name at the end. Just being on the internet as we are.
And then there was Melee Crepes. I don't have to worry about that either. So good stuff.
I mean, honestly, that is a good name where if they didn't just die as a team, I was gonna say if they ever had to do like a pickup style team, you do like Melee Crepes as a stand-in name.
Someone should take it though and just make that a gimmick in one of their tournaments. You want the crepe right in your face, Melee.
Well, it's not like Melee Creeps are going to be able to. Melee Creeps won't be able to be upset about because, well, they're gone. Although I guess maybe some of the remaining players may remake under the same name. Players like Poshy Pop, John, Saya. I highly doubt they're leaving the scene, even if they're now out for revenge against AVG and Co. and Low Main.
Yep. It's going to be the drama to follow as Deadlock gets more and more tournaments.
Why? Some, as we're waiting here for the teams to go here, people are wondering why did the title say VP2 won Abrahams? Actually, I don't know, because Abrahams won the Mo and Krill duel. I was gonna say we are Mo and Krill dueling right now. We're waiting for the last game to get set up to decide number 2 versus number 3 seed, which probably does have an advantage in being able to choose pick for first or second map.
They're strategizing. They don't know who to choose for their Mo and Krill.
Okay, we're ready. BP, 1 win. Down in the sewer, 2 moles. Final round of Mo 1v1 coming on up. It is a 2 out of 3 here.
Yep. Apparently they're all greased up according to ZP.
Yes.
Right before the break.
I mean,
buckets
it's
of
a vital
oil.
part of it. Again, I don't know if it's functional, but it's just what happens. The people don't actually enjoy 1v1s without the grease.
There's some people who they really need it, you know what I mean? 1v1 is here. The best of 3 reminder, and then we just went right into the heavy. 1 win, unfortunately. Maybe a little scared from that opener. Nope, missed the parry. Nope, go into a light punch when they got hit by a heavy punch, and now they're just running away. They're running away, man. They're running away.
Back and forth we go. Both super low, and the parry does not come in. Obakim up over Empty Dreams. Put in VP. 1 more mole battle away from being the number 2 seed.
Empty Dreams, man. This Warden's fantastic, but the Mo and Krill melee only, a stat that no one really ever cares about, but was weirdly important right now. You need to get in that practice. You need to get that practice in.
I mean, truthfully, it has been evolving for many weeks. The Bow 1v1 has been a tradition in Deadlock for a long time. And look, I would love at one point to see it as a ranked ladder thing where you just open up with a quick Bow 1v1 and, that decides your draft. Because
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what it's gonna
presumably they'll be drafting ranked.
There's going to be some type of crazy, whatever you want to call it, right? There's always, in all the top esports, there's always some crazy way of playing the game. Brawls, ARAM, mutators, whatever it is. And I feel like what's going to happen with Deadlock is that it's going to be 6v6 in the pit only. Just close quarters the entire time. Res immediately on the stairs. It could be fun.
Also, people wondering about the bracket. As far as I know, Melee Creeps had no impact on anything. Everyone just got wins versus Melee Creeps, retroactively or not, is
Right.
my understanding. But here we go. What could be the final Mo battle? A little bit of patience being displayed here. Wall
Ooh.
jump up over, razzle dazzle into the parry.
Yeah, that was a little razzle dazzle to start things off. They both had a similar idea, too. This time around, Virtus Pro, again, in a bit of a lead as we have 1 win running away. Calming things down, resizing each other up, going back in, trying to get those connects without it being hit by the parry. So far, it is going to be Obagam winning! That is the 2-0, I believe. If I remember that correctly, Virtus Pro.
Yep.
Are going to take it.
It's kind of funny that after the mobile V1s, you kind of head to what has been the traditional pecking order of the last month or two in EU Deadlock of Abraham's 1, Virtus Pro 2, and 1 Win Team 3. Somehow the Mo V1 duels have parted the mists and given us the expected outcome.
Right? It's even further proof. Next thing we will need to test is a rock, paper, scissors 3-way tournament and see if it results in the same thing. Because if it does, there's some destiny thing going on. There's some, something in the air about these teams. But we finally have it, guys. We finally have it. Populating the bracket as I am speaking. Virtus Pro versus 1 Win Team. We'll be facing off and then facing the winner of facing the top seed of Abraham's. There you go. Visually, it is much easier to understand. So thankfully, we had this up and running. That's what I mean. Fearless Furies, Lotus will be matching up first on the lower bracket. But that will be our 3rd match of the day, apparently. And then our first match will be a very anticipated one, I think. 1 Win Team versus Virtus Pro. Yes, 1 Win Team still struggling against Virtus Pro, but every time they go up against each other, there's always that other chance.
Yeah. Definitely a tough beat for one team. I think they would have loved to have just gone through the Mo 1v1 gauntlet, because then they could hopefully hope that Abrahams comes in and takes out VP for them, but that will not be the case. So the Mo 1v1 skill actually being very important here. But I gotta say, it was a great group stage, and I'm just excited to hear the playoffs or be here for the playoffs as they kick off.
Yeah, it'll be you and Jason Kaplan bringing in the action alongside Jackie and Blank. They'll still be around. So there you have it. The schedule is up. Seems like it's going to be 4 series played out tomorrow and then the rest on Sunday. So clear your schedules. Check out some Deadlock, starting off with 1-1 team versus Virtus Pro. Any other thoughts, ZP?
For me? No. I thought that may have been the throw to end, but overall,
it would have been a great one.
Yeah, I was like, that seems like an end. But on the whole, what I'd say is, I think we're going to see more of the same. But I think any of the top 3 teams here can surprise the other. Things are getting serious. The group stage doesn't always predict how everything will end up. It is going to be a tough road for Fearless Furies or Lodos, however, because after one beats the other, all they'll have left at that point is to go forward and rise up and take down one of the top 3 teams, the one that gets knocked down to the lower bracket first. So a lot of storylines to follow, and we'll see who ends up being champion here at One Win Bombshell Vol.6. Just 2 more days to go.
Yep. Is Virtus Pro going to find that bombshell magic that they have in the previous 5 iterations of this tournament and actually come out on top, despite some other tournaments proving Abrahams to be more often the victor? Or is this the new Abrahams meta? Is this the era of the Abrahams? And we're going to be talking about them when we look fondly back on this point a year from now. That's what we're destined to find out. And I think that's going to cover it, guys. That's all we have for today. It was a beautiful day full of a lot of moles punching each other, as well as some actual deadlock too that happened. Some fun games as well. I'm glad we finished on a very fun game, even if it wasn't 0-2. And we have Abrahams, Virtus Pro, 1-1 team, Fearless Furies, and Lotos to continue over the weekend. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Make sure to follow them on all the socials, and we will see you guys tomorrow. The Lee ZP and Jason Kaplan will be here back tomorrow. So bye, guys. Hope you enjoyed everything. Have a good weekend, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Breakdown.